Chris just getting that free information there. That's how he gets that
Unless
pro
you cost
tour win.
duress, you don't get to know.
And now anything he plays looks like it's going to have to be a chump blocker to Hearth. So probably this poor Chocobo is just going to be thrown in.
Was it jumpy?
Yep. But under 5% chance that Chris could win this game.
He didn't do the sound.
Yeah, that's only a happy Chocobo sound.
Oh,
This is a sad Chocobo moment, I believe.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Badgermole Cub hits the board.
To the target with burst time Badgermole.
So we get the land up. The Cub dies. 2 tiny blockers for 3 real big critters, one of which they can't do anything about anyway.
Yep. One's a Prismari Charm for sure. Looks like it's 2 Prismari Charms, so that should do it.
Yeah,
now, Max could go super aggressive and try to like kill one, bounce the other, but at the same time, if there's an erode on a Sunderflock, then you kind of waste your removal spells. So I think Max can pretty safely just attack if he wants to. Force 1 chump block and say, good luck, Chris, next turn. And then Prismari Charm, whatever Chris plays on that turn. I don't think there's a point in having to play proactively here because you just got to think, how could Chris beat me next turn? And there's no way.
Yeah, I know how I win, but how do I lose?
Exactly. But, of course, first Pro Tour top 8. You're going to slow down and just make sure you close it out right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like he's got Spell Snare, Sleight of Hand, double Prismari Charm. That's going to do it, to say the least, over time.
We'll get there. Not this turn, but we will get there.
9. You're at 3. Yep.
So 2 pieces of interaction
That's you.
available for Max.
He has nothing.
He has nothing.
Has nothing. Okay.
I actually don't think Chris could beat 4 Steam Vents.
I don't think
Yeah, there's no way.
Alrighty, so both players with a game apiece. Now I get to go to sideboard. So an ideal start here for both players, you know. Coming out of that those pre-board games unscathed, if you will.
Yep, absolutely. 1-1. I think either player that takes a 2-0 lead pretty obviously is going to be heavily favored going into it, but now looking at the sideboarding here, starting with Max, took out the Heroes Hangout, 2 Winter Night Stories, 1 Flow State, brought in a Null, Get Out, a Braid, and Broadside Barrages, so just minor upgrades. There we go. Is
the Hydro Man is interesting.
The left, and then for Christopher,
Certainly
a
raw.
lot more dynamic changes. And
Rest in peace, Snakeskin Veil. Sheltered by Ghosts. Wow, how about that? Sheltered by Ghosts?
4 Llanowar Elves, 4 Badgermole Cubs,
Mossborn Hydra.
1 Bushwhack, and
Oh, it took out all of the small creatures that died of Burst Lightning.
3 Snakeskin Veils.
Wow.
And,
I don't know about the 4 shelters, man. That's a little sketch.
Put chickens down and protect.
Yeah, trying to be a little bit bigger.
That's a little
so Mossborn
sketch.
Hydra, the reason they bring that one in, it's an elemental. It doesn't get thunderflocked.
Oh, I didn't know Mossborn Hydra is elemental. That is sweet, man. That's some nice tech.
Elemental text is by far the most important one. So yeah,
That is some nice tech.
Saying, Chris is like, you know what? Especially Max's version where he plays 4 Prismari Charm, just doesn't want to ever draw 2 Llanowars because if you get 2 for 1 with 1 Prismari Charm, it's pretty much GG.
Yeah.
This would be a great turn for a Rest in Peace if Max doesn't have a Null, Spell Pierce, or Spell Snare.
Can we find it?
Or Sirach would be great too.
The Rock, yeah. It's a Hydra.
Hydra to kick things off. So.
All of those are good.
And Chris, you know, probably had a plethora
Oh,
of
Chris
spells
is a
there.
lefty.
Mossborn
So am I.
Hydra dealt
Something
with
about Chris's and being lefty right now.
So that was a classic. I don't want to run into a possible counterspell moment.
There is a Braid in hand there for Max, but now he's got a Chocobo out of range of that. He can kill the Mossborn Hydra, which he might be priced into doing.
There's a lot of times where Mossborn Hydra doesn't get killed immediately, and the opponent gets killed on the following turn.
Yes,
so.
So I'm thinking we're going to see a piece of removal aimed towards the Hydra.
I would think so. And I think I do see a spell.
Yeah.
Nice.
A Braid.
So another reason probably to take out Badgermole Cubs. Just,
yeah, they get countered.
Yep.
Another Hydra off the top, plus Fabled Passage.
If it was the correct play against an island last turn, gotta be good now.
Good grief.
Yep.
What's that, a 5?
Crack that. 5,
power
4.
and a 4 power Hydra. It can never be 5 power.
Okay, fine.
Putting on my Quandrix hat there.
Yeah.
Man,
Actually is supposed to
really
be.
strong
Exactly,
start
sorry,
for Chris.
I forgot to add the actually there. My bad.
Still very surprised at the Sheltered by Ghost, though. I don't really know. I don't get it.
A lot of blue cards.
Because Eddie Crab has Flash, so if you can't Sheltered by Ghost when it comes down because
And, I think I saw
Max will just play it
spell snare, maybe even
at end step or whatever.
spell pierce would be an
And
maybe that wasn't it.
Max also doesn't have that many permanents. It's just like the Heartfire Elemental, the Edinburgh Crab, and the Thunderflock, and that's it. So Sheltered by Ghost only has a few targets. So I'm really confused by it. I mean, Sheltered by Ghost can get Raw, but so can the Erode in his hand. I'm very confused by the 4 Sheltered by Ghosts. Oh, he just
I'm not
concedes,
sure
yeah.
What that? It looked like probably some alternate art. Rest in peace. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Getting tired of seeing the same 3 decks, getting new cards to make them stronger. I know, man. Feel the same way. Feel the same way, man.
Just showed a good sideboard card against him.
I mean, look,
Yeah,
we're looking at is it Spellmentals versus Selesnya Landfall. It's been this way since the World Championships, right? And even so, like, is it Lessons? Is it Prowess, right? Gear Hulk, Orboroid, it's all the same stuff.
Raccoon buddy.
There's been some interesting deck lists, though. There's the Golgari mid-range that a few people played that unfortunately didn't do that well. There's the Azorius Momo decks that unfortunately also didn't do that well. And then there's the Sultai Control list that I'm actually pretty interested in. Well, Jeskai Control as well, but Jeskai Control also kind of underperformed. But the Sultai Control is interesting, man. I got a little inspired and I put together my own Sultai Control list.
Doesn't look like it.
I might try a little bit. I changed it a little bit from the list that the pros are playing, though. But we just need rotation, man. That's all it is. Like, we don't necessarily need bans. We don't necessarily need, like, I mean, the power creep is one thing, but I think we just need rotation. Like, I'm sick of seeing Storm Chaser's talent and all the same spells that we've been playing for so long. But hey, Planar Standard exists, right? Planar Standard exists. It's been getting much more popular.
Play the one that can't get hit by it. Here's the Ciroc.
Ciroc, yeah.
Can't be countered.
Yep.
Can get
Okay.
done, but
A braid, draw a card.
Exchange.
nice. Love
It
the
looks
roll.
like okay, get out, spell snare.
Yeah, it's been basically 2 years of Izzet, actually. I mean, Izzet wasn't as strong 2 years ago. In fact, there was actually a Gruul deck that was using the Scamp from Phyrexia All Will Be One. Canopy Scamp, I think it's called. But it was basically the same idea. You know, it's the same idea as these Prowess decks. And even then, like,
I didn't
Prowess has been played ever since Storm Chasers came out, which is 2 years ago.
He's keeping pace with you. Everything.
We had Monetary Switchseer before, right, from Brothers War.
Booster boxes than I have as well, so he's really doing it all.
You know what, Corey? Get good. That's probably what he'd tell you, right?
Oh yeah, for
This
sure.
is some nice
For sure.
tech and sideboarding from Larson here, man. The Rocks, the Mossborn Hydra, the World Wagon, these are... And see, Chris was kind of smart because Max already used the Abrade. I mean, I don't know if he drew that World Wagon off of the top or off of the Sirac trigger, but still, if he held that, that was smart because Max abraded the Sirac. Now he's got the World Wagon left over.
Anyways, then that play I was kind of talking about before, Lumber Wagon being able to just
Keen-Eyed Curator,
and attack
Spell
into
Snare,
a
sure.
Keen-Eyed Curator gets spell snared. So that at least protects the graveyard from Max.
What is that?
What about
Is that
Face
the...
End?
That's the...
Excuse me, Kutzel, Malamet.
Kutzel, yeah.
Stack, get out, says no thank you.
Yep, and now big draw step.
Couple
Max
counter
really needs one of
spells.
those creatures. A land, Sunderflock cannot be cast. Max
Looks like Max is out of gas.
Go. Oh man, 2 Snakeskin Veils as well as a Mossborn Hydra. The awkward thing is he can't actually
2 Snakeskin Veils, huh?
unless he Snakeskin Veils. But the fact that he has a second one is pretty nice because you can play one proactively and then go to crew if it works. If it doesn't work, you Snakeskin Veil again.
Yeah.
With one card in hand, I mean, if Chris doesn't do this, he doesn't have a lot of pressure. So
Yeah.
think for a while, but I bet he goes for a Snakeskin Veil on the Saz's Chocobo. It's gonna work, and then you can crew the Lumber Wagon and get a big old hit in. Crew 4
No, if you're going to Snakeskin Veil a creature here to crew the World Wagon, you definitely Snakeskin Veil the Hydra.
The board with an archetype.
The Hydra is more valuable than the Chocobo. The Hydra is an elemental. The Hydra grows much faster.
Huge advantage to Max for that play.
Yeah.
But Max picks up another land. He is now 1 land away from hard casting Sunder.
I would have done it if I was Larson. I would have done it. I'm surprised he didn't.
Never mind.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to get to that point in this matchup, honestly.
I don't know if Chris is going to play this. This was a very conservative play on his point.
Yeah.
And if Chris
Yeah, that was too conservative in my opinion.
That Snakeskin Veil. Didn't even play the land. He would rather have some bluff equity.
Mm-hmm. Another Chocobo.
The worst possible top deck.
Yeah, but you know what?
Another Chocobo.
Creature, it's fine.
Now Chris could try to Snakeskin Veil the 0-1 Chocobo, as if it gets killed. You know, it's just a whatever moment, but another very conservative play could end up biting him.
I agree. You got to get this done before Thunderflock can come down.
Opting, looking for something. Let's see how quickly this goes to the hand or to the bottom of the library.
Because Snakeskin Veil doesn't protect against the Thunderflock trigger.
Very happy about.
Yeah.
Any removal spell, that's the hardest decision. Like a Prismari Charm and a Braid.
Yeah.
Burst Lightning. All of those are like,
Well, Braid deals with a wagon, at least.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. Yeah,
How many does he have access to?
The 2 Snakeskin Veils can protect anything but, and it was...
Yeah, he has the one Braid in the board.
It was Hearth Elemental on top.
Oh. Are we cooking?
I think we're cooking.
No, he's got
I
Thunderflock.
think Christopher would have got his way out of the top 8 if he Snakeskin Veiled 2 turns ago. And now I think he's in a rough spot. Still not, you know, unwinnable by any means. But, man, he's got to stop top-decking Saz's Chocobos, I'll tell you that.
Fabled Passage.
Fabled Passage is about the best card he could have drawn.
I think Fabled Passage is actually GG right now with just the Hydra.
All right.
I think it is.
One counter for everything.
Yep.
Snakeskin Veil it. Snakeskin Veil it with the trigger on the stack.
So response to that trigger.
Snakeskin Veil.
Okay.
Before the trigger resolves. Maybe double Snakeskin Veil.
One trigger on the stack there for the Hydra. Doesn't truly matter too much. It matters where if...
It absolutely matters. Snakeskin Veil, then crew the wagon with the 2 Chocobos, and then attack with the Hydra. I think that's like 32 damage. Well, it would be...
It's going to work out the same. It's going to be a 4.
I think that's 32 damage.
And then the wagon.
Come on, Chris.
Wagon's going to be quite large, huh? 1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And here's the thing. The block with the Hearth Elemental looks pretty nice.
Yeah.
But the Snakeskin Veil to protect it is going to be a bit of a blowout.
Yeah.
So if you Snakeskin Veil it, it goes to 4. Then the other land enters from the Fabled Passage. So it goes to 8. And then the land from the World Wagon. Okay, so it is only 16. Never mind, I did it wrong. But...
And now we're going to get double, so it's going to go 4 to 8. And then to 16.
Yeah, off of the World Wagon.
Also cast the other Snakeskin Veil right now because it's already protected.
No, that's not worth it.
So instead it could be...
That's not worth it. It's not... dude.
12, 24. The Hydra
I don't think that's...
for 24.
Oh, it attacks for 24 then. Okay. So there's 5 toughness.
Here comes the team and
I mean 10.
coming out, right?
Yep.
So that's
24
that is lethal.
Holy moly, Christopher Larson.
There you go.
Continues
You got it
his
done.
winning ways here in the top 8, making it into another semifinals. In impressive fashion, Corey.
Yep. Here's the real question.
Yeah.
Is the hug about to come in here between these two players? Or
I think
who
so.
is he going to hug? Maybe a judge?
Yeah.
Could be Tannen?
Maybe the cameraman.
Could be, yeah. Oh, here it comes.
Here it comes.
There
He's
it
gonna hug.
is.
There we go. Of course he's going to hug Max Lemanowski. Excellent run there from the first-time top 8er from Team Handshake. They've had an excellent weekend thus
They
far.
really
so
have.
Kudos to Max, and congratulations to the Big Dane. Christopher Larson seems very...
It would be cool if Larson goes back to back. He's a genuine player, you know.
And he's just 2 matches
He's a
away
likable
from
guy.
doing something we have very rarely seen, if really ever, winning back-to-back Pro Tours. Really impressive stuff.
It's going to be super sweet if
What do
it
you mean,
happens,
ever?
So let's go
Kai Buddha did it like
Larson right now. Tanner got to chat to him.
the OG, man. Well, I guess we didn't necessarily see that because I wasn't watching Professional Magic at that time, and Corey might not have either.
For you to win in the Pro Tour now?
Well, it seems so, but I wouldn't say it is. It's nice.
Absolutely.
It's very nice.
All right, tell me about this match that you just had. How did it go for you? Is that what you expected?
The deck was made to be better against the mirror and better against elementals, and I'll take no credit for it, and I'll use the acronym WW
Burn. What is going on outside, man?
in any case of how my match went. And the Spanish guys just cooked up a really, really good sideboard plan. We're adding the white with the new Path to Exile, Rest in Pieces for the board, Shelter goes for the mirror and the other matchups, and Rest in Peace is a game changer. Most of the decks doesn't come with a initial plan. Max had some planeswalkers. I don't know whether or not he boarded them in.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie.
The Hydra's an elemental.
White is a really enticing color right now in general, just to be able to play Rest in Peace.
Right now.
Look, the white's been overperforming all weekend long. I think that's been the biggest
Yeah.
out of your deck. How are you feeling about your chances moving forward?
I actually don't know who I'm playing in the semis. If I'm playing not Madness, I'm feeling great about it. If I'm playing Madness,
If I'm playing
a little
Madness.
less about it, but it's probably still fine.
Yep, it's been fine all weekend.
Matt's
long.
been crushing it this weekend, too.
Chris.
Congratulations, Chris Larson. One more quarterfinals to decide. Stefan Schutz up against...
I'm a little, you know, it's interesting, guys. I'm like a little bit surprised, but I'm also not that the Jeskai control list didn't do that well. Because weren't the Jeskai control lists all playing the loot? Here, give me 1 sec. I want to see if I can find the Jeskai control list. Maybe I'll put that on the screen. Jeskai control Pro Tour secrets of Strixhaven. And let me see. Let me see. Maybe I'm gonna put this over here, guys. Let's take a look at it together while we're in the 2-minute break. So much landfall, obviously, and is a dex. Here's Devin's deck. Here's a 4-color control list. I don't know if I ever saw this. Did they ever feature this deck? I don't know if they ever featured that deck. I don't remember seeing it on camera. Here's a Jeskai control list by Alex Rohan. Good player. So here's the resonating loot. Now I want to go back. 27 lands is a lot. If you're playing loot, you got 27 lands. That's a little, I don't know about that. That's a little sus. And then take a look at Jeskai control. Tablet of Discovery. Okay. I have a few thoughts about this, guys. So maybe I'll open up both lists. 4-color control. Jeskai control. I want to see if there's another Jeskai. Oh, Derek Davis was playing Jeskai control as well. That's interesting. I don't think I ever saw that deck. Let me take a look at Derek's deck. Tableau Discovery. So this looks like the same deck. It is. Okay. So I have a few thoughts about this.
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour
Here, I'm going to
Secrets
turn
of
this down.
Strixhaven. We are one match away from deciding. Hello, cute kitties.
So
Cutest kitty is. Go Tortellini. My money's
I have a number of thoughts about the loot.
They're just really preventing
I think the loot is really strong,
just in
but
trouble.
people are overvaluing it
Everyone in the truck on
You know,
because
they're so cute, man. Oh,
you're going to really tap out for this thing, basically, on turn 4. No, you're not. That would be crazy as a control player to tap out with 4 mana. So you can't really cast it on rate. You also can't really cast it on turn 5. Because if you have 1 land left over, you still can't cast anything. You can cast a negate, but you can't cast Normalize. You can't cast Lightning Helix. Maybe you can cast Get Lost. You can't consult the star charts. Can't cast Dramatic Critique, even for 0, because you have to tap 2 colors of the same mana. It's the 2 mana of the same color, I should say. So you can't cast these multicolored spells. Not running 4 Lightning Helix is absurd, by the way, in any control deck. That is absolutely crazy. So even on turn 5, you can't really play this thing. You have to wait. And now the thing is that if you do cast it on turn 5 or turn 4 and your opponent doesn't kill you, you can Jeskai Rev the next turn and still have mana left over. But the fact that it doesn't, it's not like any combination of 2 colors. It's 2 colors of any 1 color. That's what I think is the real downside of the loot. If it was 2 colors, or if it was 2 mana of any combination, this card would be absolutely, it's already really insane, but it would be just as busted as any of those super overpowered cards that we have seen the last couple of years, if it was any 2 combination of colors. But the fact that it's 2 colors are 2 mana of the same color, I think it really is, you know, it's a bit of a liability, guys. I think it's only really strong in long, grindy, mid-range matchups or control mirrors. That's where I think the loot is especially powerful. Also, I think running 4 Jeskai Revs, even if you're doing Resonating Loot, is stupid. This is stupid. You can't have 4 7-mana spells in your deck. You can't do that. That's just dumb. This, on the other hand, another one with 4, I don't... Stupid. Stupid. Thunder Magic is in... What? I mean, I know why. I know why, but it's just... Wait, what the hell is this deck? There's no white spells except for Jeskai Rev? Huh? No Day of Judgment? No Day of Judgment, no Get Lost, no Road, no Lightning Helix. What? So, what I was going to say about the tablet, I think this card potentially has more upside than the loot. Because look, you can play this on turn 3. You might not die the next turn. You still have 1 mana left over, right? You could cast a Thunder Magic, right? Was it 2 damage? 2 damage, right? You could cast an Impractical Joke, although it's sorcery speed, right? But the point is, like, you know, you still have a mana left over. You got nothing when you cast a loot on rate. But you can also tap 2 reds. So now you can cast a Seer, right? To cast the instants and sorceries. So you essentially play this on turn 3, and you have 2 mana left for most of your, for your red spells at least. So I think the tablet actually might have more, potentially more value than the loot, because now when you untap on turn 4 with this available, you actually have 6 mana. It's pretty good, right? 6 mana for your instants and sorceries. You could stock up, and then you still have 3 mana left over. You can consult and still have 2 mana left over. Or no, you can't, because this is... oh, no, yeah, you can. You just need to tap 2 blues. So I think the tablet is actually has some more potential compared to the loot, just because of the fact that it's only 3 and it produces mana right away. Right, I forgot about this other triggered ability. When it enters you mill a card and you may play that card. So you get to look 1 card deeper. It's not irrelevant. Running 4 Biblioplex when you have basically 2 colors is really weird. That is really weird. Well, I guess there's nothing but spells in this deck anyway. Followed by Leviathan? What a weird deck, man. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say about control decks, and I'm a little disappointed that they didn't do that well. Here's a Sultai control list by, Shuhei. What a legend, dude. Shuhei Nakamura, one of the best to ever do it. One of the best to ever play Magic for sure. I think this is the same list that the other Japanese players were playing. Here's Akira Shibata's Sultai Control. It's probably the same list.
And then the 4 Esper Origins, also not that great in the mirror. Brought in Might Fort Harmonizer, Paw Patch Formation.
Take a look. Is this the same list that I was... yeah. This is the same one that I was looking at before. I'm not a fan of it because there's 3 Awaken the Honor Deads and no Bitter Triumphs in this list. I mean, I know why, because of the Superior Spider-Man, but still. 24 lands, too. Like, what the... 24 lands? Oh, this one's playing 25, but 4 cornucopias.
I don't think I would see Nathan do that.
Yeah, probably not.
All right, let's see what's going on here. We got Mono Green Landfall versus Selesnya Landfall.
Chocobos being able to hit hard is great, but the accelerator...
Happy to see people trying out Golgari. Yeah, me too.
Definitely a more ideal start from Stefan.
Me too.
Being on the play, huge deal. So as long as...
It's a shame that the Golgari decks didn't do that good. Golgari is one of my favorite color combinations for sure.
Big advantage to him.
Delian Fell, man. Good card.
And both of these players so absolutely excited to be able to get a Pro Tour top 8 and lock up a bunch of qualifications in a row. So going to be seeing both of them a ton here on the
2 really good players, Nathan and Stefan.
Nice.
2 really good players.
We've seen a lot of them, but maybe kind of running out of qualifications. And now, well, they're gonna be playing a lot of Magic here at the professional level. And yeah,
what decks were giving them trouble?
Hydra.
I mean, any mid-range deck innately is going to struggle against a control deck or a deck that plays more controlling, I could say. And I would argue that both Lessons and Spelementals are more control-leaning, even though they're more of combo, like mid-range combo decks. You know, they are much more control-leaning. So, I mean, like, look, if you're just casting... I mean, Delian is really strong against Lessons, but, you know, if you're just drawing like tons of cards, right, and then you just have your monuments and your artist talents, and you just have reduced cost reduction, then you're drawing 1 card a turn with Delian compared to drawing like what 5 a turn with Izzet, right? And as far as Spelementals, that Golgari deck didn't have an answer for Thunderflock, really, you know. So you flash in an Eddie Crab. Delian can't deal with it because it's been flashed in, and then you play a Thunderflock, and it's like, okay, I can remove 1 of your creatures. So, and also, I mean, against the prowess decks, like, as soon as you play a Delian, if they're playing the Stallion or Slickshot Show Off, like, Delian can just die the next turn, even if he's got, like, tons of loyalty, you know? You're kind of forced to plus him up at that point.
Battlefield here from Stefan's side. So Nathan,
I guess really the Golgari just kind of plays a little too fair. You know, it's like, I got a Badgemo Cub, but I got a Badgemo Cub, I got a Furdock Core, I got an Annex. Although not everybody was doing that. Not all of the Golgari lists were doing that. They weren't all doing Furdock Core, Unholy Annex.
Hydra is certainly the most terrifying thing on the board. With 2 land drops, we see the Fabled Passage in the graveyard, so... Yeah, just gets exponentially bigger from here on out.
Yeah, that's 4 doubles, easy. You know, so no matter what, that Hydra is going to be gigantic.
No one took blood.
Yeah, just already going to be up.
Man, Stefan is off to a crazy start here, dude.
On the battlefield, and with that Earthbender.
Oh shit! I didn't realize that Nathan won the first 2 games already.
Hydra ready to go next turn if Nathan doesn't have anything, but I do see. Looks to be some white cards. That might be second planes.
I think that's yeah. He's got
that's
a road.
double
yeah,
a road.
Double a road.
Double a road.
Attack for 6.
Good
Kill the Asher
grief.
first, so I don't get a mill.
Exactly.
Comes tap,
Yeah, little shortcut, but both these players understand.
6 to me, so I'm at 14.
Yep.
I get 2 forests.
You almost always want to deal with the ice till, just so you wouldn't be able to accidentally flip over a Esper Origins,
Yeah,
which
something like
we
that.
do know that they were sided out anyways.
Thinning for you.
What a good
Yeah.
friend.
Yeah.
Once a teammate, always a teammate.
Hell yeah. What a bud.
I got you.
Helping shuffle too.
Tap.
Okay, so Hydra and Earthbender Ascension is the 2 cards in hand for Stefan. So we'll see if we can find some other piece of gas, because just those 2 cards alone, they're good, but not amazing.
Yep.
Looks like a royal treatment for the quick glance. But not amazing. Not amazing by any means. And I'm kind of shocked that we did take out some Ice Tills. I mean, that would have been Stefan's by far best draw right now. But he, of course, knows his deck a lot better than I, and all of Team Handshake also working on helping sideboarding as well.
Yeah.
I will not question that.
Pretty good battlefield.
We got Avatar versus Final Fantasy here in this match.
18.
Little Cub getting in for 2 points of damage.
Now something like Land and Ice Till Explorer for Nathan would represent 3 land drops and an attack for 12 with these chocobos. So I saw Mossborn Hydra. See what the rest of the hand contains from Nathan. You don't like when your landfall opponent's doing this, I'll tell you that, because that could mean Harmonizer as well. Now, Harmonizer is just okay right now because it doesn't give trample to anything, but...
The biggest threat on the board again.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Stefan's might be at a slight advantage right now just because of the Mossborn Hydra and the Earthbender Ascension, which both can trample, potentially.
Online champion showcase.
Yeah, Nathan's a 2-time champion?
Yeah, I believe 2-time champion.
I was also very surprised that the Selesnya Landfall list were running 3 or 4 copies of Erode when that seemingly helps the landfall decks. But I guess the idea is that you erode the target that has a landfall trigger on it, so then whatever is left. But still, you can't like erode an Earthbender Ascension.
Nathan went from winning the World Championship to losing in the top 8 to Reed Duke in the Pro Tour, who won that one, then winning March of the Machine, to then another top 8 after that, I believe. So just an incredible run that we've only seen from, you know, a couple other players. Kai, Luis, that's pretty much the list.
Yeah, I mean, Simon Nielsen also had a
and Simon Nielsen, of course, too, That's really the 4 players to...
Chris Larson seems to be on the start of a crazy run, so...
he still has so much work to do to get caught up to those runs, and he is having an incredible start so far,
Yep. Might form Harmonizer.
Harmonizer, oh boy.
Right now it is just 4 mana for a 4/4 creature, and pass the turn with no Ice Till, no bossing say style of shenanigans going on. So playing a creature and passing is not that great in this mirror match, that's for sure.
Stefan having to slow down here way more than he'd like to. 2 incredibly powerful threats on that side, and now Nathan doing math.
I mean, if we were doing the math last
wait,
turn...
hang on. Can you do something cool here with Escape Tunnel where he makes the Hydra unblockable and then starts doubling it?
He sure can.
Absolutely.
But if we have a Harmonizer, it doesn't... You know, Nathan's not going to care if you can block it because it already has trample. And
already has trample.
Math, I would put it at about 100% that Nathan has a Harmonizer in hand. And if you have that, plus, let's say, Fabled Passage, it's double 6 times from 2, and that...
We're going to be seeing a lot of Selesnya Landfall in MTG Arena now, that's for sure.
Green deck on the other side is when you're playing the Selesnya Mirror, your opponent could have an Erode and completely blow you out, which is what we saw for Christopher Larson.
Look at what Nathan's doing. He's marking up the table with his pen.
Chris had an Erode, won the game on the crackback.
You see that? Look at all those black dots that he just put all over the table. Dude, you got to retract the pen if you're going to start pressing all over the place, bro. What the heck?
Math. I mean, hey, we have seen this time and time again. Math in the biggest moments. Even someone who's as amazing at math as, let's say, Matt Nass, when he, was about to close out his pro tour, you're like, all right, I know I just did the math 6 times, but I'm going to do it a 7th just in case.
He's got a degree in mathematics, hasn't he?
Exactly.
Math is for blockers, yeah.
Something along those lines.
Definitely.
He's incredibly smart. Math is hard after however many days of magic.
Yeah. Big things for sure. Curious what he has in hand. I believe it was 2 cards.
You know what's really annoying with the math is it's not so bad when you're playing in paper like this, especially in the Pro Tour when you have a lot of time. But anytime you're on a chess clock, either in arena or in paper, like if you go to a local event and the rounds are timed, that's the worst when you have to do math, man, because now it's like you're under time pressure.
So it doesn't look like Nathan
You have to
has
try to
it right
crunch
now,
the numbers
he's kinda
quickly.
saying, all right, if I attack with everything, can
But
I
here on the
make
Pro Tour,
one
it's just
such
like,
good
it's not even that big a deal. It's like, just run the numbers,
It
run them
looks like
again.
to me, Stefan could go block with everything but Harmonizer, and, you know, everything would die from Stefan's side except the Harmonizer, but leaving that one creature alive, there's a lot of bad things that can happen to you on the crackback.
Expanded universe sets for collectibles. Yeah, I agree.
Just making sure that
I've never liked the, yeah, I agree. I've never liked the Universes Beyond sets. I did a video on it. I did, my highest viewed Magic the Gathering video is the one that I did last year just before Spider-Man released. And that's exactly what I talked about, is, you know, the how releasing more sets is bad and including Universes Beyond is bad and block sets were better, all that. That's exactly what I talked about in that video. And that video is old now, you know, that's like, what, 8 months old? It's just as relevant now. No, not 8 months. Maybe it's 6 months. Yeah. I mean, I started playing. I first got introduced to Magic in like 2004. And then I started consistently playing at the start of 2010 when the Zendikar block was out. And that's my favorite block. Zendikar, followed by Scars of Mirrodin, and then followed by Innistrad, which was another fantastic block. And before that was the Alara block, which was also fantastic. More expensive version of mine. Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
And when you're good in the mirror match, too.
Yeah, I could have played double hydro first.
Just too many sets. Too many sets, and Universes Beyond is hit or miss. Like, Spider-Man was awful, Ninja Turtles was bad. Avatar was a really good set. Like, I really liked the art. I thought the art was fantastic. I thought they did a very good job of paying respect to the show and the original material. But, dude, that set is overpowered as hell. Like, it's ridiculous how overpowered the Avatar set is. You have a deck right now in the top 8 that is almost exclusively Avatar cards. Like, started with Mirrodin in high school. Yeah, Mirrodin was one of the early egregious examples of power creep, wasn't it? Ended up banning all those artifact lands and banning Arcbound Ravager and everything. And I talked about that in the video too. In that same video I mentioned, I talked about that, the power creep. There you go, Nathan 3-0.
Beautiful, beautiful moment that we just witnessed there between two teammates. That was
really funny. And now, so far, that is going to be, you know, this is with Secrets of Strixhaven, it's all about the 5 schools, but I don't know, the 6th school of Celestia.
I think planar standard is just going to keep getting more popular, man. People are sick of Universes Beyond. People are sick of Storm Chasers Talon. People are sick of just playing the same cards and having so many, such a big pool.
Now Nathan Stoyer will go on to face Matt Nass.
I did some planar standard over the weekend. I didn't do that well. I lost a lot. But, you know, look, I have to get used to the meta in that format. It's a lot different.
Well, we'll find out about that shortly, friends. But first, let's go and hear from Nathan Stoyer after his victory.
Here with Nathan Stoyer, fresh off a win in the quarterfinals. Nathan, you swept your round. Is that how you felt that matchup was going to go?
So I thought that in the mirror match, essentially the white cards would be a pretty big difference maker. And in this case, I drew a lot of copies of Erode that stopped him from combo killing me with his big tramplers. And then in the post-board game, we played only one.
I agree.
It was a super close game.
2 to 3 year rotation was a big mistake.
So I think my deck list had...
Yeah, the two biggest mistakes, it's not, like, you can say whatever you want to say about the power creep and about, you know, how they're favoring Izzet and they keep printing strong Izzet spells and all this stuff. But the two biggest things are 3-year rotation and including Universes Beyond in all competitive formats.
Really liked in testing, but one issue we found is we can't really beat Slickshot show off super well without interaction, and we wanted some way of having an edge in the mirror match.
I think it was a great idea. Yeah, I know.
Playing some removal,
yeah,
slowing our deck down a little bit in exchange for more interaction was the plan.
It was
worked out
interesting
really well in
because
practice, and I think that's
I keep taking breaks from Magic, and
Yeah, the deck's been great.
I was on about a year
Thank you
hiatus.
so much, Shannon.
Then I went back, and that was when Innistrad Midnight Hunt came out. And I was like, oh, this is interesting. I took a break from Magic, and now I'm back, and we're back at Innistrad again. Because we keep going back to Innistrad, right? And then after playing Magic for about a year, I took a break. And then when I went back, I think just after March of the Machine had finished, because, you know, the Phyrexians are like my favorite villains in the whole lore, and one of my favorite villains of all time in any fantasy lore setting. And I wanted to like get invested again in the Phyrexian storyline. So after it concluded with March of the Machine, I was like, oh, wait, you know, I kind of want to try this set, even though it was Phyrexia All Will Be One when they kind of like rose and everything. So, but then I was like, oh, Innistrad Midnight Hunt is still legal in Standard, right? I was like, oh, this is weird. But then even that later on, I took another break after that, and then I returned with Duskmorn, and I was like, oh, Innistrad Crimson Vow is still legal in Standard. I was like, what the heck is going on? Oh, it was so stupid, man. I was just like, wow, I can still use these cards that I crafted. Yeah, it was silly. I actually thought Crimson Vow and Midnight Hunt were really good sets, though. I didn't like Wedding Announcement. I thought that card was annoying. And, I mean, I also really didn't like Lolth, even though Lolth was printed in the, the Dungeons and Dragons one. But I thought Lolth was annoying. Even though I'm a black mage, I just didn't like that card. And I really liked Phyrexia All Will Be One, even though that set had a lot of power creep too. But it wasn't as bad as, like, you know, the first Eldraine, like Throne of Eldraine. That was absurd. Absurd power creep. Then Phyrexia All Will Be One was a little bit more power creep. Duskmorn was a big power creep, as well as Bloomburrow.
In Brisbane, August 28th through the 30th, and Dallas, September 4th through the 6th. The promo card is Riddles in the Dark. Registrations are now open. More details at mtg.social/spotlight-HOB. We are through the quarterfinals here at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven on Top 8.
Yeah, dude, the first Eldraine was messed up. It really was. It wasn't just Oko. Like, there was also Embercleave and, what is it? Once Upon a Time. Like, dude, just such strong cards. And then it also, like, was compounded because Omnath came out of a couple sets after that. Yeah, the first Eldraine was stupid. I mean, for what it's worth, Wilds of Eldraine was also a really powerful set. Hopeless Nightmare, Up the Beanstalk, Monstrous Rage. I mean, those are really powerful cards. And, I mean, even Agatha's Soul Cauldron is not really that powerful of a card. It was just broken because of VV.
Primarily using control decks. It added another win condition for these decks, especially something like the Jeskai control deck that used to be creatureless. Gave another option.
They were. I will say this. I'm very glad that the last 3 sets have not been super broken. You know, Lorwyn, Turtles, and Strixhaven. There's nothing busted in these sets. There are strong cards. Deceit is really strong, right? Ashling's a really strong card, right? Moonshadow arguably is a pretty strong card. You know, there is strong stuff printed in Lorwyn, and Turtles, not so much. I mean, Leatherhead's a pretty strong card. And then in Strixhaven, I mean, so far, it's nothing really that busted. So I'm very glad to see that. You know, just good sets with good cards, nothing broken.
Number 4, Prismari Charm. We saw a lot of the Izzet decks kind of adopt this weekend. Gave a nice piece piece with a couple of options at instant speed.
At number 3, welcome back Path to Exile, doing massive work here, especially for our Selesnya players in the top 8. Erode is doing a great work in Standard.
And number 2, I love this card. Color Storm.
Yeah, Stallion's a really strong card.
And Spellmentals. That's right. It is an elemental horse. Can grow easily in a spells deck, or you can even get copies of this if you kick a Burst Lightning.
And our number 1 card, probably the best.
Low State. I love this card.
It's selection for only 2 mana, plus it's in the best color. It's blue, and that's Flow State.
All right, you're not going to get on the desk again, right?
I think we might be done with that.
Stay seated.
Okay.
That's a look at the top 10 cards from Secrets of Strixhaven in Standard. Now we turn our attention to the World Championship. While it might be a ways off, we already have some players qualified for that huge tournament coming up at the end of the year. Let's take a look at
World Championship. Bro, it's May.
31, well, it's our top 8. We're going to see them battling it out later this year. Got to call attention to the winner of it all, Seth Manfield.
All right, and next up,
Seth Manfield. Can I take this back? Can I take this back? I already cast it. Dude, I gotta say, man, Seth Manfield for a long time was one of my favorite players. He's really good, you know? He's good at using his cards, you know, using the resources he has available without being like greedy and just getting value. But I lost all respect for him as soon as I saw that last match. When he cast the counter spell and it couldn't, and on a spell that couldn't be countered against Ken Yukihiro, and then he took the counter spell back, and then the freaking boomerang basics. Can I take this back? I already cast it. I lost all respect for him as a player. That guy's a loser. That guy is an absolute loser. It's like going over to mommy, going over your teacher. Hey, can I take this back? Can you take this back? I messed up. Dude, take some ownership. Own up to your mistake. Hold yourself accountable. Like, can you take this back?
Let's take a look once more at our bracket to get a look once again and reset before we head into our next matchup here in the semifinals.
No takebacks on Arena, that's for sure. Oh, Nathan Sawyer is going to be versus Matt Nass. Okay, that's actually going to be interesting. We're going to see Selesnya Landfall versus Selesnya Ouroboros. That I actually do want to see. That'll be cool.
Well, Maria, 4 players are out. They are at 0%, no longer having a chance to win the tournament, and we are living in a Selesnya world. First up, Nathan Stoyer. He has the unfortunate Matt Nass matchup, so he's got the lowest win percentage at 20%, 5% under average. Next up, Ray Zhang, 22% for them. Close quarterfinals matchup, but a weaker matchup in the finals. Next,
I never trust these predictions.
23%. I think you're noticing a trend. All 3 players below the 25% average here, because at the very top, Matt Nass, 35%.
I don't know about that. These predictors are always a little questionable, bro.
Well, anything can happen. Let's check out our.
I do want to see this. This will be cool. Nathan Stoyer versus Matt Nass, Selesnya Ouroboros, Selesnya Landfall. This will actually be cool.
Selesnya Landfall in the hands of Nathan Stoyer. Getting to know our players here in semifinal. Number 1, we're going to kick things off with Matt Nass, who started playing Magic back in 2005. He's a winner of Pro Tour Ether Drift. This is his 3rd Pro Tour Top 8. He has 13 Grand Prix Top 8s and 5 wins. Known for his prowess, if you will, with a combo deck. And this deck has some absurd math in it, which is right up Matt Nass's alley.
Yeah, I love that you brought up the fact that he's a good combo player, because while it looks like it's a green-white creature deck that he's playing here this weekend, it does actually have quite a bit of combos and different lines that he could be taking, and I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of those different lines play out here in this match.
His opponent for semifinal 1, Nathan Stoyer, started playing the game in 2010, has already ticked off his tournament goal to qualify for the next Pro Tour. He's your 2022 World Champion, also your March of the Machine Pro Tour Champion. Started his career online with 5 Mox Top 8s and transitioned into one heck of a career, already so young here in Tabletop.
Yeah, taking a look at how his tournament played out, did have that huge run day 1 with no losses. Kind of gave back quite a bit of those losses in the field day 2. Was a little shaky there.
Yeah.
Last win.
A lot of losses.
Made it into this top 8, and has got a chance to win the entire tournament now.
There is a look at the players. What about these decks, Monty?
Okay, we're going to start with Matt Nass, our favorite to win the tournament here. He is playing Selesnya Ouroboros, one of only 2 players on his team to bring the deck. It has looked fantastic for him. The matchups
Yeah.
are lined up, and that continues. The goal of the deck, of course, ramp out an early Ouroboros using Gene Pollinator, Llanowar Elves, or Vaginal Cub. The Bright Glass Gear Hulk package does a lot, but for me, this is all about the sideboard. Yes, Matt is better in the pre-board games by being faster, but post-board, when he gets access to this
Focus
Nature's
Fire.
Rhythm package, as well as even more
Interesting.
removal in 3 copies of Erode, means that for the Ouroboros deck, in a dynamic 5-game match, he's very favored. On the other side, Nathan Stoyer playing Selesnya Landfall. Now, Selesnya Landfall definitely has a better matchup than Mono Green against the Ouroboros deck, primarily because of the 4 copies of Erode in the main deck. Erode does a lot for Landfall, being able to remove the Ouroboros before it really gets out of control by putting those counters on the board. Bring up Nathan's sideboard, one card that I have my eyes on is going to be Sheltered by Ghost.
Yeah.
That can be a big
Definitely
swing
Sheltered by
in
Ghost.
removing the creature and giving you a lot of life back. Maybe that changed the numbers, but similar to the previous match that Matt played against Landfall, I think Nathan has an uphill battle ahead of him.
Well, you know, my question's going to be, Monty, what does Nathan have to do to put together a win here?
It's the same thing as the quarterfinal matchup. He has to start by trying to take as many pre-board games as he can before Matt moves into that Nature's Rhythm package. So pre-board games are going to be huge for Nathan Stoyer. Unfortunately, he's on the draw as well as the lower seed, so that's not going to help.
The beauty of Magic is, though, anything can happen. It's time for our first.
It is interesting that
semifinal.
Matt Nass is playing
Marshall.
for Nature's Rhythm in the
Thank you,
sideboard, like
everyone.
none in the
Back to
main at
booth.
all.
That's Balchian. I'm Marshall Cycler. Thank you so much for joining us for our first
It is
semifinal
interesting.
match of the day. 2 champions face off against each other, Paul, as we outlined at the news desk there. Nathan Stoyer versus Matt Nass, and it looks like a classic
Yeah.
case of similar build, but mine's a little bit slower than yours, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, and so the mono green landfall deck, or excuse me, the Selesnya landfall deck, one of those decks that is much better equipped to go along against a lot of the other decks in the field, but in the specific head-to-head, it's all about speed, and Matt Nass has the edge in that matchup.
Yeah.
You see Matt running out into the feature match area here as he gets ready to take.
This will be
the seat
good.
against
This is the match that I'm the
Stoyer.
most excited for in the whole tournament so far.
Both of
Matt
them
Nass versus Nathan Stoyer, 2 really good players.
including Stoyer.
Selesnya Landfall versus Selesnya Ouroboros.
He hadn't
I gotta
played
say, man,
Ouroboros
Paul and Marshall are the
at,
2 best
Full
casters we have
Triumphant
ever had
return.
in Magic.
And he did not waste it. He's all the way
Table out. We'll start a game.
to the semifinals.
All right.
Looks like he is, however, on 6 cards.
2 strong
and on the
hands.
draw here against
Right.
Matt Nass
Each
in
player
our
has a
game.
strong hand.
That is rough here with Matt Nass starting things off
Check
here
that.
with a turn 1 Llanowar Elves
And 2 strong hands. Wow.
there. Always happy to start.
They are
with
the
that.
best,
No
yeah.
Vaginal Cub
I
is
will
good.
say, even though Ailey can get a little bit
Saz's Chocobo here for
a little bit
Stoyer.
too quirky, you know, a little bit
Another
too
kind of awkward hand when
um
you do have Abandoned Air Temple. Of course, Matt
she,
Nass recognizes
you know,
that.
she gets a little
It is worth it to play a land like that.
she
but
gets a
there's
little
lot of these lands
you
that
know,
there are-
it's a little bit overdone.
This is the second
But
time Matt
she's
Nass
great. Like
played
she's
out
really
this Abandoned Air
smart.
Temple
She
and will
sees
end
things that other
Matt
players
Nass
that
uses
other
like
commentators
either
don't
Keen-Eye
see.
Curator or Gene
Um,
Pollinator.
A little extra, yeah, that's a good way to say it.
Nice thing
But
about playing
she's
a
really
Keen-Eye
smart. Like
Curator
she
is
sees plays,
Saza Chocobo
she
won't be able to
sees
attack
cards,
you.
she
Even if
sees
Stoyer
suggestions and
plays
stuff that
out
other
in
casters do
the
not.
final, it would only be a 2-3.
But yeah, Marshall and Paul are just the best we've ever had. And look, I've been watching the Pro Tour for
Matt
God,
seemingly had made
16
his
years at
mind
this
up
point.
on
Longer,
Stoyer.
actually,
He
longer,
is going to
longer.
decide on the Gene Pollinator,
I
and
think,
he does.
man, longer than that.
Yeah, so
20
the Gene
years
Pollinator
almost?
currently
No, not
doesn't
20,
actually
but
need additional mana because the Llanowar Elf already taps for mana. It does help you kind of convert your white mana into green mana if you need. Of course, next turn, if Matt, so Matt Nass next turn technically can't play the Ouroboros, right? Because he's got that Abandoned Air Temple, comes into play tap, would love to
really
find an
strong start
untapped
for
land
both
off
players.
the top, and I think that was a Temple Garden.
Yeah, he found a Temple Garden there.
And we saw just how powerful Ouroboros was in the earlier matchup
Cons of Tarkir.
against the mono green.
I was going through a hard time. Those video recordings really helped me out. Dude, Cons of Tarkir was a phenomenal block, bro.
Yeah, go for some removal here. There is already a Daedrin and a Saza Chocobo on the other side of the battle.
I'm trying to think of what the first
Also
Pro
noting
Tour
that
I watched was.
Ouroboros in this particular matchup isn't the end all be all. we saw that it basically just wasn't.
I gotta go way back. I
against
mean,
monogreen
it
land
wasn't.
but Nathan
It wasn't
Story
like when you
is
started
running
playing. I
four
didn't
copies
watch
of
because I
Aurora,
wasn't playing
which
at that
gives you,
point.
of course,
Mirrodin.
the
I
best way
didn't.
to actually
It wasn't like Ravnica either. It wasn't Lorwyn.
four-mana creature.
Yeah, instant speed as well.
It could have been one of the Alara sets.
You see Earthbender
But you know what?
Ascension
Maybe it was just one of the. I think it was
gets
World
it
Wake.
for a nice hit down to 13 goes Nass.
I think it was World
But
Wake.
that
I think that
turn
was my first
really
Pro
good
Tour
for
that I
Matt.
watched.
Yeah, that untapped land.
And then during the Rise of Eldrazi Pro Tour, that's when Paolo Vito Damarosa became my favorite player because he just crushed it in the draft, both days in the draft, and he also did really well in the standard.
That's
such a big difference.
Now
Tarkir
he
is
gets to
my favorite
untap
plane.
his
That's a
Belt
good
Strider's
choice.
resolve in hand as
That was a
well.
good choice.
And Ouroboros. So now
Dude,
you have
look
a
at this
huge
start
board,
from
and you get to
Matt
kill
Nass, bro.
The Sauce's Chocobo that's in play.
This is crazy. Wow.
Yeah, this is brutal here now for Nathan Stoyer.
And he gets a big attack in
Right.
as well. Down to 10
Yeah,
goes
this
Stoyer.
is crazy. Jesus Christ. And Nathan had a good hand. It's just Matt's was better. Matt just drew the lands that he needed, basically, because he had 2 abandoned air temples, and he found that temple garden.
Matt Nass has to feel pretty comfortable with this position.
Yeah, there's just
Nuts.
you know, even
Second
if Nathan were to
Earthbender Ascension is not going to
get
do
the
it.
Mindform Harmonizer into play here with the Earthbender Ascension on 1, even through a fetch land, you wouldn't be able to get the trample effect from that Earthbender Ascension.
There's the escape tunnel.
Okay, so now this will allow you to, yeah, all right. Well, so you're going to be able to kind of turn on the Earthbender Ascension, but the question is that even enough here? Matt can simply just take the damage here if Nathan
Yeah,
wants to be
Matt
aggressive,
can
and then
just
next
take the
turn,
damage, possibly.
Matt has to have a lethal attack.
Nathan's
here,
going
right?
to have to
I mean,
block.
Matt's just looking at the board and going, as long as you don't kill me this turn, I should be good to go.
He also has the forest in play now, so now if he can play out the other abandoned air temple and actually pump the squad before the
Yeah,
overwhelming triggers.
pump
to
the
get an
squad,
additional
yeah.
+1/+1 counter on his team.
You mean with the abandoned air temple?
Right.
Because that's what he needs, more +1/+1
Everything will
counters.
be 6, so 12 gets through.
So
besides
any
12.
2 creatures.
Yeah,
get through
they're
is
doing the
lethal,
math
and
together.
Matt
Yeah, it's
Nass
over.
picks up the first game. Again, in impressive fashion.
Yep.
A couple of turns of awkward tap lands and mana setup, and then that one untapped land unlocked the whole.
Yeah, I mean, that Matt's opening hand was so strong. He had Elf, Gene Pollinator, 3 lands, and then both Bright Glass Gearhulk and Ouroboros. This opening hand is much more tame.
And critically, you can see that.
And Nathan's opening hand is actually pretty good.
Right.
Badger Mold, World Wagon, Erode,
So a little bit of interaction.
Diadrine.
Matt Nass once again with a 1-mana accelerant. And again, Gene Pollinator,
Second Badger
certainly
Mole.
no Llanowar Elf, but it's part of the reason why Matt has the edge here, right? You just have a little bit more acceleration in this deck.
He's got 3 copies of Gene Pollinator in his deck.
Canine Curator, Paw Patch
And
Recruits,
again, you just see him completely tapping
2
every
Ouroboros.
Yeah.
Jesus, bro.
Building out a big board. Now,
Jesus
Paw Patch
Christ.
Recruit and Keen Eye Curator, not the strongest cards of this matchup. In fact, those are both cards you're going to expect Matt Nass to sideboard out because they're meant for the other Izzet decks that are out there in the field. But still, any creature is good when you combine it with, of course, the 2 Ouroboros in Matt Nass's hand.
Mm-hmm.
We should be seeing one of those next turn. The question is, can Stoyer either disrupt, which you can see that he's got an Erode in his hand, or put out such a great board that he can actually...
Yeah, I mean, Nathan's got a good hand. I think even though Matt's got 2 Ouroboros,
Nathan as well, right? This is
Nathan's got a
2
good hand.
Badger Mole Cubs on the battlefield.
I just play the World Wagon here.
3 mana.
What is this? A Lumbering World Wagon as
Lumbering
well.
World Wagon, yeah.
And yeah, so now that the Lumbering World Wagon gets you land number 3, if you play out that Fabled Passage, you can now get an untapped white source, as that is land number 4, which will allow you to play Erode on an Ouroboros if Matt Nass plays it out next turn.
Ouroboros triggers during your combat step, so as long as you say, just before you go to there.
Right.
And he said, Fable Passage, and then I'm going to pass the turn back to you, Matt.
And Matt really only has 1 play here, so he will definitely at least be
Yeah.
able to control one of the Ouroboros. Now, with the Paw Patch Recruitment play, Matt Nass will at least get a +1/+1 counter and a land, so not the worst, especially
Yep.
when you do have the backup Ouroboros. But Nathan, if he untaps, I mean, we're looking at 9 mana available.
No, there's a lot going on Nathan's side. Yeah.
There's the Erode.
I'll put a counter somewhere.
And he'll put a counter on Keen-Eyed Curator.
Keen-Eyed,
He'll grab
sure.
himself a land.
Yeah, so now having that be a 4/4 means it can at least get in front of the Lumbering World Wagon if it chooses to attack.
Sure.
Yeah, it's very, very powerful, efficient removal spell. A callback to one of the more powerful standard removal spells that we've had in the past in Path to Exile. But killing Planeswalkers can also be a big deal. All right, so big turn here for Nathan. Nathan is untapping with 8 mana available with the potential attack from the Lumbering World Wagon, and I think he found a Mightform Harmonizer here too.
That's kind of what you want to see at this point, right?
Right.
Yeah,
nice,
strong stuff from
he does
Nathan.
need to find a way to close out this game very quickly,
Now,
especially with the knowledge we have about what Matt Nass is running.
right. Now, noting he doesn't have a fetch land here, but you can at least get 1 land off of the Lumbering World Wagon. And then, of course, we saw this in a previous game where there's Diadrine. You can remove counters from your lands.
Yeah.
That's a lot of landfall triggers.
Yeah, I was going to say the only thing you need is mana.
Right.
He's got that.
No shortage. So Matt Nass will have to chump block here
Sorry, I'm just doing math.
Yeah, no worries.
with
Much life
the
at 19?
Lumbering World Wagon.
Got to do the math. Both players have got to be mathing back and forth in this match.
But it's not like the Keen-Eye Curator was doing a whole lot anyways. Just having it be a 4/4 to block is pretty nice.
And he can't get trample somehow here, right?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Nope.
Did he play the Diadrine this turn?
World Wagon.
Right, he did, yeah.
He did.
Yep.
Attack with these 3 triggers. Remove 2 counters here.
These both come
So
back.
These 2 triggers happen. This is on the. This ability has to resolve first.
Yeah.
I don't actually know if I have to pick targets, but I think not because it's 1 ability. You remove the counters and then you draw and make a 2/2. But we can ask a judge if you want.
So you remove the counters, and then you draw. Yeah, you should draw a card and make a 2/2, and then state-based effects
And
are
then just
checked.
trigger on the
And
stack too.
yeah.
Yep,
sounds
that's
good.
correct.
Yeah, it's got
So
the
yeah, you
rules
should draw
down.
a card and make a robot
I think
first.
so. Yeah.
'Cause
Draw a card, make the robot first, and then
State-based
the other
effects.
triggers happen with the landfall. That's correct.
So now you get the 2 things, and
Now I
you
get the 2
to.
triggers. So
Storm
Yeah,
and Nass doing our job for us here.
2 landfall triggers now on the stack here with that Mightform Harmonizer in play. Nathan Stoyer deciding where to put the counter, or where to put the double triggers.
The power.
It looks like he just wants to spread out the damage as much as possible to get through the Curator, but also as much overlapping damage
Yeah,
onto
no worries.
Nass.
Right. But it is important to make sure the Lumbering World Wagon is going to get in for enough damage to the point where Matt just doesn't get to eat a Badger Mole Cub for free.
8 or 12. Yeah. I'm gonna make 1 cub as 16 with 3 triggers.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's just
Yep.
decided. It turns out doubling the same thing that you've already doubled is the way to get the highest number.
Right. True.
Sound wise. Yeah.
So Matt
block
does
1,
say, I
16,
could, if I
suppose.
want, block 1 of the Badger Mole Cubs and go to 1.
Right.
That's right.
But he decides against it.
Choosing for the
Still drops
higher
down to
life
12,
total
though.
here.
Chump blocks.
Now, at this point, does Matt Nass, does Nathan Sawyer have such a huge mana and board advantage where, like, will the Ouroboros even be enough? Although he also has a Seam Rip, which is a
Yeah.
really, really nice answer to the Diadrine, right? Because you
It
can use
is.
that to kill.
Sure
get that off the
is.
battlefield, because Diadrine has trample. So if you can find multiple ways to, if you can get multiple landfall triggers on the Diadrine, then Matt Nass will likely
Seam
just do
Rip,
that.
use Gene Pollinator, tap the Seam Rip, play Ouroboros.
Right.
I think he's debating playing the Cub, though. He might be able to play the Cub.
I don't know
He
that
still have
cutting
enough
him off
mana.
by
Play
killing
the
Badger
Cub.
Mole Cub will be effective
Then
here.
he's got 5 mana available. So yeah, he should do that, actually. Play the Cub first. Leave the starting town
Sawyer's only got
available.
2 cards left.
Yeah.
You kind of figure, well, I'll hope
Or I
one
guess
of
you could
these
leave.
lands.
Isn't there a
Also,
Temple
yeah,
Guard in there?
choosing
No, there
to
isn't.
do
He's
it,
got
so
a.
that
No, no,
you're,
no.
doubling mana
It's
so
2
that
starting
you're
towns.
eligible.
So yeah, leave starting town available. Play the Cub. And Earthbend the Forest. Play the Seam Rip. Tap the Seam Rip with Gene Pollinator. Tap the land. Play Ouroboros. That's the way to do it.
Board state-wise.
Right, and what's going to be tapped down? Because I believe you're probably going to have to use the Gene Pollinator to be able to run out the cards as well.
Yeah, you still do it. That's the best way to do it, though.
As it is,
Get a cub in play. Get an extra creature with the earthbending the land, even though it's tapped. Yep. Then Seam Rip with the starting town. Then tap the Seam Rip with the Gene Pollinator, tap the land, play Ouroboros.
And then you can tap the Forest for 2 mana and Gene Pollinator and Seam Rip to run out Ouroboros.
Go to 11.
That's my guess with what Manas is going to do.
Seam Rip.
It does allow him to do all the things.
Right, it lets you do all of the things.
It's a pretty good turn here for Matt.
Tap,
He is gonna
tap,
make a comeback.
exactly.
This is what it looks like.
Yep. Play tap land. Yep.
Tap land.
Okay.
All right, so
this is Matt saying, I'm not done yet.
I'm not done yet.
There we go.
I do have some blockers available. What do you have, Nathan?
The Gene Pollinator gets a second. No. The other Ouroboros died before the trigger happened.
Another Badgermole Cub.
This means that Matt's not dying this turn, right?
Yeah.
Yep, Matt is not dead, and Ouroboros is going to pump the whole team.
Where Matt Ness will have to probably chump with one of his creatures in play, but it doesn't just end.
Yeah, you could just chump with the Badger Mole at this point, honestly.
And it doesn't have trample.
Right.
It also has 4 toughness. Could he?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to.
Matt top decks a Gear Hulk. That would be phenomenal. And go get Melchized's Resolve.
Is probably just block with the Paw Patch Recruit and then just grow his team again next turn and hope to find another creature to play.
Yeah, and his team's bigger. You know, you
next
see
turn.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't block with the Paw Patch. It has trample.
More of them, you know, for blocking. Yeah, Stoyer really wanted to find some way.
It keeps the land in hand and the Badger Mole Cub.
Wow, Lanarel's Go was the play there.
Oh, yeah, no attack. I mean, he didn't really have a good attack. Like, what are you going to do? Nurturing Pixie? Wait, is that good?
Is there anything great to pick up here? The only thing that
You can pick up the Paw Patch and then offspring it.
is if you pick up the Paw Patch Recruit.
Boom. Exactly what I just said.
And then that gives you an extra creature in play to put more counters on the Aura.
I mean, that's not bad. The flyer, I think, is worth having.
Pixie.
Yeah.
And the Pixie gets a
Oh, you can pick up the Cub, sure.
Cub works as well.
Either way.
Yeah, make another creature. That's better.
Access to a little more mana as well.
Yeah.
Combat. These two are summoning sick.
Now.
Uh-oh, combat.
This gets
Let's get some counters. Is there going to be combat? I'm curious if Matt sees any window here.
The thing is, the World Wagon can also block.
But he's got.
Yeah, but
stuff that
everything
gets
is
through it.
gigantic. Matt just does need to be a little bit careful here, right? You are sitting at 11.
You could attack with the land, the earthbent land.
Side of the table.
But I don't even know if that's worth it, honestly.
The Paw Patch Recruit.
I think you just vibe for a turn. How are you going to die next turn? You got no trample over there.
Ouroboros probably stays back. Yeah.
Matt has 7 creatures, all untapped. So, you know, barring trample happening on Stoyer's side, Matt isn't going to take any damage if he doesn't want to.
Yeah, and Stoyer has 5 creatures, or excuse me, 4 creatures and a vehicle. Looks like lighting it up. Anything with 4 power can, of course, attack.
That's a good attack. Yeah, that's a good attack. Yeah, send those 2.
Damage coming in. Nathan's just going to take it here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good attack.
Here to be able to try to close it out.
Some way to get that was an ascension, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was
Ooh.
an ascension. Although I don't think there's
It's too
anything
late.
right now to give trample. I don't think there's just enough
He can get
landfall
2
triggers.
counters on
That's
it.
right. There's no fetch land in play. We've even seen the trick of having bossing say plus fetch land to be able to kind of manufacture some additional landfall triggers. But right now, Earthbender Ascension, that's 1. You play a land, that's number 2. You attack with the Lumbering World Wagon, that's 3.
And that's not trample.
Right. Because doubling up on a World Wagon with trample would, of course, be maybe getting you close,
Maybe.
right? Yeah.
But I mean, there is a lot of.
Well, with the, if you activate it, let's say there was an Earthbender Ascension on 1,
Yes.
and you turn on the World Wagon now, it has to be. There would just be 3 landfall doubling triggers.
Right.
Yeah.
And then each one would have a +1/+1 counter added, then doubled, then +1/+1, then doubled. But that's not what's going to happen here. And I really have to wonder, like, can Stoyer survive next turn?
Right, but remember, Paw Patch Recruit also has.
He does have enough
and
blockers.
Nurturing Pixie flies.
And everything's getting 4 more +1/+1 counters on it, at least.
If 2 creatures go through, that's the game.
You got there first.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blockers for Stoyer.
5 blockers, and we have 7 attackers.
So that's 2.
Yeah. Now,
Yeah.
Nathan can tap one of the lands and play Badger Mole Cub and animate a land, and that should give him 6 blockers.
Okay.
Yeah.
But are we at the situation where Nathan loses his board? I guess he only needs 1 threat left over to try to steal the game back.
Also,
Yeah, 1 threat left over to steal the game back. I mean, honestly, if I'm Matt, I just attack with the trample and the flyer.
So this has become a good close one. What does Nass find?
Canine Curator is good.
I mean, the Paw Patch Recruit also tramples, though, and every creature has to get blocked, right? So I guess you let the Paw Patch Recruit through. No, but then you just...
Well, 1 creature can get through.
Right. The flyer will definitely get through.
Yeah, I think just send the flyer, send the paw patch.
There's just so much damage coming in.
How many blockers do you have? Or this doesn't really count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes, 6.
Yep.
I have 7.
But the recruit tramples. So the recruit, if it gets blocked, it needs to get blocked by the biggest creature, which is a 4 toughness creature, right? So if it's a 4 toughness creature, Paw Patch Recruit currently has 9 power, so 5 damage still tramples through. Nurturing Pixie gets in for 8. That should be lethal between those 2 creatures.
Oh.
Yeah.
And everything else
I don't
has
think
to get
anything
jump blocked.
unless there's something that has reach that I don't know about.
Nope.
No, the 2/2 token doesn't have reach.
Yeah. Pixie is 8, so that puts Nathan down to 4. Every other creature needs to be blocked.
And he's looking at the recruit.
Oh, but he
here.
could maybe double block the Paw Patch Recruit, right? Because the flyer can't even be blocked. No, but there's 6 creatures attacking and 6 blockers.
So he double blocks that, and then the other 5 all get chumped.
I think this is going to be lethal here.
There you go.
In this case for Nass, it would leave Stoyer with an absolutely decimated board.
Right, but
he may
if
have
everything
like
gets
an elf.
Right, and Matt still has a blocker here. Like the Mindform Harmonizer. I guess the Mindform Harmonizer won't necessarily die, right? Because you can actually just use that to crew up the Lumbering World Wagon as the blocker, which means that if you can find a way to somehow survive this turn, and Matt only has a Keen-Eyed Curator, perhaps you can make it work with the Mindform Harmonizer next turn, right? You hit an Ice Till Explorer, you play a bunch of lands.
Right.
Yeah, Ice Till Explorer would be the top deck.
He's right now saying, can I for sure kill you right now? If no, then what does your board look like if I do attack with everything and you're not dead?
Yeah, I wonder, remember in the previous turn where he actually picked up Badger Mole Cub? I wonder if he should have considered picking up the Paw Patch Recruit to make 2 Tramplers.
Oh, 2
right?
Tramplers.
Instead of the extra mana. Okay, I guess Matt...
Just the Pixie's going to come in.
Yeah.
And of course I trust Matt.
I can see that.
Math on this. So I imagine Matt realized that there was probably not a way to actually get lethal damage through that.
No, yeah, that's the way to do it.
An escape tunnel.
Escape tunnel.
It has trample, right? Doesn't
it? Does.
Like, it has to get blocked by an individual creature. Every creature behind the Nurturing Pixie has to get blocked by an individual creature, right?
There are 6 more attackers and 6 blockers, yes.
Right. So if the biggest blocker blocks Paw Patch Recruit, which is a 4 toughness creature, the Paw Patch Recruit should trample over for 5 damage.
Because it's a 2/1, right? So 9.
It's a 2/1 trampler plus 7 trampler. So it's a 9 power.
Yeah, I think Paul is right. I think Matt did have lethal there.
Unless I am missing something, which is possible.
That's what I'm seeing too.
Maybe he's playing around a removal spell? No, because if he had a removal spell, he would have just killed the Ouroboros.
Right.
Right? He wouldn't even have let this happen.
We're also in game 2, which is a game 1 style pre-sideboarded game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. There's nothing with more than 4 toughness. There's no individual creature. Every other creature's lethal. So I think you're right, Paul. I think maybe Matt just didn't quite see it there.
Maybe he didn't see the trample on the recruit.
Right.
If you don't think if you don't know that it has trample, you don't make that attack.
Right.
So now Nathan has an escape tunnel. Is there a world where you can make something unblockable?
Unblockable, no.
Give enough doubling triggers here to finish off Matt Nass. If you put it on a 2/2, you would need to double it 3 times to turn it into a 16 power creature. So escape tunnel landfall trigger on the stack. You make the 2 power creature unblockable, and then you have Lumbering World Wagon, which is another land trigger.
Curve here.
Okay, so
Escape tunnel trigger.
Yeah.
Target the world wagon.
Yeah, but I guess you can just give this trample, right?
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
About to be 8 when I attack with it.
Right.
So we're talking about.
Oh yeah, it's got trample.
I mean, can Matt just throw literally every?
But I think Matt can throw everything at it. Yeah, and it's enough.
18.
This is 3 doubling triggers, right?
25.
Escape tunnel, sacrifice, lumbering world wagon, attack.
And right now the world wagon is
at 7 power.
7.
So 3 doubles, 14, 28, 56. This is not including, of course, the Earthbender Ascension, which will also put a counter, right?
Okay.
And Nathan can attack with everything else.
Well, does the counter start now? Because that doubles and doubles as well.
Nathan going for it here.
Did he just steal this game back from Matt Nass?
I don't think he did. I think Matt has enough toughness.
Well, here's the deal. Nathan either thinks he's winning or recognizes that he has no other option.
Of course,
No other
there's
option,
there's just a
exactly.
lethal nurturing pixie in play on the other side. So he
Yeah,
has to go
no
for
other
this attack.
option.
Right
But
now,
I mean, again,
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at this one more time, but it does feel like Matt had a lethal attack on the previous turn.
it was 14 now to 15.
I have not figured out a way that it wasn't.
So I'm gonna let this trigger resolve first. This is on the stack still.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
sure.
gonna target the world wagon
Okay.
or whatever.
So this goes to 3.
This goes to 3, and
And
then
then
full
alpha, yeah.
priority still. With that on the stack.
So what Nathan's doing is trying to get these +1/+1
This goes
counters onto the world wagon.
4. So then I'll let the counter trigger
Pre-double?
resolve before this.
Yeah.
So then the 2 doubles are going to
So the
resolve.
doubles will happen
So it will-
Currently
after.
it's 16, I believe.
There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, and then 15, and then the counter is 16. So it
So
goes to
64.
64.
64.
64. Wow.
Okay.
My math is wrong,
8,
probably.
16,
I think my math is
24, 32. This is already.
He has
Yeah,
enough
it was
toughness
40,
to block,
40.
I think.
But everything else is also
But
attack.
That's
L-
the
He's
problem.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he can
49.
do.
I don't think he's got enough.
I don't think he can
Plus-
survive here.
7 is 56. And what did you say it was?
64.
So I would take 7 there, but then I'd also take
all the other
8,
damage.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 more.
I'm gonna give you
Yeah.
whatever time you need.
That sounds right.
I mean, I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah, all you
Somehow I
have to do,
thought
I mean, it's
Yeah.
a
you
just
trampler,
make
right?
few
You just
lands,
add
so
up how
I
much
thought-
total
I didn't
toughness you
forget about
have,
the
Right.
attack.
put everything in front of it, and
Right.
see what you have left over.
15. Oh, no, this is 10, so it is higher than I thought. 7,
25.
15, 25, 33.
40.
Why did-
41.
Oh, this one
40.
came later, yeah. So this is 40,
48.
48.
Plus
and this
9.
Is 9, so 57. And what did you
57,
say it was?
64 minus
64.
57.
So
That's
it's
7
still
damage
7.
coming through.
And he's got
4,
2, 4,
Yeah.
6, 7, 8.
Yeah,
16.
So he's
Yeah.
beating him by.
Seems very lethal.
Yeah.
All
this
right,
should
I'm
be
done.
enough.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nathan Stoyer wins.
I think Matt had
game
lethal on the
number
previous turn though. That was like, dude, this is just stupid though. This is
You know,
stupid.
When we think about a well-developed standard format like this, we do not think about putting 64 power plus a bunch of creatures and all that power.
Yeah.
Well, I've got 56.
Right.
Is that enough to block? No.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
that
yeah.
is just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Nathan was close. If he had that Earthbender Ascension already on the battlefield, it would have been kind of a similar situation because of course, the
That's
most important
ridiculous,
part
bro.
was the trample that the Earthbender Ascension gives, and he was one landfall.
That's
turn away
ridiculous.
from getting it done on the previous turn. So
That's right.
yeah, big attack, and yeah. I don't even know how much it was lethal for, but it was just enough.
It was by, I mean, if he blocked everything on it, he went to -1.
Okay,
So
there you go.
just
enough.
Super close game there. They've split the first 2 games. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we're going to be into game number 3 of Matt Nass versus Nathan Stoyer. Don't go anywhere.
What a crazy end to that game, bro. I'm gonna order some food. Let me see. It's weird. A lot of places are not open right now. It's strange.
Welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We're in Las Vegas, Nevada. There's a MagicCon happening. We've got the Pro Tour. We're in the top 8 Sunday here. We're in our first semifinal match. Thank you so much for joining us. We're really happy to have you along. And boy, we've got a barn burner on our hands here. The players have split the first 2 games. Nathan Stoyer winning the second one, maybe getting let off the hook a little bit there, man. We have not been able to find a way that there was not a lethal attack there, but also we are talking about 7 huge creatures attacking into 6 huge creatures. I mean, these are very complicated board states.
Yeah, not only that, of course, 2 of the best players out there here, both Pro Tour champions. So, you know, a lot to consider there, but I mean, that was a really, really great close game. Now we have sideboarded matches, and we've talked about it before. After sideboard, I mean, Matt already looked like he has a somewhat favored matchup pre-board. After
that was ridiculous. I think Matt did have lethal, though, on his last attack.
Matt now starts things off with Llanowar Elves. His hand is Seam Rip, Double, Nature's Rhythm, and 2 lands. Does Stoyer have one of those starts? Yeah, well, it always starts like this. Llanowar Elves on turn 1. And then Badger Mole Cub on 2 is the norm.
Yeah, and this is going to be a Seam Rip here. On the 1/1 and gets to attack. Next turn does have Nature's Rhythm to go search out a Badger Mole Cub. Get the mana acceleration going here. And Nathan Stoyer does have the Shelter by Ghost, but no creature to put it on due to the Seam Rip.
And there's the Badger Mole Cub for Stoyer. He was really hoping to have that and be able to tap that other land for a double mana, but he's going to have to settle for just the Cub thanks to Seam Rip. And now we're going to see
Nature's Rhythm.
And Matt Nass looked like he knew he wanted Cub. Yeah.
Usually when you do it for 2, you're getting the Cub here. But of course, Spider Manifestation, I guess, might be a consideration. But you know, usually when you can get a Badger Mole Cub, you get a Badger Mole Cub, especially when you already have a Llanowar Elves in play.
Passes the turn back. Now Nathan gets a big turn here, though. He has the Cub.
Yeah, Nathan gets a big turn.
Some interaction here. There is not only a Bushwhack, but also a...
Look at that hand, bro. Damn.
He has a second Badger Mole Cub, too, to just give you access to even more mana this turn. So if you go tap the land, play Badger Mole Cub, then you tap the forest for 3 mana. You haven't played a land for turn yet. Then you can go Bushwhack.
Kill the Cub?
Yeah, and then you can go get a Plains, play the Plains, and then play Shelter by Ghosts.
Holy smokes.
Big turn.
Yeah.
That's one of the many options.
That's one of the options.
Yeah, there's of course Earthbender Ascension, which is also very strong. You can just go Cub into Earthbender Ascension, and that would be very, very good as well. But if you want to play a more reactive game because there's a Nature's Rhythm in the graveyard, and you want to cut Matt Nass off of a lot of mana, then I think getting the white source also makes sense.
Yeah, you're kind of stranding the Nature.
I kind of agree.
And
getting the white source, yeah.
Slowing down Matt considerably. Also, any creature killed on Matt's side is a good thing when Ouroboros is, you know, a possibility.
Yeah.
Sure.
So there's still 1 mana floating here, so still has the option to go Badger Mole Cub.
This has definitely been the most interesting match
Oh, and then bushwhacking. Excuse me, never mind. Cast the bushwhack.
22.
Yeah, so anything else, just a passing of the turn. Okay.
Oh, just passing the turn at
Has
that
3
point.
lands and
Interesting.
Llanowar Elves.
And the big thing here is Nathan Stoyer wanted to keep up Snakeskin Veil. He could have had a
Oh, I
slightly
see.
more explosive turn, but wants to actually protect this creature around Erode, which is a card that Matt Nass brings out of the sideboard.
Could Nature's Rhythm for 3. I'm not sure if there's a 3 mana that's more valuable than just getting another cub.
If needed. Does he have any disenchant effects? There is an Insidious Fungus, a singular copy out of the sideboard that you can bring in as a nice way to kill the Shelter by Ghost and get your Badger Mole Cub back.
Wonder if he's just going to do that here.
You might do that, yeah.
Maybe doing it
He's doing it for 1, so it has to be the fungus.
Oh.
Or you can just get another Badger Mole Cub. That's the other option. I don't think Matt cares that much about the life-linking nature of Shelter by Ghost, just because of the fact that when this deck deals damage, it deals it in such huge chunks. A couple of the life points here and there doesn't matter that much, especially because he's also sideboarding into the Craterhoof Behemoth Nature's Rhythm side of things.
Yeah, and when Paul says such huge chunks, he's not joking.
Yeah,
Stoyer attacked for 71 last game.
I'll just play Rhythm for 2.
Right.
All right, so get the cub.
Get another cub, so this leaves the window in case you need that Insidious Fungus for
Oh, in
later.
case you need it later. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because there's only
Or
one
there's
fungus
something
there.
that's worse.
It's also a little easier to get if you're going to get it out of the graveyard here.
Right.
With your Nature's
I'll do
Rhythm.
All right. Go ahead.
Harmonize for it does cost quad green.
Right. So right now, Matt Nass has access to 8 mana, as long as the Badger Mole Cub stays on the battlefield.
But it's Nathan's turn, and he's got a ton of mana too.
Right, and there's another Badger Mole Cub, there's a Snakeskin Veil, and an Earthbender Ascension. Probably a good turn to run out the Ascension here now. Progress your game plan, start putting some pressure on Matt Nass.
Yup, I agree. Earthbender Ascension.
Before, how the Earthbender Ascension can get out of hand, especially when you can put counters onto the fetch lands.
Combat.
Considering Snakeskin Veil as a combat trick, right? He goes, hey, if you want to block, I can just fire off the Snakeskin Veil, although it's a little bit risky given that Matt Nass does have Erode mana up here with that untapped Hushwood Verge.
Look at Matt Nass.
But I suppose, because the creature has Ward 2, that wouldn't even work.
Yep.
Yeah.
14, 25.
Chippy attack there from Stoyer, and it does get through with lifelink. Every little bit matters.
Absolutely.
If Nass had 2 more life in the prior game, he would have won.
Earthbender Ascension on Escape Tunnel here. Get a forest, get a landfall trigger, and still get to keep up.
It's so crazy how, like, just before Paul was like, oh, I don't think he's worried about the lifelink. And then just now, Marcel's like, yeah, the lifelink does matter. Had 2 more life, he would have won the last game. Like,
At least 8 mana. Remember, Nature's Rhythm, you can go fetch it in Ouroboros here. Granted, you would be tapped out. What you really want to do is get to Craterhoof Behemoth.
Yeah, so that's the package that they had ended up
Yeah.
putting on the sideboard for this tournament. So how does that work in a situation like this?
Yeah, I mean, you need to make sure that you still have the ability to attack with a lot of the creatures here.
Right.
So I don't think he has the mana here to be able to go get a Craterhoof Behemoth and just simply attack for lethal. And it looks like he's lining up here a tap for 7 mana. This is
do this for 4 with a
mana floating. Wait, want to play the Llanowar Elves first, right? If you want to do that. If you want to get, or I guess it doesn't matter because your Ouroboros triggers.
I think he's going to get Gear Hulk.
with a white.
Oh, he's got Bright Glass Cure Hulk.
He's getting Gear Hulk.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So
he's going to use this to try to chip away.
Right, just kind of
Yep.
storm on the other side here of the battlefield. Matt still has a mana floating, getting Seam Rip and Melt Striders resolved. You can Seam Rip
I'll
the
use the
Sheltered by
floating white
Ghosts
and,
as well to get back your Badger Mole Cub.
First, I'll use the floating white and I'll seam rip the shelter.
And that means
Wow.
that Nathan
Yep.
can't do anything about it.
Yeah, now he has access to so much more mana.
On the
Kills the other Badger Mole Cub here.
Now Nathan can save this one, right?
Right. Probably will. Figuring out where to put this.
try to fight the cub.
And try to fight the cub.
He knows. He's
Maybe
like,
he
you could
picked
have
up
something.
The hint that that green mana
Yep.
has not been tapped this entire time. Is it worth saving the cub? Yes.
Right, and at this point now, if Nathan can't find a way to close the game out next turn, I mean, the window's open now for Matt Nass to just flash back that Nature's Rhythm. And I mean, look at this board.
Right.
Crater Hoof Behemoth will 100%
Yep.
this game.
It absolutely
Nature's
will.
Rhythm doing serious work here. In this case, out of
Serious
the sideboard for
work.
Matt
This
Nass.
is nuts.
He has
some outs?
cast 2 of them and harmonized one.
Right.
Did Nathan say he has some outs?
I think that's what it sounded like. Usually it's, you know, Ice Till Explorer.
It's got to be my form
Ice Till
harmonizer.
Explorer, Harmonizer. Well, you can't find both.
Yeah, I was going to say if you just have Ice Till,
Well, Harmonizer maybe
maybe.
Harmonizer's an out.
Because the Ascension
Harmonizer's an out.
would give trample.
Right, it's on 3 and needs
Right.
1 more.
But Matt Nass still has some blockers here, right? It's like he's got the 4/6. The Bright Glass Gear Hulk is currently a 4/6, and a Badger Mole Cub and a Llanowar Elves. All right, big draw here. That is
Fabled
not it.
Passage. That's not it.
Right?
Yeah, that is not it. And I mean, Nathan sees the Nature's Rhythm in the graveyard. Unless he kept in, you know, the Keen-Eyed Curators, I suppose maybe that's an out to just not straight up die to the Nature's Rhythm.
Yeah.
Right. Instead, he's just going to die to this board over a few turns. Boy, this matchup does look rough for Stoyer.
Yeah, I mean,
This was a good start and a good draw from Nathan, and
Yeah.
Matt has decimated his board.
yeah, I just feel like every time you see the Landfall deck win, they kind of squeak it out. They barely, you know, these Ouroboros decks get out to good starts, and then they barely find a way to get the wins. Meanwhile, when Matt Nass gets some of those wins, they're easy.
Yes.
He's on the board, he just
Yeah.
has everything by turn 4. There's not much.
Yep, that's
Landfall
true,
decks can
man.
do.
Yeah, it's a really nice mix of interaction plus threats from Nass.
Yeah, it is.
The Gear Hulk, definitely the difference every single time he
Mhm.
casts it.
Right. And, you know, the main reason to just play this version. All right, here we go. Matt Nass is
Are
now
we gonna
untapping with double Badger Mole Cub. So all those lands and Llanowar Elves tap for 3 mana. All Matt Nass needs to do here is just get a Crater Hoof Behemoth, and this should be way more than lethal.
6.
3, 6, 7, 8.
What does he need?
What's that?
12 mana.
Oh, sorry. It's 8, and then
6,
And then
8.
12.
12, I
Yeah, you
guess.
tap the Gear Hulk.
Show me
12.
Crater Hoof, I guess.
Show
Yeah.
me a Crater Hoof. That makes sense. There's
It's
only
more than
one.
enough.
And there it is. Crater Hoof
Yep.
Behemoth
Did kill you there.
trigger and a
Yep.
massive attack back. from
Massive
that.
attack.
Boy, this is
Yeah, I was
the
hoping maybe the first
haymaker
strike
of
would
all
help.
haymaker matchups.
No, not quite.
Stoyer conceded before it happened, but I mean, the amount of damage coming across from either side of the table here is unbelievable.
And
Oh my God, Matt's got Crater for those opening hand.
Harmonizer would have.
Oh wait, did he
Matt
mulligan
Nass
it?
on that turn
Oh,
anyway.
that was off of a mulligan, so we got to put it back. Okay.
He did
It's actually a
that
pretty good
Alex
opening
Versace
hand from
Chocobo to
Matt.
Start things off here in
It's a pretty good opening hand for
Number
Nathan
4.
as well.
Llanowar Elves. And that Abandoned Air Temple, again, being a little bit annoying here, as it will come into play tapped next turn. All right, good aggressive start here from Nathan Stoyer.
18.
double sauces Chocobo and an attack.
Here we go. Untap White
But
Source maybe.
seam rips anybody?
Oh, Badger Mole Cub?
Oh wow.
Okay, but again, there's a tap land here, so it's not you don't get to do everything that you want, but still, of course, a very, very strong start here. If Nathan Stoyer can get this Badger
Wow.
Mole Cub out,
Damn.
that would be nice.
Strong starts from. Look at Nathan's hand.
This is just.
Oh my God. Strong starts from both players. Look at this. Ice Till plus Might Form Harmonizer. No fetch land though. Oh my God.
This is
Yeah.
6 damage coming in.
But
Oh
Matt
my
has
God.
that particular base covered.
Right, with double seam rip here. You can
Nutty start from both players. This is insane, bro.
The real
This is
question
absolutely
what is
insane.
Sawyer's follow-up. We know he has the Earthbender Ascension. That's a pretty dang good start, but he will
Got
need
the
a bit more to
fungus.
get over the finish line.
Right.
After he
Got the
loses
fungus
those
to get rid of that
resources.
Earthbender Ascension before everything gets trampled.
Matt will miss a land drop here for the
Seam rip
Chocobo.
to get one of the
Has access to
Chocobos.
5 mana.
Yeah, who needs lands?
Because
Yeah, you can't get a Badger Mole right now. Oh, yes, you can.
play the 2
Yes, you
seam rips,
can.
You really can't play anything else.
I guess you could play the fungus.
You could
No,
play the
no.
fungus,
You
yes.
tap the starting town and the
I mean, you
elf
could
to
play the
Nature's
fungus and
Rhythm, go
blow
get
up
another
Earthbender
cub, and then
Does he have enough
Earthbend
mana to
the
do all of it? Yeah, he can do that.
the
5
Air
mana, right?
Temple, and then play fungus and
costs
Seam
1,
Rip. That's how
2
you do it.
activate, and then the 2 seam rips.
I mean, leaving Nathan Stoyer with a 2/2,
Yeah. and no fear of
very tempting.
some trample shenanigans. The other thing to do is to just cast Nature's Rhythm maybe for 2 and just try to get kind of some mana flow going. You can still do that with the 2 creatures up top. You do it for 2, get another Badger Mole Cub.
Yep.
Then the Abandoned Air Temple would tap for 3 mana, but you would only have,
Yep.
have access to 1 white.
Yes. And you would not have enough to cast and sacrifice.
Yeah, you would be able to.
Insidious
You would be able to get Badger Mole Cub, play a Seam Rip, and play a fungus.
Yes, but not
Yep.
sack the fungus.
Right, which would keep one of the Saz's Chocobos alive.
Yeah, it really does feel like if you're in Nass's seat, you just want to try to wipe the board as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, killing 3 turns seems pretty nice.
It does.
Right?
Though Nass is mathing here. I mean, if he is not going to die to the 2 Saz's Chocobos next turn, if he determines that's the case, then he could go for the longer game plan, but
right.
I'd be terrified.
Yeah, also, he doesn't have to sacrifice the fungus right away, right? You can just tap the Abandoned Air Temple for white, Seam Rip one of the Chocobos, then tap the starting town for white, and then you get a green mana from the Cub, and go about it that way. But it looks like he's going for
Nature's Rhythm.
This.
All rhythm.
That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it.
And we're assuming this is another Cub.
Get Cub, animate the land, Seam Rip, plus
But it's white.
plus fungus, and then just chump block with one of the Badger Moles. You don't need both.
Wow.
This is the highest upside play.
Absolutely.
You don't need
Ends up on
both.
tap with
You don't need
way more
both
mana
Badger
damage.
Moles.
You have access to 9 mana next
I mean,
turn.
well, if he's not going to die next turn, then it's fine, because you leave both Badger Moles. You could go get Crater Hoof right now with that.
So he drew an escape.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
That's a lot
Or
of
with
damage.
the Harmonizer?
With the Harmonizer.
Oh
with
my
the
god.
Trample. So if you play the Harmonizer this turn and you play Escape Tunnel and you sacrifice it, that only puts Earthbender Ascension on 3 counters. So you
Yeah, but
can
you
set
make
it
the
up so
land
it's not
unblockable.
attack for a
You make the
lot.
land
Man
unblockable.
can perhaps just chump block with a Badger Mole Cub or an Insidious Fungus.
Oh no,
Now,
wait.
play
If you
on
make the land
Ice Tilt
unblockable, it's only
instead,
4 damage.
You get a bunch of additional land drops. You still pump up the Chocobo, and then you get that Earthbender Ascension to trample this turn as well.
Now, that would still make it, that would make it so that he wouldn't attack for lethal, though, right?
Right.
I mean,
don't believe
just
that
just
it's
play
gonna
the
do a lot
Ice
of
Till.
damage, but I don't
Play the
think it's
Ice
gonna
Till
be
and then
lethal
play the
attack.
Escape Tunnel.
And then the question is, if it's not a lethal attack, is there a world where Matt Nass can take the damage and then have somehow enough mana to, cast the Nature's Rhythm out of the graveyard and hoof your opponent out? Right now, a little bit short on mana, right? Because it requires
No,
12 mana.
that's not true.
And you can, of course, tap some creatures to lower the cost. Right now, the biggest
He's not
creature
short on
the board is
mana.
the Badger Mole Cub. So then you need 10 mana on top of the Badger Mole Cub, which would require you to tap the Llanowar Elf. So if you top deck a land, and you tap the 3 mana producers and the Badger Mole Cub, you can put a Crater Hoof Behemoth onto the battlefield with 3 untapped attackers, including the Crater Hoof Behemoth.
That has to be lethal.
That's +7/+7 to the team to 3 different things. That's 21 points of trample. Along
Yeah, there
with
you go.
2, 3, 5,
2, 3,
20.
5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if Matt Ness
So
can find an untapped land,
31. Yeah, if
Right.
he survives this turn, which it looks like he will,
right?
and he keeps his entire board intact, and he finds an untapped land.
That's the way to do it. Ice Till and Escape Tunnel.
Mill trigger.
It's always a question of when you resolve the mill trigger. Just doing it now. Okay.
Ooh, milled is sheltered by ghosts. I mean, maybe that's not such a big deal, though.
Where it has another land drop for the turn, given that he just played out this Ice Till Explorer.
Trigger.
3 there. Chocobo now has 5 power. So you play out the escape tunnel. That's 2 more landfall triggers, which would basically pump the Saza Chocobo up 4 more times potentially, right? So right now it's got 5 power plus 4. That would be 9 damage.
No.
And the trample not relevant.
Right.
Well, I shouldn't say that. If he
it makes it so Matt's probably
Matt's
unlikely to
gonna
jump
take
block.
it anyway.
Right.
Ascension. So it grows to a 7.
Yeah.
And then, as you said, Paul, he can
Yep.
crack.
7 power trampler. Matt's going to take it here.
No blocks.
If he just draws an untapped land here, Matt Nass is going to go to the finals of the Pro Tour.
Oh, Nathan didn't crack it. I guess that makes sense. You want to wait for the harmonizer to come down. Is that a land? That's a voice. What is that?
Maybe
Focus
fire.
Focus fire.
Okay.
I mean, maybe just seam rip the Chocobo, bro.
I think he's just a little bit short here. Needed that untapped land. Now, he does have interaction here, right? You have a focus fire now, and most importantly, you do have the seam.
Yeah, just seam rip the Chocobo and then blow up the Earthbender Ascension.
So that there's no combination of lethal attackers from Stoyer's side.
But the problem is the Ice Tail Explorer would be lethal by itself, right? Because you can just make it unblockable. You also have Might Form Harmonizer in your hand, right?
Oh, yeah, Might Form. Well, no, if you take the... Oh, no, you make it unblockable. You make it
Try to
unblockable.
go for a lethal attack here. Now, Matt Nass does have the option to get the Insidious Fungus that we talked about before. If you feel
He
like
has
you
the
don't wanna
Insidious
die to
Fungus, Paul.
Trample, you can go fetch that out.
I mean, he has one on the battlefield still, too.
Excuse me, he's got the one in play, so he can use that to get that off the battlefield. But
to get the Ascension?
Right, but given the fact that the Ice Tail Explorer is in play and he's got the Might Form Harmonizer, you can use the escape tunnel to make the Ice Tail Explorer unblockable.
Hold on, if he gets
Place
Crater Hoof, doesn't he just
double
win?
power over and over again, and that would
Use the 2 Badger Moles.
It's only its power that gets
enough
bigger.
damage?
Use the 2 Badger Moles to harmonize the thing, the Nature's Rhythm. Wait, he's got a Nature's Rhythm in his hand, bro.
Thing he has is a creature at this
Wait, hold up. I'm fucking muting this. Wait, hold up. The Nature's Rhythm in the hand. Tap one of the Cubs, and then you need 8 mana after that. These are 9 mana, and then you have 2 attackers, and then Crater Hoof. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 with the Crater Hoof. So they all get +7/+7 in trample. That's lethal. That's lethal. With just 4 toughness on the other side, that's lethal. No, Matt. No, 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 no. Oh, no, wait, you can't harmonize when it's in your hand. I forgot. You can only harmonize when it's in the graveyard. So I think he doesn't have lethal. I forgot. So you would have to tap. Yeah, you would have to harmonize then.
Is he going to harmonize?
No, he can just cast the Nature's Rhythm for 4 here. You can get
Cast Nature's Rhythm.
Right? You can just do it for 4 and get an Ouroboros in play, and then
Get an Ouroboros.
That doesn't leave up. That doesn't let you play around Focus Fire.
Yeah, where's his white
right?
mana then?
But given the way that he tapped, that's what it seems like he's setting up for, right? Because otherwise, he would have tapped the Abandoned Air Temple for 3 mana, cast Seam Rip.
Sorry, this is the
right? Cast the Seam. So he wanted. What he should have done is tap the Abandoned Air Temple, cast Seam Rip to kill one of the small creatures, and then sacrifice the Insidious Fungus, keep up Focus Fire.
Yeah, right now he actually has a green floating.
Right.
From the Llanowar Elves.
Yeah, and a tapped creature.
He's got 2 green floating. He's got 2 Badger Moles.
The interesting thing is that, you know, we're speaking in terms of...
But hold on. So if he harmonized this, though, with these 2 Cubs, then he's got to tap 8 mana, which would be tapping his whole board, so no.
Stoyer? I don't think Stoyer minds all this.
Okay. So he's still going to cast Nature's Rhythm.
Absolutely. He got floating mana.
So it has 5 mana right now.
Sorry, I have 3 green floating.
Yes.
Because I spent 2 and 1.
Yes,
Okay. So 3 green floating. If you fire off the starting town, that's up to 6 mana.
But again, he's leaving the Focus Fire shield down.
Right.
Unless he finds a way to get another white
Yeah, because if he gets a Bright Glass Gearhulk, he's not going to have any mana.
Tutor for 4. And I'll get Ouroboros.
He's
Okay,
just
so-
going to get
all right, so
Roy.
then Nathan should have it here, right?
I think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
With Matt Nass at just 5 life.
Escape tunnel, unblockable, might form harmonizer.
Yep. Man,
There's a
crazy.
harmonizer.
Crack 2-3, crack on this, and then
Yeah.
first 4, and then
Then play all kinds of landfall triggers.
He says he can get in for 7.
However you want to draw it up.
So yeah, so you play harmonizer. Escape tunnel is 4.
Then he has 2 land
Or
drops.
make it unblockable,
16.
and then it's like 16. Yeah. Yep. Dead.
Wow, Nathan Stoyer steals
Wow.
another game here.
Yeah.
And he is now even things up at 2.
2-2. This is a great match. Two really good players,
Had he
man.
kept up to the focus fire, maybe there's a world where he would have prevented himself from dying that turn to give himself another chance at just drawing a land off the top.
Oh no, Matt's
Yeah,
on
maybe
4
I just
cards.
want to stress how difficult
Oh, no,
it is
5
to
cards.
make these decisions with incomplete information. We
Man,
know
look at Nathan's hand.
this
Matt Nass
Matt
is down
on
to 5.
on the play here. He's got the Llanowar Elves. Has this semifinal fallen apart?
Oh no,
He's
Nathan
gonna
drew in a
rip up those
road.
Air temples.
No kidding.
Once again, unable to come into play on tap. Okay, did find a forest here. I mean, at this point, I mean, you have mana, so you're always live. You can just keep drawing Ouroboros, but right now he doesn't have any other action in his hand. Now he does have Seam Rip. As a
Man, look at
single piece of
Nathan's
interaction
hand.
against
My
the magical
God.
Cub. But Matt Nass is drawing off the top right now.
My God.
Saz's Chocobo off the top here for Stoyer. You can see the unbelievable disparity in cards between the two players. And if this game, basically if Nass doesn't get very lucky and rip relevant on cost stuff for the next 2 to 3 turns, look at Stoyer's hand. I mean, he has it all.
Right.
He has multiple Cubs. He has multiple payoffs. He even has interaction.
Yeah, absolutely. And
That's
that's
a land
just
off the
a
top.
land.
That's a land off the top for
Okay.
Nass. He's going to tap and get rid of the Cub, get in for a couple of damage. But now the turns really get to start going here for Stoyer. He can go.
Well, no,
land,
Nathan
Cub.
missed a land.
Another Cub here can target the other land with it. Does he have a land in hand too?
Nope.
Oh, doesn't have a land.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, so has to play out the Cub to get some mana going.
Yeah.
All right,
Maybe
so
a
there's a glimmer
window.
of hope. Matt Nass.
There's a
can draw
big
threat
window
here.
right now.
That would be huge.
Ouroboros would be great.
What was that?
Hushwood
Another
Bird, that's
land.
just a land, so he can use the Abandoned Air Temple.
Can use the abandoned air temple.
Get it for a little bit of damage.
This is not
Okay.
how Matt Nass drew it
No.
up, but he'll take it. Another missed land drop from Stoyer would be very good.
Ooh, missed lands.
Nass.
Yep.
Now, he did miss a land, but he does have access to 4 mana still.
Right.
Yep.
You can
Access
see
to 4 mana. Taking a look at that hand. Has interaction.
2 Hydras, a Harmonizer.
I think you just play a Hydra and a Chocobo and don't even worry about the erode right now.
Needs a fetch land.
Like even if Matt gets a,
You just run out of Might Form.
well, maybe you hold, maybe.
Just because it uses your mana really well.
I don't think you hold the Ouroboros. I mean the erode. Because I mean you could run out 2 Chocobos and then hold up the mana.
If Nathan doesn't draw any lands, these creatures all just basically do nothing.
Right. You
Yeah.
can play triple Saz's Chocobo, miss a land drop next turn, and have him just sitting there.
Right.
What a
Yeah.
weird game. Down to 5 for Nass and just kind of empties out his hand and says, do your worst. And Stoyer somehow stumbling on lands here, though. Again, the power of...
Yeah,
that
Matt
board
getting a little
does have
flooded.
access
Nathan
to
having a
some-
bit of a drought.
I wonder if Stoyer will try to keep up a road, thinking, what's the only way I lose? Is it an Ouroboros off the top? Do I just go double Chocobo? Or my opponent mulligan the 5.
I don't think it's even that bad
I
if
just
Matt
wanna
plays
put
an
an aspect
Ouroboros.
of
It's actually worse if
all
Matt
my
plays a
mana.
Bright Glass Gear Hulk though.
Is there a world where you play all 3
Because then you can
Chocobos
Seam
and
Rip and
just go
Melstratus
road
Resolve.
Saz's Chocobo?
With that, I mean, he's doing a similar thing,
Okay.
but with the Mossborn Hydra here.
Okay.
Oh, he targeted his own creature. I mean, he targeted his
Yeah, so
Earthbended
using
land.
it as a ramp spell of his own, which means the Mossborn Hydra, of course, very, very threatening, especially if Nathan Story can find a tap land, a fetch land off the top.
feel like this draw step is.
Yep, this draw step is very important.
Straw step
All right,
here for Nass.
what can you find?
An answer for the Hydra or a threat of
Erode?
his own.
Erode Ouroboros? Ooh,
Spider manifestation, yeah.
That is not quite good
Is that
enough
a little
here.
too
It's
late?
not quite good
Yeah.
enough.
So he can just play it out.
You can play it out and pump your
grow
team.
your squad.
Right.
But that Hydra.
That Hydra, I mean, if Nathan draws a fetch land here, it's just going to do so much work. Can he find it?
No, he found Earthbender Ascension, but that's a good card.
He found an Earthbender Ascension. That is an additional landfall trigger. If you want to fully utilize all your mana, you can play out a Chocobo and an Earthbender
Chocobo
Ascension.
and Earthbender Ascension, yeah.
That would give you an 8/8 trampling Mossborn Hydra, and you can grow the Chocobo.
Yep.
So many options here for Stoyer. He wants to finish.
Oh, man.
Matt Nass.
Mulligan down to 5, bro. And Matt would have won the first game. He screwed up, right? When he would have attacked.
Somehow
Oh, that's interesting.
Matt Nass back into it. Was we have a Spider Manifestation in play. Of course, you don't have enough mana, not even close to enough mana to just get Crater Hoof right away.
No.
But if you can get it a Badger Mole Cub and then harmonize, like we might be getting very close.
That's really interesting. Yeah, Stoyer wants to do this as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but that was a big draw for Matt Nass where he really wanted some kind of action spell. What if you just top that Crater Hoof Behemoth? Do you have enough mana? No, you
3,
don't.
4, 5,
Matt has
No.
no lands in
6,
hand.
7, 8.
He currently can tap 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, he can tap the Gene Pollinator with the Seam Rip. So if you just top that Crater Hoof Behemoth, is that enough? Because
No.
Spider Manifestation untaps, right? So that's +5/+5 to both of those creatures.
So that's 10,
That's
17.
17. Well, it's 18 because the Manifestation gets a counter.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot about the counter.
It's probably not enough because there's a bunch of blockers in the way.
Yeah.
But that would be, of course, a very, very good draw.
Really interesting.
Would have to force some chump blocks from Nathan Stoyer.
That Hydra
Crater
is getting
Hoof?
huge. That was
Is that a land?
for it. Oh, it was a
Meltstrider's Resolve.
Okay. That's big,
to
right?
kill the cub.
Yeah, well, you can't you can't kill the Hydra, but
And
killing the cub
there's
takes away
Chocobo
2
and
mana
land.
sources.
I mean, is this Hydra just going to kill Nass?
Well, it's more it's more just a question of can Nathan just draw one of his, this is a
Fetch
land. It's
lands.
got a ton of lands in it. If you find an Ice Toll Explorer, if you find any land, those are all good and live draws.
Yeah, another Ascension would also be good.
Definitely put it on Spider Manifestation since that's the thing that untaps, like Paul was saying.
He's going to go for Meltstrider's Resolve.
I imagine it's the Cub. Maybe considering the Chocobo.
Kill the cub.
Okay.
What he's going to pass the turn back. Can Stoyer find a fetch land?
Escape Tunnel or Ice Toll Explorer?
No, it's
No, Earthbender
though.
Ascension.
That is, I mean, look, hey, that's
These
a
are all land
16,
drops.
16 Mossborn Hydra.
That thing's almost lethal on its own.
Right. Now,
Almost
Nathan
lethal
has
on
used
its
that
own.
erode, so he can't use that as a way to, combo kill your opponent with the Hydra by eroding your own thing.
Yeah, so he's really close.
Remember,
I guess the smaller creatures attacking doesn't really get anything done, though.
right.
No.
You can block all the other creatures,
And then
you can activate the Abandoned Air
and
Temple.
go to 1.
Right.
So, at least from what we can see, Stoyer is 1 short here. 1 landfall short this turn.
Right.
So he needs to set up for next turn.
Now, the question is, if you're on Nathan's side, do you attack with the Mossborn Hydra if you cast Earthbender Ascension? I mean, it seems like
Nass
you
just
should, right?
has to take it, right?
Right?
Oh, you have to,
It does
absolutely.
seem like you should.
Right. And
But
then
it
if you
would
do,
leave your shields down.
you would have 1 out to draw just Crater Hoof Behemoth. out.
Crater Hoof,
Literally
yeah.
1 in the deck.
All right, 16 Trampler here. Now, it won't get any extra counters from the Earthbender Ascension just yet. But, I mean, this is just going to put Matt to the test, right? He has 1 draw here to either find a way to deal with this Hydra.
And
or
he
get
does
a
have
Crater Hoof
those
in play.
too, right?
Yeah,
Oh, he is going to attack.
He brought in a road. This is a 16/16, correct?
Yes.
Do you take it?
Yeah, you have to take it. You have to.
I mean, you just don't have great blocks.
No, you have to just take all the damage.
Is it not enough?
Oh, Is it enough?
Because
You're gonna have 2 attackers when you cast it.
yeah, so 4 here.
No, Crater Hoof is enough because of the counter from the Airbend Air Temple.
And Nathan has 2
But I
blockers.
assume Rhythm
So
is
Nathan's
very
already
lethal.
mathed this out.
Rhythm kills me.
I assume so, yeah. Like, extremely.
Okay. So
You heard Matt. Nathan's like, Rhythm kills me? Matt's like, yeah, extremely.
Stoyer seems skeptical.
Yeah, I mean, you probably have 1 draw step at Rhythm, right?
yeah, I think so.
It's crazy.
This is funny hearing them talk it through.
Yeah.
Matt
So funny.
life. He thinks
Oh, here we go. Let's see.
All right, so can
Come on, Matt, draw the card, buddy.
Put it on the table. First, he's got to activate
his Gadden the Thief moment here.
Here we go, Matt.
Nature's Rhythm?
Nature's Rhythm for the win?
Flip it over. Let's see what it is.
No!
Good game. Oh, and my food is here too. Perfect timing.
That was so intense.
That was crazy.
Oh,
what a moment.
Yeah. Oh, the next card was Greater Hoof, but that would be
But they decided that might not have been good enough anyway.
What a match.
Yeah, game 4 I had Focus Fire as my last card. So I could have also
kept it
Rhythm for just the Llanowar Elf and left up the thing for Focus Fire for 1, but it felt like I wasn't advancing as much somehow, but maybe it was better, I don't know.
That was a tough one. That was the
Yeah,
game
2 and 4
where
might have
we knew that Stoyer had Harmonizer in his hand,
right?
But Matt didn't. And
course.
without that, none of it mattered.
Right.
He would have been just fine. And he decided to, as he said, advance his own game plan a little bit further in lieu of leaving up a removal spell that he may not even need that turn.
Yeah.
But it left him dead.
Yeah, and I mean, just what an incredible match, what an incredible fight, and it's just so nice. I mean, both players here were, you know, Pro Tour champions of the past, but they're playing for a slot in the finals, and they're still talking out what the possible top decks
With
were
each other.
With each other, like if I, you know,
It's like,
most of the time it's like I'm not
like,
looking.
Crater Hoof's
just,
not
just
enough,
please,
is it?
just don't
Nah.
kill me, whatever. But they're just like they're just talking it out. Nathan's already run the numbers. He knows Crater Hoof off the top wasn't lethal there, but a Nature's Rhythm would have been. Couldn't find it, and Nathan now is on the finals.
That's right, and Nathan is with Tan and Grace right now.
I've got our Pro Tour finalist, Nathan Stoyer here, big smile on your face. I'd be smiling too. You came in what felt like quite an underdog in this match. Walk me through how you came out victorious.
Yeah, this matchup was tough. I played Matt in the Swiss and felt like it was not really a easy one to win, especially post-board when he transforms into the Nature's Rhythm deck that goes over the top with Crater Hoof Behemoth. And we had these really narrow games on thin margins that I squeaked by. And one of the games in particular, I had a 64 power lumbering World Wagon against his 57 points of defense and just snuck through that game. And then in game 4, that was another pivotal one where there's just a few small things from both sides that we're paying attention to. And this is one of the first times in the tournament that my escape tunnel unblockable really let me get through to finish the game at the end. So super fun one. Game 5 was a little bit less climactic than the others, but that's part of Magic. Otherwise, though, Tannen, I'm super excited to be playing the finals, and my deck has looked awesome for me. Just very, very close games in that one versus Matt.
Let's talk about those finals for just a second. We don't know who you're playing yet, but do you have a preference either side and a matchup maybe that you're looking for?
So in terms of matchups, I think I'd prefer to play against Rui on Lessons. I think that one's a little bit easier, and I managed to play against them in Swiss and come out victorious the first time. But Chris is my teammate and a really close friend of mine, so I'm willing to sacrifice a little bit of equity and hopefully play him in the finals, where it's a win-win. Either I win the Pro Tour or Chris wins back-to-back Pro Tours, which I can't feel too bad about.
Thank you, Nathan, and good luck in the top 8. I'm sorry, in the finals.
Thank you.
Great stuff from Nathan, our first finalist. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to have another semifinal between Christopher Larson and Rouget. Don't go anywhere.
Magic Spotlight Marvel Superheroes is coming up soon in Las Vegas, June 26th through the 28th, and Brussels, July 24th through the 26th. This is a Team Trios limited event, so it's sure to be an awesome time. Full promo card details are going to be revealed in early June for Electra, Daughter of the Hand. Registrations are now open. More details at mtg.social/spotlightmsh. It's the top 8 here at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven, and when we have one more semifinal before we arrive at our finals, and somebody takes home that beautiful trophy. Hey, even the base is beautiful. $50,000 goes to the winner. Welcome to the news desk, Marie Berthaldi, Monty DeVuti, and Tannen Grace. And we've had some absolutely amazing matches of Magic on camera here on Top 8 Sunday. Let's take a look at our bracket and find out what's already happened here in the tournament. You can see so much carnage already laying waste to the field here. But we have Nathan awaiting an opponent.
Man, that was crazy.
On that Celestia landfall deck. But of course, we need to find him an opponent.
And I think Matt would have won, though. I think Matt would have won if he had actually attacked with everything in game 1 there. On that turn when he just attacked with Pixie.
A player of Nathan Stoyer's caliber can always get it done, but the matchup was tough.
Yes, it was. So Nathan Stoyer awaiting an opponent in the finals, and it's time for us to find him one. Let's set up our second semifinal here. Christopher Larson on Celestia Landfall up against Ray Zhang on Is It Lessons. Christopher Larson zooming in on him. He is your current reigning Pro Tour champion. Can he go back-to-back? The possibility is there. He started playing Magic in the year 2000. His tournament goal is to win the Pro Tour, and he is getting steps closer and closer and closer throughout this top 8. Top 8's at almost every level of play. Yeah, let's take a look at what got him here. You can see that very good record in Standard. During the Swiss, 9-1. Played against Izzet only once that whole tournament, though. It was Spelementals, so it wasn't the same deck that he's going to be up against here, but he did beat it, so it's a different deck, but hopefully the same result. Let's take a look at Christopher's opponent. Ray Zhang started playing Magic in 2016, also has the tournament goal of winning the Pro Tour. Also, much like Christopher Larson, solid Pro Tour performance and stats, top 8s at almost every level of the game, from Magic Online to Pro Tours.
Ray Zhang's been crushing it this tournament. Holy crap.
Let's take a look at the round by round. Yeah, you can see their whole Swiss right here. They went 6-1 in Standard during the Swiss. I want to point out they went 2-1 versus Landfall. That's a pretty good record. The only problem was their loss was to Nathan Stoyer playing the Landfall version of the deck, which is what they're actually up against this round. So hopefully they could redeem that loss. All right, those are the players. How about the decks, Monty?
Okay, we're going to start with Celestia Landfall in the hands of Christopher Larson. Now, Chris's build very similar to Nathan's, as we mentioned, who is already waiting in the finals. The erodes in this deck have been an absolute all-star up to this point, but I don't think that's where the focus is going to be in the matchup against Lessons. It's going to be about how fast you can go to put the pressure on them and disrupt them to slow them down using a card like Keen-Eye Curator. I have my eyes especially on the sideboard here, because from the sideboard, those 3 copies of Rest in Peace from Chris are going to be all important when it comes to this matchup. Now, on the other side, Ray Zhang on Is It Lessons, our lone remaining Is It player in the top 8. Is It Lessons has looked absolutely fantastic in their hands, just being able to get the combo of Grand, Artist Talent, and Monument to Endurance online has looked
It is a slightly different Lessons build.
Just building their deck to be more consistent using Consult the Star charts. Now, one thing that I think will benefit them a lot out of the sideboard is having access to some more interaction cards, like Spell Snare will be very important in the matchup, just to make sure that Rest in Peace doesn't come down to ruin your day. Those are the players, those are the deck. Who do you like, Monty? I think that it's slight favor to Chris Larson, but this match could absolutely go either way. And the way Ray has been playing all weekend, being our first player in the top 8, having the play here in this matchup, they absolutely could take it down easily. Absolutely, 2 excellent players. Let's find out what happens here in our second semifinal. Alien Corey, take it away.
Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you, Monty and Tannen, Corey Baumeister, Ailey Loney. We are super pumped to get into this second semifinals and find Nathan Stoyer an opponent.
Yeah.
If you're sitting in Nathan's seat, who do you think he would like to be facing?
You know, he kind of told us a little bit ago, it's hard to not go for your teammate to have that, even if it's slightly a worse matchup. So I think Nathan wants to play against a teammate, even if the matchup might be a little bit better against Rue.
For sure. Excellent weekends thus far for both players. You know, Chris kind of feels like he's been just flying by the seat of his pants the entire time. You know, that's just how he plays Magic. Always has a good time, even when he's losing, and just doesn't take it, you know, it doesn't bother him if he loses. I want to say he doesn't take it seriously. Of course he takes it seriously, but it doesn't get to him, which is such a great talent to have.
It's a new Chris, to be honest. Like, I have been on a testing team with him for a long time, way back in the day, back in around 2018, and he did kind of wear his emotions a little bit more on his sleeve. If he had a bad result or two, it would affect him, but he's definitely playing with a more relaxed aspect these days, and especially at this Pro Tour, and it seems to be suiting him very, very
I think that's why Chris tries to be so positive and jovial. It's a way for himself to keep his emotions in check. Based on what Corey just said.
Everything's good, and that resonated with me too. You know, I'm sure you can agree as well. You know, we've both become parents over our journey through Magic, and it just kind of shifts things for you. So it's great that he's still able to find the time, take that time from his family to be able to play here.
Absolutely.
Surak hits the board here for our Great Dane, Chris Larson, and we see attachments in the yard.
Okay.
There's going to be a combustion technique to take care of Surak, but not before Chris gets a card.
Yep, one of the better plays to start with against Izzet, and maybe just one of the best cards that Chris has access to, especially with a very slow start here. You know, you really want to have that creature stick around, but a second
Another
one,
Surak
makes that really awesome. And now that is just creating a bunch of 2-for-1s, forcing Zhang to deal with that. And then after it is dealt with, now you got these extra cards, and you can start deploying those as well.
2 firebending lessons and 2 almost ancestral recalls for Rui Zhang. So this hurts, having to use 2 spells to get rid of this guy, but 2 cards drawn off of him.
Yeah, that is brutal.
That's brutal. I probably wouldn't do that.
With the combustion technique, now it is a solid 2 for 4. I mean, wow, we're drawing so many cards here.
I wouldn't have done that if I was Ray.
Put in the work. I've never been too high on the card, but in this situation, it looks like the best card in Chris's deck.
Makes it a lot better that Chris did have to discard one, so it's, you know, not as much card advantage from Surak. And Rui Zhang did get the ability to Ancestral Recall there with the Accumulate Wisdom.
Yes, so upside there for Ray, able to get those cards back that were used to get rid of the pesky critter. Speaking of pesky critters, here comes Grand discounts online, and now Ray gets to just find as many cards off the top of the library as they'd like.
Yeah, you can tell just the pace of play that Zhang is playing. Really happy to be out of that quarterfinals against Zevin, where they slowed down a lot, but this matchup, they know inside and out, and you can definitely tell by their pace of play.
Yeah, much more comfortable, at least against, you know, Landfall as an archetype. Selesnya Landfall might have a couple little extra wrinkles in there.
Yeah, still plays out basically the same, and that is one difference for the Selesnya Landfall decks. Normally, against other versions of Izzet, the Spelementals version, stuff like that, the erodes are going to be excellent. Being able to erode Eddie Merc before a Sunderflock can get that tax reduction, or that cost reduction, excuse me. But in this scenario, you really don't want to erode a turn 1 Grand and ramp.
No, definitely not.
So your erodes are not that good. So 2 games where Consumer has to leave those in is less than ideal.
I'll find that.
Diadrene Synthesis Amalgam hits the board here now after a decent turn there for Ray. Getting a couple extra cards and a discard off of 3 steps ahead. So certainly just trying to get that engine online, find those monuments, and start doming Chris for 3.
Yep, absolutely. Diadrene, some nice little tech that this team has come up with. It's looked pretty solid. Definitely just, you know, we haven't seen
Diadrine's good in landfall with the earthbended lands.
It could get some value, remove some counters, get a little card advantage.
Very good.
To find yourself some bigger spells.
I feel like in a meta where there's not a whole bunch of removal being played, this card would be absolutely fantastic. But, you know, it doesn't survive very often. If you get some value, if it gets to attack, like that's already ticking the box. Okay, cool, you did your job.
And we might see it here. Looks like the senior discount is online from Grand. So here is the tech that Ray had in this version of Lessons. The only player to play Consult the Star Charts.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
looked great. I
Consult
gotta
is
say,
such a
every
good
time
card,
it's
man.
looked awesome.
Everyone, I know you and I argued about it, but stock up is better. Consult star. I love consult star charts. I think it's.
I also like Consult the Star Charts. I think that card is great.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, even right here, Consult for 3 mana got to look at 6 cards instead and at instant speed. So upgrade to stock up for sure.
The only thing stock up has over consult the star charts is a God Dominic Mayer art.
Okay.
That's all.
Yeah.
Both art is fantastic, that's for sure.
Yeah. Here we go. Monument time.
So Monument had what looks
Monument
like an
has entered,
Ivo's
man.
demonstration
Nice.
to be able to deal with this.
Monument is
get
just
the loot,
nuts,
and
bro.
Here we go, the trifecta
Man, with the
the
artist
Lessons
talent.
deck. Artist talent,
Hell yeah.
Monument, plus
And a Gran.
Really advantaged here.
Yeah.
To Zhang.
This is a great start here for Ray Zhang.
Hey, man, there's no is it lessons in plain or standard.
After it fell out of favor, but
Already a big
Prowess
advantage of
decks
that format.
Weekend.
Yeah.
Lessons, however.
Not really at
Pretty
all.
decent
So
one.
all the decks that came to beat the Prowess decks, they did it.
Yeah,
Similar to what we saw at the last Pro Tour
for sure.
with taking down the Rhythm decks. So really awesome to see that Standard still has so much depth to it.
You got to think with what's it, 16 sets? If it's not deep, that might be a problem.
Yeah, right? Well, I mean, usually when you get that many sets, there are these certain decks that are just way too powerful, but we are getting this rotation still with that many sets in, and that's just really, really awesome to watch.
Might form Harmonizer. Bushwhack.
Ooh, is there a spell to counter it? There's a plethora of them. It looks like it will quench ya.
You know what? That's all right.
It'll quench ya.
So now a counter spell plus a draw card, which is excellent. And huge advantage to Ray Zhang here.
19, yeah.
2 cards in hand for Chris, and I'm just going to say library in hand for Ray Zhang.
Yeah.
It always feels like that up against this Lessons deck. The rate at which it can churn through the top of the library is insane.
Definitely. So it looks like another Monument, 3 steps ahead, and a land. So no way to deal with the Harmonizer straight away to push through, but not the biggest deal. Now we can level up, and we have the very powerful 1-mana Monument here.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah. Doesn't happen often, but... And this is just Ray
It's
Zhang just
absurd.
firing on all
This
cylinders
lessons
here,
doing what it does, though.
making this matchup
We've
really good.
we've
This
seen
matchup
this
is very
story
close.
before.
Lessons is supposed to struggle a little bit from land.
We know what
but,
happens in this
Ray Zhang's
episode
version
of the show.
especially, I think very much evens it out, and I think Christopher's version of Landfall is worse against Lessons, so I think it evens it out even more. So about as close to a 50-50 as it gets.
So this semifinals can certainly go any which way.
Yeah.
Incredible players here. Just an incredible top 8 overall. I mean, look at the top 4 that we had. Ray Zhang, Chris Larson, Matt Nass, Nathan Stoyer.
Well, yeah, I mean, phenomenal players in the top 8, but
multiple Pro Tour
as far as
winners.
decks, you got Izzet and Green. Izzet and Green, and then one Azorius deck.
And Christopher trying to do what, well, not many people, very, very few people have ever done. Tried to win back-to-backs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we were just chatting about it earlier. It's like, has anyone ever back-to-back Pro Tour won a Pro Tour?
It's just Kai.
It's Kai.
It's a team event and an individual. So there's that little,
Yeah.
you know,
A slight
caveat
wrinkle,
that-
yeah.
Exactly. And then Nathan got very close.
Yeah.
Won Worlds, top
Got
8 at
interrupted
a
by a
Pro
Reed
Tour,
Duke, yeah.
and then won the one after. So not many people have gotten very close to doing such a feat here.
Let's start with
Gran getting.
I mean, it's not looking very good for Chris right now anyway.
I think that there is something to deal with
I got
this
nothing.
Harmonizer.
I'm in 6th. You can just go.
Magic Online terminology there. I'm F6.
Yep. Pass priority. Stop at end step.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And with this attack, you gotta think Ray has a combustion technique here, but even if you are just getting rid of a Gran to draw, discard, and then draw 2 cards, that's still
Gran's
good
done her
enough.
job.
Yeah, she really has.
It's time for the young whippersnappers to get the job done.
Yep. And looks like there is a firebending lesson, which I'm sure costs just one here. Does not cost much.
Spending 3 mana.
Right, does cost 3.
Yeah, 3
Deal with the
to
harmonizer.
kick it, yeah.
Trigger.
Good gravy.
And this game, if you haven't figured this out at home,
It's a little over.
It's over.
Oh my God. This is so over, man. It's like not even close.
Clinic here for game number 1. And, you know, Chris did have the play here. Or no, Rajang did have the play. But Chris's draw was just very slow. Only going Sirach. You really can't do that when you're on the draw up against Is It Lessons in general or such a fantastic player as a Rui.
Yeah, not getting penalized for the double firebending lesson on the Sirach.
It's like, yeah, okay, I won't make you go through all the motions. Let's just go to game 2 here. Game 2, pre-sideboarded. Just a reminder for everyone, this is best 3 out of 5. So what is the ideal opening hand here for Chris Larson?
Definitely starting with a Llanowar Elf, getting into something like an Earthbender Ascension. That's really what you want to be doing with this deck, going 1 to 3. But yeah, just another escape tunnel pass. Less than ideal. But I did see a Sirach at least.
Yeah.
That is one of the best cards. And, you know.
I'm so surprised to see that Plains.
Yeah.
Knowing that he plays double green cards in the deck.
Exactly. Yep, leading to believe that there is a white card in hand, which I did see in a road, but Badgermole Cub coming down, which is excellent.
I think Badgermole's going to get a little dead here, if I were to guess.
Very likely, you're right.
Yep. Iris Demonstration, killing the Cub.
And now a plethora of options, it looks like. I see Earthbender Ascension or...
Nice.
Or Sirach, but looks like no third land. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. But that was a horrific turn for Chris.
Yeah.
But that just shows
It's always a
how
little
bad
weird
the road
seeing
is.
seeing the matches sped up like this.
Yeah, I would imagine so too. You know, they're great in the Spelementals list.
Yeah.
You know, in the prowess decks. Up against Is It Lessons though, where what's killing you is an artifact and you don't have much
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah, looking at the rest of the metagame, they seem pretty much amazing against everything but lessons and like I guess Jeskai control, but we didn't see that deck do very well. So less than ideal for sure.
Surak once again bites the dust.
Getting combusted.
Is just always going to perish when it comes to removal spells for the first 2 games, but once we get to the post-board games, there's 3 Snakeskin Veils that I bet are coming in. And have you ever cast a removal spell on a Sirach?
Yeah.
They draw
Cast a removal spell and then Snakeskin Veil it. Nothing but upside.
It's over.
It's so good.
Over.
It's like letting someone pay the ward before you counter their spell.
Exactly.
Love it.
Yeah, it is devastating.
Gran hits the board here now for Rajang.
And I saw Accumulate Wisdom in hand, but with only 2 lessons in the board, looking to get 1 more. And 2 lands as well as what looked like a Boomerang Basics. So not able to turn on the Accumulate Wisdom straight away.
Okay. This resolving, though, is pretty good for Chris Larson. Earthbender Ascension getting the lands going here. Now, what can he cobble together?
Yeah, Roy would have loved to have just like a firebending lesson or anything to cast so that you could go end step Ancestral Recall as well with that cost reduction. But that looks like Monument off the top, which you can never really be too sad about.
1 more lesson in the yard, gives the discount from Gran. So let's see where we go. Oh, interesting.
Wow, that is interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
Rajang looking to dig through a couple more cards and then replay Gran and then...
Yeah, bounce it, replay Gran, and then Accumulate Wisdom is online. And I guess it makes sense. It's a lot worse than...
I mean, that's a good response from Larson, though. Fizzle the Boomerang.
Definitely worked out very well for Christopher.
Yeah, it's probably the one part in this...
Fizzle the Boomerang and kill Gran.
You don't want to road Gran on 1 because you don't want to ramp your lessons player. But on turn 5, when they're about to draw a card as well, you're like, I guess I'll cast it now on Gran. No other good targets.
Accumulate Wisdom, draws 3 cards. Ray's got a hand stacked full of goods. What's happening on Chris Larson's
That was an Ice Till Explorer off the top, so hard to not start with
Oh,
that
wow.
one.
Ice Till. Let's go.
Wow.
Yeah, that is excellent. 4 lands coming out.
Wow.
Yeah, are we starting, trampling now?
Looks like we did did miss the mill there, but yes, minor thing there, of course.
Bushwhack in the yard. 2 lands able to be played off Ice Till Explorer. And next turn, if we can Might Form Harmonizer, this is going to be backbreaking.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks like Rajang's just has, wow, lands and monuments.
Nothing else in
Oh,
hand.
wow.
Nothing else in hand, it looks like. And yeah, I mean, at
It's
this
good for
point,
Larson, then.
Rajang is 15-1. So far, the only
Holy
loss
crap.
was to Nathan on Celestial
Yeah.
Landfall. 6-0 limited. So,
Jeez, what a player.
and even that match, honestly, probably should have went to Rajang. Ray got a little unlucky
Yeah,
at
that-
that spot.
No,
here,
the
so-
Surak.
I think Nathan certainly used his one time
Yeah.
for that top deck.
So this has definitely been their tournament to win.
Ray doing the math here now.
Man, 6-0 in draft is pretty
Figuring out,
nuts,
okay,
isn't it?
can I survive? I'm at 16.
Okay. Oof. Yeah, a
Consult.
kick
It's not a
consult
great
here
sign.
with no real cost reduction here. You basically need a combustion technique to deal with Ice Till Explorer immediately.
Yeah.
And then you kind of need more than that, and I don't see those being the option. That looked like Firebending Lesson, which
Yeah.
is horrific here. And
Yeah.
I think maybe it'll quench you. Yeah, this should be GG here with Ice Till.
Yeah, it definitely should be,
Let's
man.
see. Come on, Chris. You got a Might Form Harmonizer?
I thought we did.
Think so.
It's like it might be GG even without a harmonizer because well you're gonna get six you're gonna get 6 landfall triggers. So that is
Yeah.
6 +1/+1 counters from the first ascension, and it'll be 2 from the other one, or 3 from the other one. So 9, 10, 11, 15, 16, 17. Looks like 17 to me. With just the Earthbender Ascension, so and we can have
Yeah.
where that came from. But of course, you want to make sure to do this right here, Christopher.
Take your time. These are untimed games. Here comes Earthbender Ascension number 2.
Yep.
And an escape tunnel as well for another landfall trigger. And 2 lands to be played off of the Ice Till. Don't forget your mill.
Yep, mill coming here after we get a land in play. 8 on the battlefield, about to be 9.
Yeah.
The first ascension, and then 4 more land drops, plus the escape tunnel being sacked. So technically 5
It's
more
just
land drops.
absurd what they're saying, isn't it, dude? And then 4 more lands. Like, what the heck? It's crazy to casually say something like that.
That is very true.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Count here. Chris
No
Larson.
Earthbender Ascensions in planar standard. No lessons, no Earthbender Ascensions.
Oh, cool. Okay.
There's Ice Tills though. There is a landfall deck in planar standard that uses Mossborn Hydra, Ice Till, Might Form Harmonizer, because those are Edge of Eternity's cards.
I believe he was. Yes.
Sapling
yes.
Nursery as well. That's, you know, a Lorwyn card.
No, yep.
Mossborn Hydra hits the board here.
And World Wagon.
Giving Max a little grief.
It's World Wagon's an Ether Drift card. Oh, Nino, what's up, bro?
Triggers there.
Yeah, Evan had a nice deck. That was really close.
Gets another land.
And pretty well suited to go up against Lessons too, you know, with the
Yeah.
with the high noons.
Adding counters, still fun.
Yeah. Dice number go up. Here comes escape.
High noons and rest in peace, right? Rest in peace in the sideboard.
I feel like there's a lot of Earthbender Ascension triggers. I mean, these two are probably communicating it clear at the table, but there should be a bunch of Earthbender Ascension triggers on the stack as well.
Yeah.
Presumably targeting Ice Till. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah, true. Missed land drops and then he got flooded out in the last game.
The one of in the main deck.
And did you see the game with, I mean, the match before this between Matt Nass and Nathan, that was the best match of the tournament, in my opinion. And I think Matt would have won in that first game if he had attacked with everything. So he would have, you know, if the games went as they went, then Matt would have actually won the match because he won 2 more games after that.
With Abandoned attachments, discards a mountain. And here we go with our mode selections on these.
I gotta say though, if you look at the top decks,
Feels like this is just far too
now
much to
if
come
you
back
look at
from.
the
Not enough ways
yo,
to
these
destroy
green
these
decks are like a headache,
lot of
bro.
ways to
Without the
damage
without arena doing it automatically for you.
Basics in hand there, so that's one
But
that can be balanced at least.
one thing I will say that's kind of
That's
disappointing,
on
if
the
you look
board,
at the
nothing to
top
block
decks,
with or interact.
aside from the Azorius Tempo deck that had some of the Sky Coaches, they really don't play that many. I mean, the Spelementals deck had a few from Strixhaven, but these green decks basically have nothing from Strixhaven. Lessons has basically nothing from Strixhaven. And, you know, pretty much only the Spelementals. Was there a Prowess deck that made it? I think there was, right? They're the only ones that had some Strixhaven cards. And then Zevin had the Sky Coaches. So it's a shame, you know, it's a shame to like see Strixhaven represented so little in the top decks.
There you go.
Just a lot of Avatar and a lot of Edge of Eternities.
Yes, I did.
Nice start here, having taken out, what, half of the Badgermole Cubs? One still showed up to play there, so great start for Chris Larson. Llanowar Elves into Cub.
Much better start for Chris and a solid start from Ray Zhang. Still hasn't had the best possible start that they can have. The Grand into the artist talent.
Strong start here.
Into Monument, you know, that's just like
Very strong start from both players.
Boardside Barrage discarded there, and the Llanowar Elves taken care of, courtesy of Firebending Lesson.
And now
Getting rid of the elf instead of the cub.
Basically whatever Chris is going to play, so that Rejang can discard that mountain, draw another card, and then ideally get a couple more lessons in the yard for that accumulate wisdom in hand.
For its planeswalkers, I could see that.
Some excellent turns for
Well, not necessarily. I mean, Delian's a strong planeswalker, but I don't think he... Because all those decks that were playing Delian got run over this tournament, basically. I mean, not run over, but they didn't do that well. And Resonating Loots, I mean, you and I talked about that a lot when we were brewing the Jeskai decks, that card can be really strong, but otherwise it's, you know, tapping out for 4 mana to play that thing is very questionable. But then there are cards from Strixhaven that are really powerful, like Flow State, the Violent Outburst thing, and then the Traumatic Critique, right? But those are just the blue and red cards. So Capstone, yeah. So like the blue and red cards, you know. I think that we'll see some more of the charms, like the Witherbloom Charm. I think Witherbloom Charm is a good card.
Way better last turn. That would have been huge.
Now,
rest in peace.
I think that the Boros, I think there is some, and the Academic was being played in the discard deck, of course. I think that the Boros colors have some potential. I think that there's I don't know about the Orzhov and the Repartee mechanic.
You still get double land drops if you're able to.
I don't know about that.
Sequence them together from hand.
And just bossing Say.
Nice.
Getting the Fabled Passage busy. And that plan can really work. You know, I mean, there's so many counter spells and stuff out of the Lessons deck that, like, you just say, all right, I know you're holding up counter magic, so I'm going to pay 3 mana to make my creature a 2/2.
I was talking about this earlier, though, you know, before you showed up, that I do kind of like how the last 3 sets, Lorwyn, Turtles, and Strixhaven, none of them have, like, overpowered cards. You know, none of them have that overpowered, necessarily super powerful cards and such, which I think is a good thing. Because Avatar was a busted set, and Spider-Man wasn't necessarily a busted set, but had a freaking Cavero in it. You know, Edge of Eternity's pretty powerful set, Tarkir, pretty powerful set, Final Fantasy had Vivi. You know, it's nice having a break from the ridiculously overpowered stuff for a little while, and having just 3 sets that are just good. Well, I wouldn't say the Ninja Turtle set was good. I thought that set was pretty bad, actually, but at least it's like, you know, some good cards, some cards that can be added, but nothing's overpowered.
Or something, and that gets to resolve. It could just be GG.
Just calm down a little bit.
see if Chris takes.
I mean, when
the
rotation
line of
finally happens,
Harmonizer, or just hey,
that'll
I
be a
got
nice
another
mix-up.
land ready to get going. I love this.
But we have to
play.
wait a while for that.
Just
You know, why
recognizing
use your hand if you have stuff on board to do, huh?
exactly. I mean, the clock is still
This is a
pretty
good-
quick here. And what are we seeing for 4 mana? And
Wait, I
just
thought-
an activation of the land.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Michaela, that can keep things moving as well.
Oh.
You know, these powerful lands from Avatar: The Lost Airbender.
Yeah, they're all good.
Yeah.
Looks like another land. So Chris doesn't
No,
have
they're
a
not.
lot of action, but you know, I think the worst thing Chris can do.
I mean, the
contextually
black
to
land
what,
is-
Ray Zhang has in hand
The black and red
is
lands are
no.
useless.
I think
Bossing
just
Say is very
Say,
powerful.
Christopher
Agnikel is
has perfect
powerful.
information here is
And
what
Abandoned Air
and
Temple is
what you
powerful.
should do.
Yeah, you know, a big part of being a professional Magic player is putting yourself in your opponent's seat. Like, how would they sideboard?
Yeah.
How would I sideboard against me if I was playing their deck?
Yeah, wow, and look at this. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage here.
Jeez.
Yeah, Larson's kind of crushing it this game.
Wow, gonna have to be a really
Yeah.
strong turn.
We're
here
going to have
for
to
Ray
see,
Zhang.
I
well,
don't think they have enough to deal with every single
we're
creature.
definitely going to see a lot more green being played on Arena now after
Yeah,
this.
there's another 3 steps
With
ahead.
these
That
green
is
decks in the
great.
top
And being
4.
able to copy a monument, and there was an Iroh's demonstration, which is very interesting with the artist talent already leveled up. You can deal 3 to everything or deal 6 to something, but the Saz's Chocoble's a 6/7 right now, so you get to live through that.
Yeah, you know, that's the only real sweeper style effect that
Yeah.
Ray has in the list. So a very tough spot to come back from here.
Yeah, let's see what the mode is. Since there wasn't a direct target, you got to think it is 3 damage to each creature.
Yeah.
Earthbending is a
Iroh's
busted
demonstration
mechanic.
is
Yeah, it
a
really
slightly
is,
strong
man.
impression.
You don't
Now
Earthbend
that
mindlessly. There
Chocobo
should be
is
some
larger,
thought.
Yeah.
And I think
I
that was
agree,
Ray
yeah,
just
like,
saying, "All right, I need to do this, deal with the land.
I agree. Like,
And then I need to find
Earthbending
a
is-
way to bounce Saz's Chocobo and a
Earth-
pithing needle
oh
for
my
Bossing
gosh.
Say, and then I got it.
Wait,
And then we're ready to go.
That's a lot
He
of
is just
ifs.
casting spells like crazy, but I don't think it's even going to matter.
Good of a fight as they're putting up here. I don't think this is
Dude, the
gonna be
Earthbending
good.
mechanic is...
Yeah.
It's similar to... It's a similar feeling to Vivi. Like, Vivi just had too many things. Vivi had the ability of, like, a billion other creatures. You know, like 3 or 4 other creatures in one creature. And Earthbending is like that. Earthbending has, like, the ability of tons of other things on one thing. You know, it's like Vivi not only made extra mana, but it also pinged you for damage. And then it not only made extra mana and pinged you for damage, it got bigger. It grew. And Earthbending is the same thing. It makes your land grow, so it makes an extra creature, right, and puts a counter on it. So that's one thing. The lands get haste. So now that's another thing. You know, as the creature, it gets haste. And then the fact that, like, it doesn't die, well, not only if it essentially can't die, it's if it's removed at all, like if it's exiled or all this stuff, it gets around all of that, you know? It gets around being exiled, it gets around being destroyed, and then all comes back.
Very impressive. Let's see if there's any kind
It's just ridiculous, bro. Like, the fact that you need an Ultima and that's like the only answer. The fact that Day of Black Sun doesn't get around it either because it's a delayed trigger rather than a... You know what it should say? The text? A very simple change on the text that would make it way more manageable is if it said, if the text really read, you know, target a land you control, put a +1 counter on the land, blah, 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 it gains haste. And then if it also said, it gains, and then in italics, it gains when this creature dies, return it to the, or when this creature leaves the battlefield, return it to its owner, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control tapped. Because if it gains that ability, then it's not a delayed trigger. It's an ability of the creature. So Day of Black Sun would remove that ability because now it's not a delayed trigger anymore. It's not a trigger on the Earthbending. It's a trigger that the creature has. And if you remove that ability that the creature has, then that trigger doesn't happen. You know, instead, it's a delayed trigger when the Earthbending actually happens. That's why you can't get rid of it. Pretty stupid.
There's 9 damage.
Look at this crazy run that Larson is on, bro. In the last game, in this game, this is just nuts. Just slamming with these
But you gotta
chocobos.
think, like, at this point, what can you get again?
You know,
Slamming with
multiple
chocobos,
bounces
bro.
with chocobos, but
Need double boomerang
such a
basics.
tough spot to be in.
Wow, this is Ray Zhang recognizing that they just can't kick this.
Yeah.
And what can I find? I need to find something right now, like a, God, even a combustion technique is only 3 damage for the chocobos. I don't see a way out of this for them.
Yeah, and even killing the land in combat just transfers that damage that would be dealt onto the birds.
Yeah, that's about the worst thing you can do.
Yeah.
Combustion technique doesn't kill the Sazas.
Stun for 2 turns when they die, or just put a penalty on it. Yeah, I could see that. Like, put maybe not 2. Yeah, just 1 stun counter. Return to the battlefield under its own control with a tap with the stun counter. That would be good.
Gonna be enough because we think about what we're having to deal with on the battlefield here. Don't forget, there's just going to be another 2/2 coming in with haste from Ba Sing Se.
Yeah, that would be good. Return to the battlefield under its owner's control with a stun counter on it.
Can I survive at all here? About to take a big
Or just
hit
don't
from
give the lands haste, bro. Like, don't let them attack that turn. Look at that. Look at that text, dude. Look at that text. Creature haste says still land. It's just ridiculous.
So far, it looks like.
Yeah.
And it dies or is exiled.
Goodness me.
Ridiculous, man.
Yeah, it looked really good. Just that small change of splashing white for a road, which honestly, watching Nathan, watching Chris.
Well, I guess you have to give it haste, right? Because otherwise then you can't tap it for mana the turn you earthbend it. If you just played that land that turn. So like if you earthbend on a land that you just played, then you can't tap it for mana that turn. So yeah, I guess they do have to give it haste.
Shucks, that feels so bad.
Yeah, I know.
Draw step, another blue card.
Can't target lands.
You can accumulate wisdom, which is the ancestral recall mode, and try to find something here. Let's see. Something like combustion tech, 2 combustion techniques plus another red source.
Yeah.
That would be excellent.
Go, 3 cards drawn. Is
2
it there?
lands and a monument.
What?
There's 1 combustion technique though, so not over yet. As we can
Yeah,
go
there's 1
combustion
technique.
techniques on a chocobo, loot away. And then, it's a steam vents too, so 2 damage is coming in. I think this is Christopher Larson.
Brutal.
Through to the finals of back-to-back Pro Tours.
Oh my goodness me. There it is. Chris Larson picking up a victory here, making it into a second Pro Tour.
Yeah, I hope Larson wins again. Go back to back.
Another Christopher. I think you just asked, do you want a hug? No, I do not. Not everyone's a hugger.
Good on you for us.
Oh, of course. Of course Ray Zhang doesn't want a hug, dude. That guy is just...
Bravo to Ray Zhang.
Do you want a hug? No. What do you mean no? What the hell is your problem, bro? Like, I don't know. I really don't like to talk badly on players, but Ray is just... There's something going on with that guy. Because in every interview, he, like, dodges questions and he squirms a little bit and he doesn't answer questions. Like, there's something going on. Like, seems like he needs some help with something, you know what I mean? Oh, you're at church? All right, bro. I'll see you later. But dude, seriously, like, I really don't like to talk badly about players. But there's just... There's something about Zhang. Like, it really seems like he needs some help. Like, he needs to sort out some things that are going on internally, you know? How are you not going to take a hug from Christopher Larson? What? Like, and, like, every interview, he's just like, oh, I don't know. You know, I can't answer this question. It's just like, dude, what is...
Pro Tour in a row. It's crazy to say that. Let's talk about this match, and I got a few other things to ask you about. That was a very different build of Is It Lessons that we've seen in the past. And you said that you got some interesting sideboard notes from some people?
I have some really good people working around me. I have Nathan Stoyer, one of the former world champion. I have Javier Dominguez, former world champion. Both
yeah, Javier is one of my favorite players.
And Nathan gave me like a good plan. Javier sent me another plan. I was kind of like, which plan's going to follow? And as any good soldier, I went between them. So I took half and half, and I just combined them. And it worked out. Happy playing. The plan was essentially that Rest in Peace locked down a lot of its deck. And then you like, if you could go heavy on the mana, beside having a good draw, like game 4, I went Choco Choco and just rided the chicken churn. I mean, and it was just. But game 3, I locked him out. I played slow. Never played my harmonizer. He had us flash trees up from turn 3 or something. Just beat him with 2-2s. Just great players, and they're both advice were highly recommended, and both of their advice were good, so I went half and half.
You can get worse advice from 2 players. Now, let's do a little history lesson. There's only one player ever who's won back-to-back Pro Tours, and it comes with a small asterisk. His name is Kai Buddha. He's a pretty good player. I don't know if you've heard of him. Pretty great player. Won a team
I haven't heard of that guy.
Immediately followed up by winning Pro Tour New Orleans individually. So no one has ever actually won 2 individual Pro Tours back-to-back. How does it feel to know that you have a pretty good shot of being the only person ever to do that, and it's going to put you in the pantheon of someone of Kai's status?
Yeah.
It's insane just to mention at all. It would be historic and unreasonable. But I think it's unreasonable that I'm here at all. And it feels surrealistic. It would be a lot if I go back-to-back win. I didn't expect to go top 8 last time.
Yeah.
Definitely didn't expect to go to top 8 this time. So, I don't know, it would be, as you said, historical, and I would love it. But I'm happy just being here right now as well.
Yeah.
One last quick question. We know your opponent in the final. It is your teammate. How are you feeling about that?
That I am ecstatic about. There's nothing I wanted more than like sit down and play against Nathan for 2 reasons. One reason was I didn't want to play against Matt Dex for sure. And you sit down and play up front of the guy I beat out of top 8 in round 14 or round 15, even though I think come in and make it. I mean, like, what more can one ask for at this point? That is insane. I'm really happy that it's Nathan for multiple reasons.
Well, Chris, best of luck.
How can you not like this guy, dude? How can you not like this guy?
A stellar finals to look forward to. We'll be back at the news desk after a short break. We'll see you soon.
All right. Well, Selesnya Landfall. It's a mirror match, right? We're going to see so much green on Arena now, man. That kid is balling. He's balling. Of course, they got a Ninja Turtles video game. She was so upset. Oh, I forgot to ask. Like, I don't know if they said anything about what the new competitive format is, guys. I tried looking it up and I didn't see anything. So I'm not sure if they actually did it, if they actually announced what the new competitive format is. I saw something about it being Commander, though. Like a variant of Commander.
If you couldn't make it to Las Vegas for MagicCon, good news. There's still time to get your badge for MagicCon Amsterdam.
That's a nice shot of Garuk right there.
Biggest European gathering.
Or no, isn't it Garrick? It's Garrick, not Garuk.
Now at
It's a nice shot of him, though. That's a Planeswalker I wouldn't mind coming back, is Garrick. One of the OGs, one of the first Planeswalkers ever printed.
Of Strixhaven, live from Las Vegas, Nevada. Well, we started the tournament with more than 300 players. Now only 2 remain. By the time we're done
Dang,
today,
300, that's a lot.
Can hoist the trophy, claim the title, and $50,000.
Yeah.
Take a look at our
So we had lessons, spellmentals,
top 8 already today.
Oh no, I was wrong. No
At our
prowess
finals,
in the
teammates
final
Christopher
top 8.
Larson and Nathan
It's a lot of
Sawyer
landfall,
playing the same
dude.
deck, Celestia
5 landfall decks? Or 4 landfall decks?
Welcome to the news desk, Merberthaldi
Wow.
and Mani Devoody. Mani, are you excited for these finals or what?
I think I'm probably the 4th most excited person in the room. I think it's like a tie between Chris Larson and Nathan Sawyer. Then Anthony Lee, knowing that he's just secured a 2nd Pro Tour victory for his team in a row, right after his new vision of what if we expand the team, do 3 testing houses, change how we communicate, back-to-back Pro Tour victories for the team, and then I'm probably 4th.
Okay, you're 4th.
Yeah, I'll claim 4th.
A stellar weekend for all of the people involved.
Yeah.
Let's set up our finals matchup. Christopher
There we
Larson
are.
on Celestia Landfall. The same deck in the hands of teammate Nathan Sawyer. Both players on team Cosmos. Heavy play. Let's get to meet our players. Christopher Larson, he is your reigning Pro Tour champion. Can he go back-to-back? We will soon find out. He has top 8s across nearly every tournament type. He qualified by saying, quote, I won the last Pro Tour. Pretty solid weekend. Well, a pretty solid weekend indeed. He could have another one of those coming straight up.
Yeah, taking a look at his round-to-round, I think the only thing that really matters is round 15. Selesnya Landfall against Nathan Sawyer. That was the mirror match. That was the match that locked up Chris's spot in the top 8, and that's what he'll be hoping to repeat here.
All right, I love it. I don't think we can quite call it a grudge match here. Taking on the opponent, Nathan Sawyer started playing Magic in 2010, your 2022 world champion. He top 8'd at Pro Tour Phyrexia in 2023, and then won Pro Tour March of the Machine also in 2023. That's 6
Nathan started the same year I did. Well,
top 8 of 3 consecutive
I mean, I was exposed to Magic before that, but that was when I really started playing.
Similar results was when Kai Buddha did something similar in 2001, which is a year before Sawyer was even born.
Well, his round by round is easy. Day 1, no losing. Day 2, more losing than he would have liked. It took a while for him to secure that spot in the top 8, but he did it in round 16. And then today, back to not losing. So hopefully for him, he can keep it going.
Those are our players. What a matchup we have here set for the finals. What about the deck, Mani?
Okay, well, Maria, as you said, deck, not decks, because both players are going to be on Selesnya Landfall, starting with Christopher Larson. Now, I'm not going to spend too much time analyzing these lists because they're about 3 cards off total. Taking a look at Chris's deck, the big difference compared to Nathan's, 1 copy of Ice Steel Explorer with 2 Soroks for Chris, other side for Nathan. Taking a look at the sideboard, one thing that I will point out on Chris's side.
Are we playing exactly? They're not, right? The decks are mildly different.
Might go a long way, but that's really the only meaningful change. Taking a look at Nathan's deck, it's about the same. They tested together, they prepared together, they played the matchup. Look at this. You're not seeing double. It's Selesnya Landfall. It was the most
What's the difference?
Coming into the day, and they've just continued to do it. Fantastic stuff from both players. Really, really fun to watch.
Oh, he's got the Restoration Magic.
Are the deck lists, but what does the predictor say, Mani?
Okay, well, Maria, coming into today, everybody had 12.5%. Now we're down to 2 players. 6 can't win it, and I gotta say,
this is so dumb. Like, it's just 50-50. They're playing the same deck. Like,
it's 51-49. Put them up there, and that 1%.
51-49.
Card choices. It's not coming from any experience. It's just who's on the play and who's on the draw.
Oh.
That's the only thing separating this.
It doesn't get much closer than this. Mani, who are you rooting for?
Oh, the last predictor was way off. It said Matt Nass was going to win the whole thing, so.
Want to root against Nathan Sawyer. The chance of his
not even here in the finals.
Being the first player since Kai Buddha to win back-to-back Pro Tours, I want to see it happen, and this is.
Yeah, I do too, actually.
What a fantastic finals we have for you. I'm going to turn it on over to Marshall and Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Mira. Welcome to the booth. It's time for the finals. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. It is our great pleasure.
Paul is looking very tan, isn't he?
Mirror match at Selesnya Landfall.
I mean, so is Marshall, for that matter.
But about as close as you can get.
Yeah, and I mean, just talk about a showing, just dominating the field with the highest win rate of any deck, and then seeing it in the finals here amongst 2 different Pro Tour champions.
That's right. 2 teammates, 2 Pro Tour champions, and 2 friends, as it turns out. And both of them with success recently. In one of them's case, the very last Pro Tour, in which case Chris Larson had won it. And we heard Maria talk about Nathan Stoyer and his incredible run a few years ago. Larson going for history. Yeah. Nobody's ever won back-to-back individual Pro Tours, and this is a chance for that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely incredible. I still can't believe it. I mean, it is just so hard to just top 8 any one of these events, right? You do it once, that's a lifetime achievement for most players. The fact that Christopher Larson, I mean, he's been playing the game for 20 years. All of a sudden, he's on one of the biggest heater, I mean, the biggest heater of his life, with a chance at being the only person to go back-to-back individual Pro Tour title victories.
Unbelievable stuff from both of our competitors here. 2 of the best in the game.
Yeah.
As you can see, not only
2 players who are
close friends as well.
hard not to like. Definitely hard not to like. Or hard to not like.
They're going right to the action here.
Chocobo here for Larson. Stoyer leaves things off with Llanowar Elves.
Now Chris Larson does have badge.
Man, both hands. Both hands. My God.
To be running this out here. Now both.
I mean, I guess Larson's missing a land though.
In the Swiss, Christopher Larson did come out victorious there.
19?
Yeah. How did I already lose my pen? Yeah, but I put it in my, I didn't walk out
Just
with
casually playing in the finals of the Pro Tour. Can't find your pen.
That is really funny. Thankfully, you can still win a Pro Tour and borrow somebody's pen.
That's right.
Wait, hold on.
For both players.
Hold on a second.
With Llanowar Elf turn 1 and Badger Mole Cubs.
Oh, sir.
Not.
How did I already lose my pen? Oh, sir.
Not.
Yeah, but I put it in my, I didn't walk out
Just
with
casually playing.
Oh, I thought that he had it behind his ear the whole time.
He keeps the land back, so now what you can do is just actually block the Saz's Chocobo if it gets out of hand, and then sacrifice the Fabled Passage.
If I were to win the Pro Tour, I'd honestly just break down crying. Yeah. Yeah, I know, man.
For a few life points here.
Hey, man, some players do.
Kind of not a lot, and then all of a sudden attack for 40.
Some players do.
It really depends. If both players kind of go off to similarly fast starts, then yes, at some point a flurry of land drops in conjunction with Earthbender Ascension plus Mindform Harmonizer can certainly get it done. But sometimes
Yeah, Larson missing a land drop here is actually pretty important. The Bushwhack is relevant, though.
Like a road was in the matchup, right? Hey, if I'm going to go all in on a big creature,
yeah,
try to
just
make
go get a land.
Power attacker, well, what better way to actually just use a 1-mana spell to kind of break that up? Additionally, in this deck that really cares about putting a bunch of lands into play on your turn, we've even seen Erode being used as a combat trick to be able to push through the final few points of damage with an additional Mindform Harmonizer trigger, or with a card like the Hydra.
So now he can play the Earthbender Ascension because he's got 1 mana floating.
16 and 32 damage.
Right.
I don't think there's value in playing the World Wagon.
Top board for both players here. Larson.
Yep.
It does have
the
Earthbender Ascension now.
Nathan having that Keen-Eyed is not irrelevant. Pull out those fetch lands from the graveyard if an Ice Till comes down. Although neither of them are playing a lot of Ice Tills in the main.
And there's the block and sack that you mentioned before.
Don't they each only have 1? I think they each only have 1 Ice Till.
Yeah, so a massive, massive board here from Christopher Larson, having access to 6 mana at the very least with those animated lands and that Badger Mole Cub on the battlefield. But Nathan not that far behind, at least in terms of mana, being able to block, go get a land, and then Fabled Passage in play for next turn with that Badger Mole Cub in play. Now, no doubling effects for Christopher Larson, right? So there is that at the very least. There's no Mindform Harmonizer that can maybe get a kill out of nowhere. And no Ice Till Explorer either. But keep in mind, this is a leaner version of the typical mono-green landfall decks. Most of the mono-green landfall decks, in fact, basically all of them, play the full 4 copies of Ice Till Explorer. However, the Silesian landfall decks play 1 to 2 copies.
And I'm at...
That's really the thing that you had to give up.
Right. Yeah,
We've seen Ice Till Explorer be one of the best cards of the tournament.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. But hey,
Strong start from Larson, but Nathan's basically got the same start. I wonder if it's better to mix it up, though.
You have to find slots for those. Of course,
Instead of just following up with Earthbender Ascension, because if Nathan just plays Earthbender Ascension, he's technically behind.
Yeah, even a little bit of interaction.
Kind of what I'm thinking, you know? Instead of playing Ice Till might put you a little bit ahead.
Absolutely.
Stoyer's turn now. And he's got 6 cards
Oh.
in hand, including that Ice Till Explorer.
Yeah, so if he runs out that Ice Till Explorer, certainly will be able to get a very large mana advantage. We already see that Fable.
Yeah, I think.
On the battlefield.
I don't think you can play the Ascension because you're just going to be behind.
On Chris Larson's side of the battlefield.
Getting a little scary.
Yeah, there's that 3/4 Chocobo, has access to a ton of mana next turn as well.
Yeah, you see the Earthbender Ascension.
Is
it 1 right now? But
I think.
3.
Usually doesn't stay that way for very long in these matchups. 3 cards left for Larson.
Looks like Earthbender Ascension.
I mean, obviously, though, like, if you just play the Ice Till, it gets eroded, but...
Interesting. Tapping.
Oh, he's going to play the Ascension. Because you can't Earthbend the Fabled Passage. That is an advantage.
Right.
What? What?
The forest, getting another land. And that forest can, of course, also tap for 2 mana because of the Badger Mole Cub that's on the battlefield.
And Stoyer's going to be efficient here.
I guess he wants... What?
So that would be 2 counters on the Earthbender Passage. And now with 3 mana available, you can play Keen Eye Curator and Llanowar Elves.
Land for turn.
Oh, excuse me.
I think you played land concern.
No, I just tutored with this, right?
Oh, yeah.
Sand,
Right,
Fable
yeah.
Passage. Yeah. Good, right? I'm not playing land.
He's right.
Yep.
Trigger.
4 mana, Ice Till Explorer. And now he has another land available to play.
Yep.
That's coming in from the graveyard. That's his last land drop to have.
Right, but now Earthbender Ascension will be online.
Yeah, big turn.
Am I gonna hold priority? Yeah. So mill trigger on the stack.
Thin out the deck with Mill Trigger on the stack. So now once
And
the
this
forest is in
triggers
play,
twice,
there
so
will
it's
be
still
2
on the
Mill
stack
Triggers
right
off the Ice Till Explorer.
Yep.
I'm gonna have these resolve after the mills.
Yeah.
Look at Lars. Yeah, do whatever you want. So many triggers with these freaking landfall decks, dude. Need a Glen Elendra as the answer, bro.
Pass priority.
Priority to you for the rest of the turn.
All right,
Then
2
I'll
mills.
resolve the 2 triggers here.
Earthbender Ascension here. 2 triggers, so that's 2 +1/+1 counters.
5, 2 counters. I'll distribute them.
Yeah, Larson's really only job at this point is just to keep track of what Stoyer's doing to make sure that he's playing correctly.
Right.
But unfortunately for Larson, he is playing against Stoyer.
Yeah, and he has
pretty dang clean with his
right.
play.
He has been playing extremely clean over the course of this top 8.
Man. That was a big turn for Nathan.
Counters on Badger Mole Cub and also a little bit more.
Yep.
Llanowar Elf onto the
What
table as well.
a turn for Stoyer.
Huge turn. So now next turn
Yeah.
with Ice Till Explorer in play, if you just get the Fabled Passage out of the graveyard twice, that's just 4 +1/+1 counters and trample.
Now, Larson's got a big crackback. Big crackback. Because you can
And what can Chris
erode
does have
the
a lot
Ice
of
Till
interaction,
Explorer.
so
I mean, Nathan gets a land, but
rid of the Ice Till
that's not
Explorer,
so
which is
bad.
a source of card advantage here for Nathan.
And then
In that
you
erosion
can
in hand, he
fight
also
something
has
with
a
Bushwhack.
which if he can get the Saz's Chocobo up to a 4
4 and then get rid of the
fight
Badger Mole.
the Ice Till Explorer.
By the way, everything you're seeing here on Nathan's turn is because of Ice Till Explorer.
Right.
Right? I mean, that's what
Yeah.
enabled that explosive turn that we just saw.
Oh my gosh, a
Board,
harmonizer.
board, landfall triggers, and his mana base.
By the way, was that turn 3?
Maybe turn 4?
Yeah, it might have been turn 4. Sure.
It's unbelievable.
It's ridiculous.
No, that was turn 3.
So using all the mana here, he has 1 green mana.
That was
floating
turn 3.
I will fight the Ice Till with my Chocobo.
with the Will mana, as it is now a 4/5.
Dude, the World Wagon's huge, though, man. With a Harmonizer in hand, it's absolutely huge.
Hey, he's got to be thrilled.
That's
you know,
big.
Bushwhack being able to kill kind of a bigger thing.
Right, because right now, Nathan Sawyer only has now the escape tunnel here. That's a couple of landfall triggers and a keen-eyed curator, which is pretty difficult to actually get to a 7/7 in this matchup. Right now, there's a creature and a land and a sorcery in the graveyard. The fourth type is the tough part. Now, of course, if somebody has Ice Tail Explorer going, Earthbender Ascension is an enchantment, and then, of course, Diadrine is an artifact.
Yeah, same with World Wagon.
Right. Oh, wow. Chris Larson also drew Erode here.
No, he's had a road in his opening hand, Paul. He drew the Might Form Harmonizer.
Right. Getting in for 4. And it's already taken 2 damage.
I mean, this is big, though.
Fought the Ice Tail Explorer. So Nathan could block with the Badgermole Cup here if he wants to get a trade going. Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Larson's probably okay with that.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
at the same
I
time,
agree.
Nathan's thinking, well, I have plenty of mana, so I don't necessarily need the extra mana anyway. So
Definitely not.
It's one of those trades where I feel like both players are pretty happy with it. So.
Oh, wow. Nathan also found an Erode.
And you know, Chris Larson's the one that actually has a way to get a little bit of card advantage, given that he has that Lumbering World Wagon in play, right? You can use that to just start attacking, finding extra lands on the battlefield, trigger that Earthbender Ascension. Meanwhile, Nathan has just the bossing say here. And but he did draw an Erode off the top.
That's big, because, I mean, look at Larson's
Big,
board.
Yeah. Right.
He's got the World Wagon. He has the Ascension, and he has...
God, this is already nuts, guys.
He has the trio.
Right. And, of course, this is also a very, very nice combination, and we are now keeping...
This is already nuts.
Now, the combination of course, fetch land plus bossing say means you can kind of generate a bunch of landfall triggers basically every single turn.
The question is, what is he doing with them? It's just Ascension throwing a bunch of counters around.
Right.
But no big hammer finish.
Not yet, no.
Okay.
Oh, it's a
that's lot of
Diadrine.
progress for Stoyer as he passes the turn back to Larson, who decides not to use a road just yet, and he finds Diadrine off the top.
Wow.
Yeah.
And also a Might Form Harmonizer.
I mean, that's
here.
not irrelevant.
Start things off here with...
This is big, too, because Larson's the one
Yeah,
who still
that's
has
very much not irrelevant. Okay, so actually casting the Harmonizer, I probably would have warped it myself, but...
You can remember, you can remove the counter on the land with 1 counter on it to basically trigger another landfall, because that would die and come back into play.
Yeah, Diadrine also gets you a card and a 2/2 for your
right.
trouble, so that's a lot of upside.
Yeah, another card that possibly took over that Ice Tail Explorer slot, right? Just another thing you can play early, but also works really, really well with animated lands.
You heard the laughing in the background. Yeah, that was a nice draw. I mean, land would have been good too, but...
And here comes World Wagon.
Trigger, trigger, trigger.
Trigger, yep.
Does this get him to Ascension? Not quite. I guess he could...
So the Earthbender Ascension would go to 3, and then you remove the counter, and it would go up to 4.
So it will be on
right
Responding
right
to the
now.
trigger.
Yeah.
That's a trigger on the stack.
Okay, so...
Before it returns.
we're gonna
No. You remove the counter from it. There's an Earthbend trigger on the stack.
Yeah, sure. So like this.
I'm going to exile the land. I can exile the land with Keen-Eyed Curator because it's a separate trigger. So
Oh, does it actually go to the yard and then come back?
It absolutely does.
Or is it instead?
I think Larson forgot about that.
Like, does it... Like, I'm going to trust Nathan here. So
so it's not in play. It's in exile.
he's saying it goes to the graveyard
and then it triggers.
And then it'll come
It
back.
absolutely does.
In response when it goes
Because it dies.
Curator's gonna...
It absolutely does. It dies because you sacrifice it. So if anything that dies goes to the graveyard and then comes back.
Draw a card.
So, but you can exile it with the Keen-Eyed while it's...
the land itself, I suppose.
Sorry, explain what you're doing.
So this is 5, 10.
No,
that
this
land should be
Yeah, but
exiled.
like...
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
So this
Oh,
is 5, 10.
Sure.
Right.
I see what you're saying.
Because of the erode?
Right.
Like, can he go for it?
Did he get and he got a land
Can you
from the
explain
road?
to me?
Did he get a land?
No, I'm saying.
No.
Oh no, he didn't cast the road. Of course.
I'm
Yeah.
saying Larson has a road.
Oh,
This is
sure.
harmonized.
And he
Right.
actually has the
Yeah,
ability
yeah, yeah, but this trigger just
to do one more
so-
landfall
yes,
here
so
if
I
he
found a
wants.
land. Harmonized trigger on this. So it's
you targeted that, and then this trigger. Sorry, let me rephrase what I'm trying to.
I did this so like say this happens, and then I do this. So like I said, this, then this.
Okay.
So he lets the
Can I just talk to a judge?
World Wagon
You
trigger
didn't do
resolve.
anything. I just would like to tap my mana differently. That's all.
Did he not leave white mana available?
Oh, he did not leave white mana up. Because he has a road in hand.
Tap your mana is one thing, but that has 3 counters on it. That means that you're tapping a blocker rather than
Forced
not.
to play.
Right.
You're stacking the triggers such that that ability resolves first, right?
Yeah, so now it's 9.
But Nathan, when he spent the mana on the Keen-Eyed Curator, wanted to basically tap differently.
I'm saying, though, he's tapping a blocker.
Sure.
Like, it's not just a color of
Right,
mana.
of course.
He's taking a blocker off
He is
the
taking a
table.
blocker off, but does keep up a road here.
I know, that's why I'm saying, like, that is a real decision on which one
A lot of
those you tap.
confusion here, bro.
You tap the
Sure, but
green white.
Nathan hasn't blocked yet.
I'm saying he now doesn't have the option to block with that, or maybe has realized that he doesn't want to.
Right.
That is a much different than just which
but,
color
but-
do I want?
Yeah, but this is all fine.
It's
Well,
one bigger than.
Let's see what happens with Larson. He has a
There's
road
5
in
lands
hand
in play
here.
still, I think.
Oh, there was
Right.
6, yeah.
There was 6. So it's still.
Dude, this is so confusing, bro. I mean, I understand Nathan's play of eating the land with the curator,
Yeah, but it currently doesn't have trample.
but I don't understand why Larson didn't get it and why there's any confusion about what's happening.
He can, but then Nathan can use the erode
We
to
gotta
kill
figure it
the
out.
Lumbering World Wagon. If Christopher Larson.
I don't know what's going on, guys. I don't know what everybody is confused about. I don't know what Paul and Marshall are confused about. I don't know what Larson's confused about. This is not this is not a very welcoming start to this finals match if there's all this confusion.
So Chris probably content to just say,
Yeah, he's not
Make it
gonna go for it here, especially after Nathan goes, "Hey, can I untap my land?"
right.
Right. That's kind of giving away the fact that there's a really good chance that he's representing erode here.
Erode, a really key card in the matchup. And
Yeah,
in fact, it's the last card in hand for both players.
Yeah, and oftentimes removal spells like this usually target non-land creatures, but that's not the case for the erode. Just gets anything.
Yeah, that is true. Kills any creature, planeswalker.
Nathan perhaps trying to figure out a way if he can force the issue. It's interesting because if he goes for a double block, then he could be looking at taking the World Wagon off the battlefield altogether.
Right.
If he doesn't, and Chris gets a little impatient and goes for an erode on his own creature, then he can blow him out.
Sure, yeah. I think Chris might also be content just passing priority back because if Nathan has an erode, it's just so bad.
It's so bad. He probably
It's so bad, yeah.
Just say sure.
And I think Nathan's also aware of this, so just have to line up what you want to either chump block with. Basically just what you, because the safest thing is just blocking
Oh, boy.
the passage and then sacrificing it. And if Chris somehow goes for the erode play and tries to go for the trample, then of course Nathan has the follow-up in his own erode. But very, very big block here. Lumbering World Wagon crashing in for lots of damage. Now, of course, you can sacrifice this land, get a landfall trigger from the Earthbender Ascension, pump up the Curator, which would make it big enough to actually kill the Lumbering World Wagon.
So he's going to trade.
Yeah.
And Chris will probably just accept the terms of this situation.
Yeah, it
right?
feels like keeping
Yeah.
the road so you somehow can't die on the attack pack is very important. Especially because...
Oh, no.
Okay.
But Stoyer has it.
Yeah, Stoyer has the erode here as well.
He has his white mana available.
Counter on it, doubles the power.
And Nathan's
Okay, yeah,
saying,
of
I
course.
have my own erode. And Larson says, wow, you
How did
do
you
have
tap
it.
your white mana? That happens.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to tap it. I tapped it.
So Chris may be thinking, that maybe Chris thought he got a read on that situation where Nathan was like, actually, I want to untap it. Maybe he thought that was a higher chance that maybe Nathan doesn't even have it in his hand.
I know.
So he went for it.
Because why would you do that?
Because that seems like it would be a big mistake.
And I know why. It's because
I don't know what to tell you.
There was a blocker.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
This gets a counter at 4.
But that worked out horribly for Larson.
Right.
Yeah.
Larson still has a pretty good board here, right? There is a Mindform Harmonizer in play, no more Erode in Nathan's hand, with an Earthbender Ascension on the battlefield. The question is, can Nathan...
I just don't know, no chance that you... I don't know. Yeah, well played in a way.
Sorry, obviously I was not trying to get you.
No, it's a weird situation for...
Yeah,
Seems to be flustered about that mana situation there. Stoyer playing it cool.
Remember, Stoyer still has the ability to turn that escape tunnel into a land to trigger more landfall. Also, drew Mindform Harmonizer here. That could change the equation here as well.
Sure
Chris
could.
Larson is completely tapped out here. We're looking at a 4/4 Keen-Eyed Curator here. Doesn't feel like Nathan might have the mana to do everything. Let's see. If you warp in the Mindform Harmonizer, then use the Bossing Say on the escape tunnel. I guess you do have the Llanowar Elf. This is a lot of damage coming in.
Yeah.
This is a huge amount.
Yeah, turn that into land. Nathan, of course, just running the numbers here. What a top deck.
I don't think Larson's going to like this for him.
No.
Yep.
He had no cards in hand.
He had nothing, and he's like, really?
This is 2 landfall triggers off of Earthbender Ascension.
And now we're very into Am I Dead territory.
2 triggers, so this is 24 here. So you're going to take 22, right? So 6, 12, 24, right?
And it has
right.
That's
Oh my
game.
goodness.
That's game.
Wow, what a turnaround.
Trigger to
You see Larson sit back in his seat.
sacrifice.
He thought he had this game won.
Yeah,
Holy shit, Nathan.
He can't believe like, that was just the actual perfect draw in that spot.
So this targets this twice. So it's put the counter first.
Larson
5,
is shocked.
He's in
10.
disbelief.
So it's currently 10 when I search this land. We agree?
Sure, yeah.
And remember, Chris Larson doesn't
Sure.
here. This can't happen.
That's right.
He would have had that erode up so that Nathan Stoyer couldn't be able to go for the win
And
this turn.
Put this first.
And it just gets weird
So
because of
11,
that
22.
land
So
untapping
it's
thing, because
20,
Larson
21,
really kind of believed that Nathan would never tap that white mana if he actually had a road.
Which is why he went
and then
for
Nathan
it.
said, actually, can I change what I did? He was allowed to do so, but Larson went with his read of saying, if
more,
you
though.
had it, you wouldn't make the
It
mistake
can't
of
be,
tapping your
because-
white
because of the
So
way
I think
Yeah, the way
Nathan
this-
legitimately made an honest mistake, but then Chris read that for, no, there's no way you have it. You just want to keep up white mana, so I'm going to go for it. But then Nathan actually had it.
And then Nathan top decked literally the
perfect
card.
card.
And killed him.
Yeah, this is nuts, bro.
I mean, he went from looking at a board state of Stoyer having no
That
white
is
mana available
absurd.
with a
That is
win
absurd.
to, okay, you've got your white mana.
That is
happens
absurd.
sometimes, to a reverse blowout and then a loss.
That is absurd.
Yeah.
Monster top deck.
Agreed.
Yeah. Now, Chris Larson.
That is absurd.
That was a weird game.
Yeah. Now, Chris
In that
Larson
sense of play.
has been in.
That is a
taken some
weird
tough
game.
losses, specifically in the finals of the Pro Tour, right? Just
Yeah.
the last one
That is so weird, bro.
he had the win in game number
It's
4.
not even satisfying. It's just weird, right? It's not even satisfying. It's like, what the heck just happened?
You know, Paul, I don't think it's sitting well with
Also, I'm pretty sure if I said you would. I don't know.
It's weird.
Rough, but
I just don't think it's sitting well with him how that played out.
sure.
No,
I think it's just
it's not sitting well with me, bro. That was weird.
And again, that is because
But you can
Played
tell
up a bit after that.
he's just having a hard time
yeah,
kind of getting
absolutely,
his bearings back
absolutely, absolutely.
Dude,
But
that was weird, guys.
By doing that,
I have a weird feeling, and I'm not even playing the game.
hardly margin.
What do you, you had to untap?
Yeah, I think it. Yeah.
Oh, that I had to untap the land.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, from my perspective, I was just confused about the triggers as they were resolving on the
I
stack.
understand that as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Just say it would be helpful to, try to take the triggers a little slower.
I understand. I didn't think. I feel like, yeah.
Chris was
I don't
very
think we were
clear on the
tracking
triggers.
triggers too big, too fast either.
Well, I think the
when
part.
I say slow, excuse me.
More verbal.
Wait, pardon?
More verbal.
What I mean to say is let's just agree on the math as we go.
Yeah,
That
sure.
way it's a lot less confusing for you guys. It's a lot less confusing for us.
everyone else.
That's a fair request. I don't think it's really relevant. You know, these were two different things.
Yeah. But I did want to say full disclosure, like what Nathan did was completely legal, and the judges are sitting there to allow that to
But I
happen.
messed up too by putting one less counter on the Ice Till Explorer. I just thought you were going to erode it and forgot about Bushwhack.
Yeah.
Which is why I put the 2 counters on the Badgermal Cub.
All right, well, we still have a lot more Magic to play. That is just one game. Like I mentioned before, Chris Larson has taken some tough losses before, specifically in Game 4 against Tony Portland.
Oh my God, man. I don't know. I got a weird feeling, guys. I feel weird. This is just, I don't know. I was really looking forward to this finals, and now I just feel weird. I feel strange. That was not a good game.
And he's going to have to do it again here as he's lost game 1 to Nathan Stoyer, and he's left kind of shaking his head about it. You can tell he really needs to try to dial it back in. This is a best 3 out of 5. This is
Did he keep a one-lander?
Take 1 loss. This is far from over. Our first 2 games.
Oh, no, he's got 2 lands.
And we are off and running here in game number 2. Chris Larson and Nathan Stoyer both on 7 cards. Chocobo on the other side with a Llanowar Elves for Larson. Does he have the Dream Opener?
No Badgermole Cub.
Okay, then no.
Or Earthbender Ascension. You want either of those cards. In fact, he's got probably the cards that aren't as good in the matchup in cards like Sirach and Keen-Eyed Curator. Still a fine curve out, but not exactly what the deck's trying to do in this head-to-head. Interesting turn here for Chris Larson.
Good 19.
So this looks like an attack for 1 with the Llanowar Elves.
Okay,
and then Saz's Chocobo and
an escape tunnel.
An escape tunnel. Not bad.
Yep.
Again, not that explosion level draw that we see sometimes from this deck, but pretty good.
Yeah. And
what
here,
about for Stoyer?
Nathan does have the Bushwhack here. So can go Saz's Chocobo, land, Bushwhack, kill Llanowar.
Oh boy.
To try to slow
I got a weird feeling, guys. I know. I'm sorry. I keep saying that.
Saz's Chocobo as well.
Yep. There's a Temple Garden, so you can play those untapped. You get the 2 landfall triggers.
Okay.
Clean up the board.
So he's going to Bushwhack, kill Llanowar Elves, pass the turn back over. On end step here, though, Larson is going to sacrifice his escape tunnel. That's an additional counter.
Tune of the Ether Split card. Good one,
That
right?
Bushwhack has been pretty impressive.
Green on green crime, yep.
The timing on it matters, like the earlier the better.
Yeah, right,
And
definitely.
we see that here from Stoyer.
Just to have an additional cheap way to deal with some of the mana creatures. Chris would love to draw an Earthbender Ascension off the top here. Get some ramp going. Otherwise, can still just go land.
Yeah, another land is good.
So he's going to attack for 3 and then play the Sirach.
And actually, Nathan doesn't have a play here on turn number 3.
Yeah, Story's doing. He had a bad day today, though, or a bad day yesterday. I mean, he lost a lot, but he made it into the top 8.
2 landfall triggers. That way you can actually block the Sirach, right? You can turn the Chocobos both into 3/4s here. But on the flip side, I think Nathan is considering, do I just maybe take a bunch of damage? Is there a world where maybe I can win by, holding onto that escape tunnel and waiting until the Mindform Harmonizer is in play to get double landfall triggers to maybe sneak in a victory?
Yeah, when you have a slower hand like this for Stoyer, he does not need to start thinking about the few turns down the road.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is Sirach in the matchup?
Not particularly strong.
Not particularly great. You sideboard him out.
Can grow. you're not really doing a ton of damage. I think it's meant for the decks that have lots of removal.
Yeah,
Decks
meant
like
for the more
Listen
interactive decks.
Or any Izzet deck for that matter. It's just, the fact that it can draw you the card and can't be countered does a lot of work. In this type of matchup, I don't think it's very strong.
It ends up being one of the smaller creatures.
Right. It's just a 4/3, and it doesn't end up mattering all that often, especially when both sides get, the draws, their typical draws.
The one thing we have noticed about it that has been a benefit is it does come with trample, where getting trample with an harmonizer can be a problem, but maybe we won't be seeing as many of those after this game. I'll remind you, this is game number 2, and we're going best 3 out of 5 every game.
Warp Harmonizer and keep up a road. My God.
Now with Mightform Harmonizer, he's actually warping this in. This already doubled something, right? He already played a land, and with Erode, he can actually turn that attacking creature into a lethal attacker, potentially. Nathan...
And he did target Sirach, by the way, with that trample.
And Nathan posturing here, right? Kind of putting his hands in front of his mana here. You gotta at least try to...
No, you can't do that. Yeah, because it was already in play.
That's a weird mind.
You have me at 14, right?
Yep.
And Nathan doesn't have anything, so if Chris doesn't go for it this time, but had he gone for the erode...
Doesn't go for it because he's worried about erode.
I guess you would have to erode like the Mightform Harmonizer.
The problem is you have to actually kill one of your own attackers.
Right.
Like, the Harmonizer would be gone, right, by the time the land
and this still puts Nathan down to 2.
Exactly.
Right. And Chris does not want to make that same mistake that he made in the previous turn where he...
Erode,
tried to go for the win on the turn, and then Nathan, of course, had the very timely erode.
Okay, here's a Harmonizer, but this is going to clear the way here for Larson.
Right, but Larson does not have an extra land drop to make here. Right? He's got 4 lands to cast the Harmonizer.
A land would be...
A Fabled Passage would be ridiculous.
It's a cub.
Badgermole Cub.
Oh, that's not it.
Yeah.
So he can go Curator Cub or Curator leave up Erode or Harmonizer.
Right.
Wow, he's attacking with both.
Just attacking here. He does have access to the Erode.
Oh,
remember,
that's why the Curator's
Remember,
down
the
first.
Sirach has Trample, so Nathan, to play around Erode, probably needs to double block on the Sirach.
And block the Chocobo. Because the Chocobo, of course, doesn't have Trample. But so you want to put your biggest stuff. So I think what you want to do is put 2 Chocobo on the Sirach and perhaps the Ice-Tail Explorer on the Chocobo.
Yeah, I agree. Yep.
Right. So, and Nathan.
Yep. That's how you got to do it.
Very, very heads-up play here.
This is not a great
very heads-up play. That's Nathan's so smart.
Well, I mean, the Chocobo's going to eat the Sirach if you block this way. Right, they're both 4/5s, and then if you sacrifice a land, they're both 5/6s.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's not like it's not like Sirach grows.
So he gets him to chump block with the Harmonizer. That's
right.
He basically is trading Sirach for Harmonizer, which
or Ice-Tail Explorer.
Sorry, not Harmonizer, Ice-Tail Explorer. But that is what Larson.
Yeah, that's basically what he wanted out of that exchange. Yeah.
But now we're kind of back down to no more Trampler.
No more Trampler, and Nathan has 2 giant creatures in play with the Mightform Harmonizer and in Erode. Although, that is an escape tunnel, I believe.
Yes.
So that doesn't allow Nathan Stoyer to actually cast Erode if he plays the Harmonizer this turn.
Well, you got to warp it.
And let's keep an eye on the Curator here, as that thing can start eating away at the graveyard.
Right.
And it can become a Trampler very easily.
Sure, we have a creature and a land currently, and a sorcery.
Exactly.
Needs to
find
a 4th creature type to put into the graveyard, enchantment or artifact.
And he has an instant in hand.
That's
Finals of the Mirror. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
That's right. You are absolutely correct.
Land and your
sorcery.
Yes.
Yes, sorcery. Because you have your own creature, or there's another creature. And with the Erode, you put an enchantment, an instant in your graveyard. That would turn the Keen-Eye Curator into a 7/7 Trampler.
He needs a land, though, right? The second land is needed because of all the toughness?
Well, so he's got the Erode as well, though, right?
Right, but that's
attack with
one
both.
landfall.
Well, no, because even if you double block...
I guess Erode is just lethal?
Right.
Yeah. It is.
Oh, because he's down to 2.
Right.
Yeah, it is just lethal because he'll get a the erode will go in the graveyard, and then you can eat it with the keen-eyed, and that will be 4 creatures or 4 types. So if you single block it or double block it, it doesn't matter. It'll have trample.
Tramples over for 1 point of damage, and then the 1 damage from the token might matter. However, then you don't have enough mana to exile enough cards and also cast erode and exile a card out of the graveyard.
Okay, he's going to play Badgermole Cub first, and that actually
it's the same amount of mana.
Same amount of mana, yeah.
If he destroys the forest,
yep.
He can tap it for mana.
Right.
And destroy it and get 2 landfall triggers.
So
yeah.
So he's going to erode there.
Yeah, just kill your blocker. Tap this.
So this dies.
Yep.
But you see the escape tunnel there for Sawyer.
And by the way, that still gives you another landfall trigger here. You get 2 landfall triggers, right? You get 1 from the erode and 1 from the escape tunnel.
Right.
So the 4/5 becomes a 6/7. So that's not quite enough.
It doubles the power of it, though.
Keen-Eye Curator becomes a 7/7 Trampler. It wouldn't kill Nathan.
It would leave him at 1.
Yeah. Oh, it's a 7/7 attacking into 5, a 6/7. So he would take no damage.
Okay,
but he would.
No damage,
but he would have no board.
Okay.
Absolutely no board. Oh,
yeah.
That's right. Mindform Harmonizer's in place.
Mindform Harmonizer as well, double the power, yep.
Trade with both of those creatures. Because he has a Mindform Harmonizer in play.
So we'll have an empty. No, we'll have a Badgermole Cub,
a 1/1
and a 1/1,
and a Warped Harmonizer
against an opponent on 2 with no board.
That's right. But Nathan Stoyer
still kind of close.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Nathan Stoyer still has Mindform Harmonizer in hand and an erode. Right, so he can still play a blocker and remove an attacker if Chris Larson maybe tries to go for it next turn.
Oh no, I don't take any.
No.
Yeah, so Nathan thought he was dead, but he actually isn't.
Yeah, the math is too hard.
You know it's hard when Nathan Stoyer says the math is too hard.
Yeah, he takes no damage, but both of his creatures are dead. But still, he's got a Harmonizer and an erode.
Yeah, so Chris also knows what's going to happen here. All those creatures that rumbled in are going to die. A 2/2 and a 1/1 on Chris Larson's side. Nothing on Nathan Stoyer. However, Nathan has a bunch of lands in play. Has a Harmonizer. Has Bossing Stay available as well. Again, a tap land.
He's got a Bossing Say. I have to give the advantage to Nathan at this point then, if he's got a Bossing Say.
That's an extra blocker. Hey, this puts 2 blockers in play with an erode.
So Larson has Harmonizer warped. So he has some action.
Right, he can just cast it next turn if he wants, right? Along with the Chocobo that he has in his hand. So it's going to be very close here.
Yep.
Oh, not going for the Harmonizer. Okay. But you still have access to the erode here.
Yep.
All right, so there is a land here from Christopher Larson. Chocobo. Probably hard cast the Harmonizer here into a land.
He's going to play the land first.
Wait. He should have tapped the... I think that was a slightly missed... Yeah. You want to play the land after.
Yeah.
To get the landfall
because
trigger.
You can't cast it up.
But I don't think he would have had a good attack anyways.
No.
Because you don't want to attack Badgermole Cub into the 2/2 land.
So he's just going to have to pass back anyway.
All right,
no
4
harm,
creatures.
No
Yep.
Right. Nathan,
Oh my gosh, Nathan found Earthbender Ascension.
Earthbender Ascension to put another blocker in play while keeping up that erode. All right, going for the Harmonizer here instead.
Okay.
Stoyer really fighting, scrapping it out, facing 2 huge attacks this game, and able to stabilize at 2.
Ooh, erode.
That is an erode here from Christopher Larson.
Is that enough?
No, he's going to be 1 damage short because if he erodes the Mindform Harmonizer, attacks with everything, Nathan Stoyer will erode the Mindform Harmonizer or one of the other creatures and then block the 2/2 and the 1/1, and then he'll just take the 1 damage. Also, I think he thinks that there's a really good chance Nathan is holding an erode right now, too.
Especially after the first game.
That's right. Yeah, and this is where having access to a couple more lands and that bossing say is going to really matter here, right?
Oh,
Chris
man,
Larson
this
does
is
have
crazy,
a
guys.
Trampler available.
This is
Every
crazy.
single turn, Nathan can pump out another blocker with that bossing say.
So often, it comes down to trample. Yes, and Larson just passed the turn back.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta.
Stoyer with a road.
But now Nathan has a slight advantage with that bossing say coming down.
That's 2 more blockers.
Oh, his engine is online, no doubt about that.
How is Christopher Larson going to find a way to sneak the last 2 points of damage? As long as Nathan Stoyer keeps up the erode, he can't even, draw an escape tunnel off the top to try to go for lethal here. At least until he fights through that erode in Nathan Stoyer's hand.
Yeah, it would be a good draw. He could force him to kill,
right?
Chocobo or something like that, rather than the Harmonizer. But still, Larson's going to be getting a little jealous here.
The things are starting to slip away here. Now, Larson does have the massive edge when it comes to life total, but Nathan is the one who has all the resources. Chris Larson's best bet here is just kind of hoping Nathan maybe gets a little bit too aggressive in one of the turns, fires off that erode, and gets in for the last few points of damage.
And there's a forest off the top here for Larson. No help.
Yeah, not going to be enough. Not on this board. No trampling available.
Can he force an unfavorable trade? I mean, is that where we're at here?
I mean, you can play the land and pump up the Chocobo and then double the power. It'll turn it into a 4-3, but Nathan's also just happy, perhaps just blocking with the land and getting extra landfall triggers and getting that back into play, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
It seems like the best creature available to block with.
Yep.
As it is a 4-3. Perhaps going to line up a double block here, maybe try to force an erode. Or try to find a way to just get that Chocobo off the battlefield here.
Yeah, it feels like Larson doesn't want to go for the 2-for-1 version.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe.
This is a 4-3. I think Larson will be okay just getting both of these lands off the battlefield. Yeah.
Yeah, so the Cub and the Plains.
But the Plains will, of course, come back.
Yep.
And another landfall trigger will occur.
So Chocobo a little bigger, halfway there on the Earthbender Ascension for Stoyer,
right?
Who has done
Yeah.
an amazing job of staying alive.
Dude, Nathan is just
keeping himself in
doing really good here, even though he's only at 2 life.
It's his game to lose.
Right. Now remember, Chris Larson does have that erode in hand, so we are getting kind of close to the point where now with the Earthbender Ascension on 2 and a Mindform Harmonizer in play, right? At some point, Nathan can probably find the option here to start attacking on his own, and especially if you can find a fetch land, get in for a ton of damage and kind of force Chris Larson to fire off that erode.
Larson very much at the mercy of the top of his library, and at this rate, he's going to need to find multiple good draws in a row to fight through the erode of Stoyer and then also find some way to give trample.
Yeah, Nathan is certainly just going to attack animate with Bossing Say. No real other lines available here. Using that to turn the land into a 2-2. You just kind of get infinite jump blockers. If you don't have tramplers, he is happy just putting those creatures in front of any attacker and build up that Earthbender Ascension.
Yeah, I keep thinking about Earthbender Ascension for Larson, but that's really only one piece of the puzzle.
Right.
He's so far from getting it active.
Right, he's very, very far away.
Is Surrock the draw that he wants?
Possibly,
it
because
dies,
at least
but he gets a card back off of it.
Trigger here. Yep.
Remember, Mindform Harmonizer is in play here. Oh, look at that.
So it's a 4-4?
8-4.
An 8-4 Mightform Harmonizer just attacked.
Basically, hey, do you want to trade? I'm okay with the trade. Okay, erodes the creature.
Give
so
it
now
trample.
might erode the Harmonizer in response.
You should.
Because now, once you get the creature, you can make a 5/5 Mindform Harmonizer, which would be bigger than Chris Larson's Mindform Harmonizer.
Okay, so Stoyer erodes his own land, which is going to get the Earthbender Ascension online, which means 5 toughness.
Right.
Oh, the land comes down, yeah.
So make sure we sequence everything well here.
And trample.
And
Yep.
trample.
And Larson is doing his best job of not selling the fact that he's got erode until the last minute, but he does. Of course, Stoyer will have been aware of that possibility.
Absolutely.
This good, yes.
Okay.
And then his Harmonizer is going to die, and he's going to get a land.
Get another land, which will then get you another Saz's Chocobo trigger and another Earthbender Ascension trigger.
Yeah, Ascension's
It's at 5 now.
So it goes
powered
5,
up.
Yeah, and then you have this one.
Yeah. All right. Well, now, I mean, Nathan's down to 2 creatures.
I
That
didn't have to risk it.
I was going to
look
say,
at
Stoyer
this.
took a
And
big risk to go for
fired
the
off
win.
the road. If Chris Larson just plays a land here, isn't that lethal?
It is.
What the?
Yeah.
He's got it.
my
And
goodness.
wow. What a weird game.
Wow.
Larson somehow
I need
comes
sugar.
away.
I mean, sugar.
I mean, in both games, the first person
must
to
have gone around
flinch
past turn,
and
right?
fire
The
off their
turn before
erode
that.
first was the
but you
person
had
who
mana
lost the
up, you
game.
could have killed it.
After both of them holding it in their
I'm
hand
fairly
for
certain
7
that
turns in a
I
row.
would attack into your road. I don't get there. But I don't think I played this game very well. I also thought I had lethal turn I attacked with Keenan, and as I attacked with Keenan, I realized, oh, it triggers down.
You had second erode for how long?
Couple of turns.
The whole
I think.
Yeah, he had that for a while. Yeah, so
Trying to
Nate,
think about it, because I guess you just didn't want to go for lethal that turn. You just thought I had a road.
Yeah. Did you have a road?
Yeah, I did have a road.
wow. I mean, really well played there at the end by Chris Larson, not running into the same trap that he did in game number 1.
I'm sorry.
You know, it's interesting because you actually mentioned that as a potential line of play,
Oh,
saying
that's fair.
maybe Stoyer will get a little bit impatient with his erode. But that felt like desperation, right? That felt like Chris, you know, you're searching for Chris's outs when you say that, Paul. It actually happened. I'm shocked. I did not think that Stoyer would go for it there.
Yeah, I mean, just on board state alone, every single Nathan had the mana advantage. Every single turn, he gets to make another 2/2 blocker. There's no threat of any tramplers. Just continue building out your board, make a bunch of tokens, keep up that hold on to that erode for dear life. Because if you use it offensively and your opponent also has one, I mean, both times the player who cast it first lost the game, and yeah, that's going to be a rough one for Nathan.
Don't be the first one to flinch, I guess is the name of the game. 2 unorthodox endings to games 1 and 2, but in the end, they split them, and we're going to play at best 2 out of 3 when we come back right after this break.
Now they sideboard. I'm wondering, like, how do you sideboard the mirror match? Bring in Sheltered, possibly? Take out the Surak. But you're not going to bring in Rest in Peace. I don't know. I'm not sure how you sideboard this mirror match necessarily. This is a pretty entertaining mirror match, though, at least. Yeah, it is still an entertaining files, an entertaining mirror match. Doo-doo. 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 Yeah, again, I'm not sure what was the new format that they announced. Because they were supposed to announce a new format, right? They were supposed to announce a new format at this Pro Tour. And I'm not sure what it was.
Strixhaven. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm with Paul Cheon. And if you're just joining us, good timing. We're in the finals.
Randos.
And we've got Nathan Sawyer versus Chris Larson having split the first 2 games, and now they're sideboarding and sideboarding face up here, Paul.
Are they showing each other what they're sideboarding?
Highly unorthodox, but it's also pretty rare to see 2 teammates playing together in the finals of the Pro Tour. So this must have been an agreement made by the team. Hey, if we ever play against each other, perhaps at any point in the event, because I think you told me that they did this previously as well, right?
They did it. They played 15 and they did this then.
Right.
Too.
So I think this is a team heavy play Cosmos thing where it's just hey, if we ever play against each other, we don't want any surprises. We're playing the same deck. Face up sideboarding.
Face up sideboarding. Okay.
Interesting
cutting
stuff.
this or no?
But yeah, this is like I was just putting out the one art for you.
Oh, I see. Now you're deciding on your snakeskin veil.
This is the 7 that was on the.
They're even discussing their sideboarding strategy.
Whether or not how many
I wonder if they've just fallen into a playtesting rhythm.
Right. I mean,
yeah.
Probably spent a lot of time together testing, right? I mean, I don't know how much time Chris Larson has to, of course, not necessarily test in person, but of course you can play plenty of your matches online as well.
About last time.
Yeah.
But I imagine the sideboard plan here is going to be very, very similar between both players, right? Mossborn Hydra is a card that's quite strong. Snakeskin Veil is a way to protect the Mossborn Hydra, especially because after sideboard, I think it's the most important card in the matchup.
I guess we'll both be beating ourselves up for 2 different games.
Yeah.
Call it a wash.
It would be interesting and pretty funny if somehow they both sideboarded very differently, even though
really
it's face up.
You would have cast the Erode already. I guess you basically just needed to hold it. But I thought you would have gone for lethal.
Yeah.
I didn't think you'd have too many other windows to kill me, and that was like one of the spots where I have 1 card in hand and I'm just dead to it.
You took out the Key9?
Yeah. I got him.
So, I mean, that's definitely one of those Chris Larson
you just had a read that I had a
felt
road.
like he had a read.
I assume so.
Exactly. There you go.
Yeah, after game 1, I just assume you have a road always.
I would have thought you had a road, except I would have thought that you would try to kill me because your window was so small in that game because I can bossing say and stuff.
But did I have a window?
Yeah, it was lethal.
He had 1 window.
Like if you don't have a road.
Right.
That's
if I don't have a road, you kill me by casting a road.
Yeah, but like multiple turns ago, like I don't think there was a window.
There was 2 turns. You had 4 attackers. I had 3 blockers.
But one of them was 1/1. And then I needed a land to pump it as well. No?
You attack with all 4, whatever's unblocked,
and
you
erode
erode
my
your
own
own
creature?
creature, and then you kill me.
Yeah, but then I died to a road, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I made the assumption that you would have killed me with your road because your window to win the game would have been small otherwise.
You guys want to write it down after we showed it open?
Yeah. No, we don't need it written down.
Kind of something with sugar in it. Otherwise. Sorry? Can I go buy something with sugar in it or? A Coke.
Like a juice or a Coke? Or
Coke. We'll work on it. Yeah, that's fine.
What do you want? Just a Coke, juice?
Coca-Cola.
He was saying at the end of the game that he felt like he needed some sugar.
Did you think about it that turn or
that
not
was
really?
an intense 2 games.
Yeah, I think maybe
Nathan's still talking about it, bro. He doesn't want to let it go.
Interesting.
Extremely intense situation.
That was just like, in my head at least.
Yeah, I mean, and Nathan basically just thinks he would have definitely gone for it there. Why didn't he go for it? So I assumed he didn't have it, and then of course he had it. Chris Larson ran into a similar situation in game number 1 with the tapping. He also came to that conclusion, and in both instances the other player had the erode.
Okay. I can pay for it myself. That's not the issue.
Let me see what I can. They closed down the cafe.
Oh, they closed down the cafe.
So here's just some shop around. There's actually some grandma's chocolate chip cookies in the boxes in the back.
Celiac.
Oh, we can get him a cookie.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
You can take a look at our crew here, by the way.
Not refined.
You can see Frank and Mason down
Thanks,
there
Tulsi.
on the iPads.
Right.
We've also got a fantastic crew backing us up here
These have been weird
in
games,
the booth.
Yeah, and as expected, taking a look at
man,
how Chris
you really got
Larson's
me. I thought you were
sideboarding
gonna
here.
go-
You too.
Yeah.
Went up to the full
Thought you were
4
gonna go and
copies
kill
of
me
Mossborn
if you had it
Hydra,
that turn.
along with
Last
4
turn I knew
copies
you
of
drew the
Sheltered by
land, so I
Ghosts.
just figured like couldn't have it.
I feel like Nathan now second guessing things here.
All right, good luck.
Yeah, Nathan's really second guessing everything, bro.
Entertaining TV in weird ways.
It is that.
You guys okay?
Yep.
Perfect. Good luck. Perfect 7.
The perfect
Impressive
7
stuff.
from
The
Chris
perfect
Larson. He's
7.
got his drink, and
Ooh, not an
is that a
imperfect
one
7
lander?
here for Nathan.
Yeah, Stoyer's
Can't
gonna
keep
have to
that.
send one
Yeah.
back. How would you say this archetype mulligans?
It mulligans pretty well, but not down to 5. Down to 5, you might be running kind of short, but down to 6, Landfall mulligans pretty well.
You have that good opener, and so I think
Yeah, you just need an opener, basically.
to find those. Now,
Opener and a
there's lot of
couple
variety
lands.
built in.
Basically what you
have a
need.
Chocobo with lands,
Because it
like
also
Elves,
just
Bad
top
Chocobo.
decks really well.
Basically, you need to have a hand
Like,
of
Nathan
those
top
cards in your
decked a
opener,
Might Form Harmonizer in game 1 and won the game.
back.
So mulligan here for
You thinking?
Stoyer.
And Nathan Stoyer here sideboarding in a very similar way, bringing in all copies of Mossborn Hydra and Sheltered by Ghosts in his sideboard, along with a couple of copies of Snakeskin Veil to protect those creatures.
We'll see if Stoyer has a keeper here.
And I think we were mentioning before, both players boarding out the Sirachs.
That hand looks like it could be better. Erode a few lands. Does he have an early play?
This is
Yeah, an elf. Okay, it's a little questionable. It's land heavy, but I would keep that.
a lot of mana. Yeah, erode elves in all lands.
I think you might need to keep this one, and then you just...
Nah, I would keep that. That's honestly not a bad 6. Not a bad 6. You could top deck good stuff. You top deck Earthbender Ascension. You top deck even a Chocobo. Top deck Harmonizer. Top deck Cub. You got a lot of good top decks with that. I think keep that.
Okay.
He sent it back?
I mean, it's
Bro, what? Why?
4 lands, land worlds, and in a row. It's like 5 lands and in a row. That's it.
What? No. I think that was very keepable. Oh my gosh, Larson sent it back too.
So they're both going to 5 here?
This question I would ask you.
I mean, if you knew I mulled to 5, I would keep that hand.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that would I even keep this hand if you mulled to 5, but probably, yeah.
Yeah.
But my hand is just like,
It's pretty weird. It doesn't really do very much, and it's kind of all in on the Hydra, but yeah.
you
Did you keep 4 lands, elf, erode on 6?
those are some really, really good lands.
None of those.
Like
None of
Ancestral
those
Recall
ones.
lands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, fair fight here, I guess.
right.
Both players going to 5.
We have divination lands in our deck.
Yeah.
I would love a divination land. Oh, man.
Yeah, you got Paul's interest with that one.
Tell me more.
Is that the next set, or?
Yeah. Might have to play the PT for that one.
I'm a little surprised that Paul doesn't compete in any PTs.
I don't believe him anymore.
Yeah, he was incorrect.
Okay, see an erode.
Erode, Escape Tunnel, Badgermo Cub. I mean, that looks good.
It's just a matter of figuring out what to send back here with this hand.
What about for Larson? Does he have?
Oh, that looks nice.
I see.
Is that a one-lander?
It might be.
It's one lander? No, it's
a
not.
good one-lander.
A one lander?
I think is Larson on a mulligan to 6?
Well, I assume
Feels
he's
that
going to
way.
5 as well.
Oh,
Right? They
okay.
both do it at the same time. We'll see. We'll see.
It's a pretty good 5 for Nathan there.
Just amazing to the point where it's really tough figuring out what to bottom.
Right.
You've got interaction, you've got ramp, you got the 2 lands.
I think you can get rid of the erode. You don't necessarily need the interaction yet. With Larson down to 5 as well. You might find an erode later.
So maybe you don't need the interaction, right? If you're on the play,
Yeah,
you want to be as
that's what I'm
proactive
saying
as possible
too.
and keep all the action cards in your hand.
Yeah.
Good luck, buddy.
Oh, Larson was on a one lander.
So it says 5 and 6, but I know Stoyer's
think it's
on
flipped.
5. Yeah. So
It's
6 for Larson.
Yeah, 6
Okay.
for Larson, 5 for Stoyer.
Okay. Here we go.
All right, turn 1 land or elf.
And this is going to be a Chocobo for Larson. This was a one-lander, but it has...
Oh, but he's got the bushwhack.
Yeah, so the question is, do you just run out the bushwhack here instead? Because if you play the bushwhack for a land, next turn you can play Badger Mole Cub.
Yeah.
That's what he's going with.
Boy, a land there would have been nice for Larson.
Right, because if you play
bushwhack to kill Llanowar Elf,
right,
so much better.
Yeah, but if you just play out the Chocobo turn 1, you just can't play the Cub turn 2, right? Unless you just top deck a land.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yep.
Risky. So
perfect.
The perfect start here for Stoyer. Llanowar Elves into Badger Mole Cub.
Get all this mana, and he's got the Ice Tail Explorer to effectively unmulligan here, and the Mossborn Hydra in hand.
But Larson's hand is good too.
He's got a Chocobo into an escape tunnel possibly here.
Yeah.
That turns your Chocobo into a 2/3, so none of the creatures on Nathan's side can actually attack this turn. Or you keep up Erode instead. Sure.
Better be sure about using it here.
Yeah, well, this is the big turn, right? Nathan has access to 4 mana here. Didn't even sacrifice the escape tunnel. Doesn't need to with that Ice Tail Explorer and Mossborn Hydra. So now if you're Nathan Stoyer, Chris Larson is representing Erode. Which one of these creatures do you want to expose to the Erode?
If you
say so.
Ice Tail Explorer gets you a lot more cards, but then, of course, Mossborn Hydra can close out the game very, very quickly.
I think you're more worried about the Ice Tail dying. I think I would value the Ice Tail more than the Hydra.
I think the question is, if we
I would let the Ice Tail die.
which one of those cards would you rather have in play?
That's still a great question.
And it is an interesting question. My gut says Ice Tail is.
I mean, I would rather have, sorry, I'd rather have the Ice Tail live and have the Hydra die.
Flexibility and advantage off of future top decks. But
it's still
you may be able to just close this thing out.
Yeah, play the Hydra, have that get killed.
Signifies that he probably wants the Ice Tail for later.
Right. And has a land and has that Ice Tail, that escape tunnel. So that thing's going to be gigantic. So Chris Larson needs to get that off the off the snakeskin veil there.
He's messing around with him.
But that does ramp Nathan Stoyer here.
Ooh, bossing say?
Chris Larson does
Yo!
answer to the Ice Tail Explorer with a Shelter by Ghost in hand. So if Nathan
You
runs
cast...
Explorer, remember he mulliganed down.
Oh, I would have done the Badger Mole Cub plus the Shelter by Ghost. I mean, I guess save Shelter by Ghost for the Ice Tail.
Block and sack there from Stoyer. He wanted to do that anyway, so may as well soak up a couple of damage on the way. Badger Mole Cub for Christopher Larson, and he's got the escape tunnel with that as well. So good combos from both players. This is going to be an interesting game, and remember, Nathan's on 5. I mean, this is a really great draw on 5.
Yeah, it is.
Ice Tail Explorer, perhaps he can mill a Bossing Say, get that into play, right? If you do that,
Escape
at least you
tunnel.
can get a bunch of mana on the battlefield, and even if this one dies, you can still use the Bossing Say to get some 2/2s into play.
Oh, if only there was a way to shortcut this.
Can't do it on paper.
Painful, I know.
Yeah. There's a mill trigger coming.
But
played.
Well, I have to mill a card first.
Oh, you already have to mill. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah, that's why. Awkward, right?
Trying to shortcut,
Then
but
I
it actually
have to play my
ended up
first
taking
land drop,
longer.
Respond to the mill, crack this.
Yep. Yep. So land coming in, 2 mill triggers on the stack here for Ice Tail Explorer.
I would probably just mill the card there, but I get it.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, because I don't
you have
think
to mill
either
what,
lists
two now?
are
Two
playing
cards, and I
with...
have a land drop still.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have Esper Origins in their deck to kind of mill, but still, getting the forest out of your deck so you have a higher chance of
And
milling
this
cards
one
like
resolves.
Bossing Say is relevant.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay, so lots of lands, but nothing else from Nathan. Chris Larson does have the Shelter by Ghost here to get the Ice Tail Explorer off the battlefield.
Yeah, you know, Stoyer started on 5. He's done a really great job of developing his mana on a start from 5, but it did leave him with far fewer cards in hand. And if you look at where that stands right now, Larson clearly in the lead in that department.
Absolutely. Nathan needs to find some action here.
Just a land left for him, and look at that. Sheltered by Ghost, his own Ice Tail Explorer, and even a critical land at this mid part of the game, Bossing Say for Larson.
Yeah, looks really good for Larson, doesn't it?
Top as well. think we're going to just see a Sheltered by Ghost here to kick things off, because I don't think Chris Larson wants to see any more Ice Till Explorer triggers happening here.
Does he just put it on the Chocobo at this point?
Yeah, it also makes it so that if Nathan wants to kill it, it's going to cost a little more mana, as it does have Ward 2. And this grows, and you can get a nice, healthy attack for 6 in. Oh, 7.
Gain 6 life.
Yeah. This also makes it way less likely for Nathan to somehow get a Harmonizer kill out of nowhere with that life gain.
So,
needs action.
Really important top decks here for Stoyer. Yeah. Oh, and he found a Harmonizer.
Did find a Harmonizer, and there's an escape tunnel on the battlefield and an escape tunnel in hand. So that would be
in hand, yeah.
Triggers. Not quite enough based on what's in play right now. If you double up on the Badger Mole Cub 3 times, that's 4, then 8, then 16. Chris Larson sitting at 25.
Wow, he was at 17 before, but that would have
been very close.
Very, very.
It would have been very close, yeah. Wow.
But you still want to play it out here. That way, if
but you would just block because there's no trample or anything.
Block with one of your creatures, sacrifice a land, double the power to actually get the trade. But yeah, Chris Larson's hand is fantastic. Look at that. There's an Ice Till Explorer and Mightform Harmonizer in hand. I think he wants to keep hitting those land drops, so Ice Till Explorer next turn makes a lot of sense.
That was what I was afraid of.
Well, he just drew it off the top of his library, right. Chris, so...
Erode would be huge here. Just get that Harmonizer off the battlefield. Perhaps another Sheltered by Ghosts.
In this case, it's another Bossing Say.
It's another Bossing Say. So now you don't have a great attack with the Saz's Chocobo, as Nathan can trade with the Mightform Harmonizer by sacrificing the Escape Tunnel, block the Harmonizer, turn it into an 8-powered creature.
You gotta leave the plains on top. You gotta leave the plains untapped, Larson, to represent Erode. Dude, come on.
Stoyer is forced to block, just choosing to chump here.
41.
But that's 41 life
41.
Now.
Hey, Nathan's done 64 damage.
He has.
Before.
The doubling can really get out of hand, but he would need to do a lot of work to get to that point. What did he find off the top of his library?
Not good enough.
Saz's Chocobo, that's not what he was looking for.
This is rough, and now with Ice Till Explorer, I mean, this Chocobo is going to gain so much life.
This is going to be absurd. Wait, how much life it gains.
Is there a Badger Mole Cub kill available here now? With the Escape Tunnel, is there a world where you stack the trigger on the Cub, make it unblockable, and then play the Escape Tunnel and then sacrifice it again? That's 3 landfall triggers, right?
That is what he's going for.
That's 16 damage.
Yeah, Larson.
I think that's it, yeah.
Fantastic shape here. That Badger Mole Cub is currently unblockable.
Unblockable, and it's now being doubled 3 times.
And he's got it. That is 2 games to 1 now.
Yeah.
For Christopher Larson, we talked about it coming in here, Paul, but Larson is trying to accomplish something no one ever has.
Yeah, or Erode.
And that's winning.
Or
back-to-back individual Pro Tours.
You don't think it's enough? I have a fetch line.
It is incredible. The last time somebody has come even close to this was Kai in 2001. Won Pro Tour New York, the team event, into winning the individual Pro Tour and Pro Tour New Orleans. So one was a team event. This is 2 individual events. He is 1 win away.
If he can win...
Very surprised that Larson didn't leave the plains untapped, though, to represent Erode / Sheltered by Ghosts. I mean, Sheltered's not an instant, but...
Yeah, the Pro Tour's been around for 30 years.
Shelter, I'd gain like a billion life,
Yeah, well, like...
4
20. Plus 2,
no,
plus 1, yeah.
Plus 1.
So it's 5, 3, 6...
20. Right?
Is there more? 3,
6, 12, 24, okay.
Yeah, and I was 25. Oh, you don't have to make it unblockable, so you can give it plus 1 more time by sacrificing the land, which means becomes...
48.
If you enjoy math.
Yeah.
And then it dies.
Yeah.
You can come on in.
La resistance lives on.
Couple of Quandrix gamers here going over the numbers.
I need to use the restroom. I'll be quick.
All right, Chris is going to use the restroom real quick. Boy, I tell you, if I was either one of these 2 players, I'd need to take a deep breath myself. This is a very stressful matchup. You feel like you can die out of nowhere every time you pass the turn.
Yeah, at least you're given access to a little bit more agency,
I'll just say,
though.
I didn't put them there. You put them there yourself. And you took my sideboard. I like it. Don't get me wrong. You need to go to the restroom.
I'm fine.
Okay. I'm not. I'm old and I'm bursting.
You want to resolve mulligans?
No.
Okay.
I want to not resolve mulligans. That's the whole point. Let's just present.
Meanwhile, Nathan has to now stew. Just wait just a little bit here.
Yeah, he seems fine. He's been here before.
All right. Hey, look, and a really nice comeback in this series so far for Chris Larson, Ryan. Chris Larson, he did seem a little bit rattled after losing that first game. But hey, you know, clean the slate, go on to game number 2, take that one down, and now he's up 2-1 in the series.
I got to say, one antidote to feeling that way is having your opponent open up the door for you to win a game that you felt you had lost yourself. He said when he made
Well, Larson's up 2-1 right now.
Lethal, and then after he did,
So he does have an advantage.
I don't. And Stoyer found the line not once but twice. He had the ability to prevent lethal, and then Chris thought it was lethal, and it wasn't.
Right.
And but then,
I mean, I think
Stoyer put the shields down for one turn, and
I think both players feel like maybe they let one slip away. Right?
Yeah, seems like they both feel that way. I was going to say they both talked about it.
You know, the score.
Just got back from chores, yeah.
Right. If everybody played perfect.
Yeah, Larson's up 2-1.
I mentioned it before, Paul, briefly here, but you see Mason here's chatting with Nathan Stoyer. We've got an amazing crew behind this broadcast. We've got Rich and Jeff in our ears helping us do our job, and I just want to.
It's a hard mirror match, bro. Like, I mean, I think Is It Lessons is like one of the hardest mirror matches you could play right now, but this one is surprising me at like how difficult it is. Decisions on a turn-by-turn basis, even as far as mulligans. Like that, again, that hand that Nathan had, the six card hand with the 4 lands, I would have kept that hand.
He will write down basically a full-on article on all the matchups in the top 8 to really help us out.
I read every single word.
Oh, you do. Oh, you do.
Yeah.
3 escape tunnels. So that's 4 good draws in his deck. Plus maybe.
Yeah, we're here at the MagicCon in Las Vegas. This is the Pro Tour is just one part of a much bigger puzzle. If you come here, I mean, they have some incredible stuff.
Yeah, it was just elves. All he had was elves, a road, and then 4 lands. But still, I would have kept that because it top decks extremely well.
Artists are all here. You can have your favorite artists sign your card, or you can pick up a print from them of some of your favorite artwork. They literally had an event with cats here, Paul.
Yeah, and we went over to
Dude, the kittens is just a whole freaking. Yo, I'm not about it, bro. Like, going to, kittens, great. Going to a Magic event to play with kittens. What the hell, bro?
There's the prize wall, by the way. That's where you go.
Whatever.
To get the goods.
Right? Yeah, you win some prize tickets. Go cash that in for some goodies.
People want to play with kittens, go let them play with kittens.
Content creators. So if you want to meet your favorite content creators,
hey, you want to go meet your favorite content creator? This guy named Chris. I heard he's pretty good. Heard he's a cool guy.
All the content creators are here too. It is really a special.
Not all of them. I ain't there.
Looks like Chris has rejoined us. No changes for the sideboards here. And
yeah, there's a lot of people. Yeah, both at the MagicCon and a lot of competitors in this Pro Tour.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Stoyer, I mean, yes, it is not quite as flashy as back-to-back, but if Stoyer were to win the next 2 games, I mean, he's already in kind of legendary status for his run over the last 3-4 years. This would put him in unbelievable rarefied air.
Yeah, he is only one of a handful of players who have top-8'd 3 top-level events in a row, right? He top-8'd and won the World Championship.
Yeah.
Top-8'd the next 2 Pro Tours, including another win at Pro Tour March of the Machine.
Yeah.
That is, you know, if you take Kai out of the equation as far as the record books goes, that is one of the absolute best runs. Kai is untouchable.
Well,
as far as
you did that a lot in other sports as well, where you're just like, oh, there's this one outlier.
Yeah, take Wilt out of the equation.
Take Wilt out. Kai is basically like that, where you kind of take him out of the equation, and then you can start talking about, you know, the greatness of a lot of these other modern players.
But
yeah,
Stoyer's already up there, and you know, back-to-back top 8s on a PT for Larson is already extremely impressive. He won one of them. That's even more impressive.
Actually, like, I forget when this was. I think it was like a couple years ago or something. I was doing a comparison between NBA players, like, you know, NBA players throughout history, and then Magic the Gathering players throughout history.
find it
Like Kai Buddha's Michael Jordan.
that it's in the
You know,
Yes.
John Finkel is like Kareem.
well prepared. Everybody knows what's going on.
And then
Just the average.
Paolo
the average
was another one.
tremendously to the.
I forget who I compared Paolo
Any
to.
match. Doesn't matter who you're playing, where they're from. You're going to have a tough match ahead of you.
Okay, game 4 incoming.
Paolo's my favorite Magic player.
Larson's on 6.
Good to go?
He is. He's also on the draw. So this is going to be Stoyer leading things off. Does he have an explosive draw?
Did Chris keep a one-lander?
Chris did.
Okay.
Hey, the one-lander worked last time. Oh, but no bushwhack this time.
I mean, if he just goes landing the Badger Bowl Cub, that would be great, of course.
Yeah, he took a high upside 6 here after mulliganing.
Right.
But it is precarious.
Mm-hmm.
Still, he's on the draw and has 2 shots at hitting that land.
Right. In a deck that has a ton of lands.
Right. What is it, 26, as you say?
Usually that's the number.
26 lands.
So that's going to be...
Oh, excuse me, doesn't even have white mana. The Hushwood Verge, we're so used to it being turned on, but right now it's only tapping for green mana until you can find a Forest or Plains.
Boy, so much pressure on the top of the library here for Larson as we see Stoyer develop his mana but not have an explosive start. Can he find a land?
Yeah.
No,
it's an elf.
Elves. He can cast that though at least, right?
It is a mana source.
Done.
Yep. Nathan going, oh, nothing else? No land?
That's good news and bad news for Nathan because a stumbling opponent is somebody that you would normally want to have a really fast draw against, and that's not what he has.
Yeah.
That means that Larson's on 5 spells here. And if he finds his mana, he could start deploying them.
Yeah, I think it's tempting to play the Hydra, but I might just play the Elf. Yeah, I think just play the Elf.
All he's done is develop his mana for these first turns. That's it?
That's it.
Yeah.
Have erode, but against the
Ooh, still no land. Yo, Larson's playing Arena now, guys. Larson is playing MTG Arena right now. Not hitting any lands. Oh, he found a cub. Oh, I guess he had the cub.
So next turn it's going to be huge, right? He has a Fabled Passage in hand, so he goes Mossborn Hydra into Fabled Passage. Excuse me, does he have a Badgermole Cup? No, yeah. So he's going to go Mossborn Hydra here into Fabled Passage, and all of a sudden we're looking at a 4/4 with Snakeskin Veil backup.
Potential combo finish here for Stoyer against the stumbling Larson. Stoyer has really boiled everything down to 2 cards, Mossborn Hydra and Snakeskin Veil.
Yeah, so if Larson finds like a Temple Garden or a Plains, that would be ideal because first you cast Sheltered by Ghosts to take the Hydra. Then in response to the Snakeskin Veil, you cast a Road.
Shaking his head. What did he do there?
Plains or Temple Garden. That is a Fabled Passage, which also works.
I think what he wants to do now is not only
No, it does not, because he needs 2 white sources. It does not work.
Badgermole Cup and target the Fabled Passage. That's an additional landfall trigger.
Lots of chickens.
Fabled Passage after double Chocobo here from Larson.
Yeah.
He has gone wide and found his mana. The question is it too late against the Hydra?
Right, because next turn, Nathan Stoyer has the ability to get in for a ton of damage and has, most importantly, Snakeskin Veil backup and found a land drop.
Snakeskin Veil backup plus Badgermole Cub, so you earthbend a land, erode that land. That's like 1 billion damage right there.
Put his whole board in front, and it doesn't really work either way.
Because Nathan can also erode his own creature to get an additional land.
That's what you do.
2 damage, right?
Yeah, this is absurd.
Badgermole Cub, Fabled
8,
Passage,
16, 32.
sacrifice 2 landfall triggers. That puts it up to 16 damage. Erode your own creature. That's 32 damage with Snakeskin Veil backup against a singular white mana on Christopher Larson's side of the battlefield. That Fabled Passage can't get an untapped land, so Chris Larson can only play 1 spell.
That's right. He has the Erode, but it's not enough against the Veil.
18. Yeah.
And that should be
right.
game.
Yeah, going for it here. Snakeskin Veil, very, very key here.
Triggers, so it becomes a 16 right now.
Yep, 2 landfall triggers. Fabled Passage comes back. Forest enters the battlefield. Nathan will now choose to erode his own creature.
And with only 1 mana available, he knows he has the win here.
Road, target here.
Do you have Veil? Because I have Erode, And yes, I do have Snakeskin Veil, and that means Game 5 is incoming between Christopher Larson and Nathan Stoyer.
There we go, 2-2 now.
Really putting on a show for us here.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Another game.
Larson keeping that one lander was a mistake.
Chris Larson has been here before.
You want to do some crazy sideboard stuff.
What do you got?
I saw Nathan Stoyer say, hey, we got to do it for the audience, right? Yes,
doing it for me too. I'm enjoying this as much as all of you.
We're definitely part of the audience here in the booth. Thank you so much for joining us here from Las Vegas. We just have one more game to play at this Pro Tour before one of these two players is going to become the Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven champion. We're going to take a short break here from Vegas. When we come back, though, game number 5. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, this is it, 2-2. That game went by fast, bro. It's still been a pretty entertaining finals, though. It started out so weird, man. That first game was so weird.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven, and that's right, we get a Game 5 here in our finals, and it's been a great one so far. Welcome back to the news desk, Marie Bartholdi and Mani Devuti. Now Mani, as far as finals go at the Pro Tour, where would you rank this one?
I mean, already it's been fantastic, but the fact that no matter who wins this game, the outcome is legendary means that this is, you know, one of my favorite finals, at least in terms of storytelling, that we've had in a while, if not ever.
Yeah, okay, so talk a little bit about the legendary status that you've given this finals. How are we getting legendary either way?
Yeah, so there's multiple elements, right? It's the fact that they're teammates. It's the fact that the team and Chris Larson won the previous Pro Tour. It's the fact that Nathan, coming back after a dry stretch, I would say he had an absolutely incredible run. Everyone he was saying he is the undisputed best player in the world, top 8 at 3 events in a row, won 2 of them, and then he had about a year and a half of just near silence, missing day 2, not getting the results in, and suddenly he was off the Pro Tour, comes back, doesn't requalify, wins a PTQ on the Sunday, back again, now he's in this position. Great. Chris Larson, back-to-back individual wins, something nobody has ever done. Come on.
I know, we are just setting ourselves up for a
Yeah.
fantastic final game 5 no matter what. Let's take a look at the bracket.
It's a big deal either way.
Remind ourselves how we got here to this moment. Take a look. Christopher Larson, Nathan Stoyer tied up at 2 games apiece here in our finals. Monty, if you had a wish here for game 5, what would you most want to see?
Anthony Lee running in through the barrier.
Ah, yeah.
Get that no matter what. Oh, taking the trophy.
Yeah, no.
All right.
Claiming it as his own. Honestly, I think I just want both players to keep 7, and I want a game that feels
Yeah.
close. It really doesn't matter who wins. I think Magic as a whole wins today.
Absolutely, it does. We got to crown a champion. Marshall and Paul, take us to game 5.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here. They talked about it, Paul.
Yeah.
Legendary status acquired for either of these players. I mean, the run that Stoyer had in 2022, and then to put yet another Pro Tour victory on that resume, 2 PT wins in a Worlds is like nobody. And then a back-to-back individual for Larson here. The stakes don't get higher than a PT finals, but they somehow are for this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of where you kind of get into the legendary status with regards to Magic the Gathering accomplishments, right? We have a Pro Tour champ at every single one of these events, but being able to being able to be a 2-time Pro Tour champ, not a lot of people who can say that back-to-back never happened before.
Right?
Okay. First,
beat the perfect 7 even.
First stage for you and I, Paul. Let's get some 7s kept here and get ourselves.
That would be nice.
Well, I just meant like the perfect lineup.
Chris said, "I'm gonna once again go to the perfect 7," and he is shuffling again.
Yeah.
So I think he's on 6.
But
and I guess Stoyer
also
too.
mulliganing. Okay, well, what if they just both agree to start with 0 and just see what happens?
You know, I have actually seen that happen. Not at the Pro Tour, but
All right.
There was a vintage invitational in 2007 where that happened.
Wow.
Yeah, whatever happens, the win-win, dude.
It was in
So happy
Valencia.
for us.
That is nuts.
Crushed it. That's awesome.
I wouldn't do that. I wanted, because back then you win the invitationals, you get your face on a Magic card.
Well, you're still 50-50, right?
I guess technically yes.
I would definitely only do that in the mirror.
One
I'll tell
comeback
you that.
PT.
Right. Yeah.
What was that?
One comeback PT.
One comeback PT.
You didn't play the last one, right?
I did. No. This is my second. Last one I won the PTQ on Sunday to requeue.
Oh, that's how it was.
Yeah, I was all the way in the back. You didn't see me. You're too busy.
Back in the fold.
Yeah. Well, for you, 2 wins in a row. Pretty sick.
The system and I'm here just shows that the Spanish house does something right. There's always room for one gringo.
Maybe make it 2.
Chris giving props to his testing partners.
Yeah, absolutely. He gives so much credit to. He has given so much credit to Javier Dominguez,
Yes.
of course, with that Excruciator deck that he won with at the Pro Tour in Richmond, and also, of course, the entire team for the development of the Selesnya build of the Landfall deck.
Larson might be going to 5 here.
Oh, jeez.
He said, "Wow, this is bad."
Oh,
and he's
no.
shipping
Oh,
back.
no.
What about on the other side?
Now Nathan is down to 6. He hasn't seen yet.
Yeah.
No, he
Oh,
did
he's
look,
sending it
and they're
back.
both going to 5.
What?
Okay. That's how this is going.
Draw, I understand. That's the craziest thing I could figure out.
I mean, this is kind of incredible, but
Yeah.
you know, given that it's the mirror,
It's even. They're both
and
on
they're
5.
both on 5, it kind of just keeps it
fair because
fine.
you get to pick the perfect
It does
card.
make it more exciting because probably we're just gonna it's gonna go down to top deck mode, right?
Yes, it is. That's our commentator brain kicking
The
in.
only thing I think about it is it's drawing
Well,
and go
they
back to
played their Landmar Elf and Badger Mold Cub. What can they draw?
It's better for me than this for you.
Yeah, let's just go to 5.
That makes also sense.
Fewer resources to work with.
Kind of funny though.
And the ideal.
Mold to 5. I don't think me and my opponent have Mold to 5 this entire tournament.
I don't think either.
Waiting for the perfect time. Game 5 of the finals of the Pro Tour.
Making it this far, you probably don't want to 5 that much.
I feel relieved. Because it doesn't matter what the number is as long as it's the same.
It's the same on both sides, because it's still just an even match.
If it's a 7 versus a 5, it's like, oh, that's going to be tough.
Right.
You know, talking to a random guy, and Steph goes by like, sub 8, yeah, just randomly talking about. He's like, I don't think I'm mulligan the whole weekend.
Saved them up.
I'll keep.
Okay.
All right.
Chris has a keeper.
He has a keeper.
He's got to put 2 cards back. It looks like a little land heavy as force was the first one.
I see an erode. And what do we have for Nathan?
What about Stoyer? Does he have a key?
I see 2 lands. No, at least 2 lands.
If there's
and a Badger
two
Mole
I
Cub.
think there are 2 lands. Yeah, Veil and a Harmonizer.
Snakeskin Veil is kind of a luxury.
And a cub.
Probably one of the first cards you put on the bottom once you're on a mulligan to 5.
Yeah, unless you have the Hydra.
Right, like Landwar Elf, Land, Hydra, Snakeskin Veil.
Right, that might be worth it, but.
Yeah, but certainly going to keep at least 2 lands in Badger Mole Cub here. My former Harmonizer might go into the graveyard. He's got some.
Yeah, he's got a lot of top end here. He has Ice Till and Might Form Harmonizer in this opener. But it's just, those are the cards he's keeping.
Right. Looks like keeping 2 lands, Badger Mole Cub. Tough double mulligan here.
Yeah.
Oh, is he setting aside the cards that he wants to keep?
Yes.
Oh, multiple Badger Mole Cubs, so keeping 1 at least.
Oh, I see. But the land was in there, so
right.
you know he wants a cub, a land.
Yeah, 2 lands and a cub.
And then
what are the other 2
yeah,
you want to keep?
You probably don't want the Snakeskin Veil,
right.
so is which of the top end?
Right. Do you want to keep both of the top end? You can keep 2 lands, cub, both top end.
Yes.
Or if you think Chris Larson might have a removal spell for one of the cubs, you can keep 2 lands, 2 cubs, and 1 top end card.
Ice Till is the one that tends to get you further ahead as the game goes along.
Ooh, Larson's hand is bad.
Slam the door.
Right.
I mean, it's not that bad, but it's pretty bad. Like just Bushwhack, Chocobo, and 3 lands. Although it does top deck pretty well. Top deck Earthblade Ascension. Top deck any Mossborn Hydra or any of the big guys.
All right, a handshake between the friends, teammates, and competitors, and we are underway in game number 5. Larson does that every time.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that's not the last time I'm going to hear that.
I feel like they've probably said it a few times during testing.
Indeed. Stoyer unfazed.
19 to 18.
Down to 19.
There's a land.
So Larson looking to leverage Bushwhack here.
Right.
And he's going to be able to.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get that Badger Mole Cub off
But
the
he
battlefield.
needs action. He finds a Harmonizer off the top.
That definitely counts. Now you can go land into Bushwhack, kill the Badger Mole Cub. And
Bushwhack, kill the cub, yeah.
This is pretty nice, actually, because
yeah,
he's going to be able to cast a Harmonizer this turn anyway.
Right, and Nathan doesn't really have a great play next turn. I suppose he can play a Shelter by Ghost, but actually
on the land.
Saz's Chocobo off the top here, so you can go Saz's Chocobo, Hushwood Verge into Shelter by Ghost to get perhaps the Chocobo off the battlefield. That does keep you a little bit exposed to perhaps an Erode in Larson's hand. But remember, both players mulligan to 5. A lot of the times it's just okay to assume they don't have it. Also, if you erode it, it's not the end of the world. Nathan has a pair of 4-drops that he wants to accelerate out anyways.
Yeah, the players are going to have to adjust their expectations about what the opponent may or may not have.
Yeah, definitely.
The lack of resources that they have available. That's a really important thing on a mulligan to 5. If you get a little too cute and try to play around everything, you offer your opponent way more time than they normally would get.
Right. However, this is a matchup where both times the players that chose not to play around something ended up losing. So that could be something that's lingering in the back of their minds.
Yeah, I mean, Chris said it was. In that second game, he was like, yeah, I didn't go for it because look what happened in the first.
Right. I just assumed you had the Erode.
Right.
So does Nathan fire off Shelter by Ghost here?
That's a big question.
Yeah. Oh,
no, he's going to wait.
He's thinking, okay, I don't care too much about the Chocobo, but I do care about...
Ooh, a Hydra.
That's a Hydra. So he's going to play that first and then play a land.
Yeah.
That's
and
big.
Wow, Stoyer's really happy he kept Sheltered by Ghost now. This is not going to kill him. Right?
No, absolutely not. Stoyer deciding whether or not he wants to just block with the 1/1 token here, get another landfall trigger here, maybe off of the Saz's Chocobo. Of course, we know that Nathan Stoyer has the answer to the Mossborn Hydra in that Sheltered by Ghosts.
Right.
And Fabled Passage is going to stay unsacrificed here for Larson.
Right, given the fact that he's got that Mindform Harmonizer that could be representing a lethal attack next turn if Nathan Stoyer doesn't go for a Shelter by Ghost here. But of course he has to.
Still, this isn't bad for Larson.
Right, this is an attack for 2 coming in, and Nathan doesn't have a land drop this turn. And I mean, even if Chris
Earthbender Ascension though, that's basically
with that, if he finds a
well, yeah.
fetch land, right, that will be a
I guess missing a land this turn and playing Ascension next turn is still not that great, but
a 1/1 land available to block here.
That was Sheltered by Ghost now for Larson.
Now that gets interesting.
Right, so you can utilize that Shelter by Ghost to remove Nathan's Shelter by Ghost if you like to get your Hydra back.
Yeah.
If you want to kill the actual Chocobo, then you would have to actually sacrifice the Fabled Passage because you need to pay the Ward 2 cost on the Shelter by Ghost.
That might be
Yeah.
worth it.
Yeah, you do miss out on a landfall trigger.
Yes.
But it looks like...
But you get both things off the battlefield if you do that. All right, Larson's going to go big. He's going for Mindform Harmonizer right now.
Right. No double here, though.
No, but the Chocobo does get to attack for 4.
That's right.
Stoyer stumbling on mana. You can see Larson's up to 4 and
Yeah.
4 drops at this point. Where Stoyer's only on 2 plus the animated land there, the earthbended land, as it were.
No land in play here is rough. Now, Chris's side.
Land is come free. Or pass.
That's a great
No
move
attack.
here from Larson here, because you would think, hey, I just want to get that 1/1 off the battlefield, but how do I lose this game? You block with the 1/1, pump up the Chocobo, warp in a Harmonizer, play a fetch, then all of a sudden you gain a gazillion life.
Yeah.
He doesn't want that 1 extra counter on the Chocobo because with multiple doubling effects, that's a ton of damage.
Yeah.
Knows that next
That's fair.
he can take that thing out. Boy, there's not a lot of bad top decks from Larson from this point, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Hands are fine.
Lands are fine. Yep.
Really good.
Ascension is fine. Although maybe you want to cast Sheltered.
Interaction. Yeah, really ahead here.
Oh boy.
For Chris Larson. Now, Nathan Stoyer did find a land. That is a Fabled Passage. That's a good one, too, because if you play it, you get to grow the Saz's Chocobo, and Nathan Stoyer does have Ice Tail Explorer in hand, so you can maybe try to get in for a decent amount of damage and hit a bunch of your land drops.
Wow, this is a really close game for Game 5.
What are we doing here?
Well, I think you got to play the Earthbender Ascension first.
Nope.
Put the counters on it.
This is the big turn here for Nathan. What
So
he
what
plays.
did he find? Fabled Passage?
Okay.
Earthbend, yeah.
Okay.
And he found Ascension. Okay.
All right, so that's what he's going for. So not going to play the 4-drop this turn, but will be able to get in for a pretty good chunk of damage if he wants. But remember, Christopher Larson can simply block. And then if the Chocobo dies on Nathan's side, then Chris Larson gets back his Mossborn Hydra.
Right, so this is a
Sounds about right.
risky proposition here
One
for
counter
Stoyer.
before the start of the turn. Yeah.
So just playing defense here, possibly.
Yep, he's just going to pass the turn back
Right.
over to
Yeah.
Larson.
Yeah, and remember,
But
Chris Larson has
he's
access to lots of
exposed.
damage. Yeah, certainly is, but no source of trample damage. That is a land, so that's at least 1 landfall trigger with the Mindform Harmonizer. Now remember, he also has Sheltered by Ghosts in hand.
Right.
Can just completely get rid of the Saz's Chocobo, but the thing is, you also leave yourself vulnerable to Snakeskin Veil if you target the Chocobo instead of the Shelter by Ghosts.
Yeah. You might need to target the
Go
Sheltered.
for it, though. He's going big.
Oh no, he went for the Chocobo.
Chris recognizing you're on 5. You can't have it all.
Right.
And he gets his Hydra back
Yeah.
and
Man.
takes the huge lifelinker off the battlefield, and a big shake of the head there from Stoyer.
That is huge.
He
Now you get to play
needed
out a
Larson
land.
to not have that.
Right.
Now he plays his land,
Right.
doubles the Hydra, and he's going to attack with both, including the Harmonizer on the double.
And look at
Yeah.
all these triggers. 6 damage from the Chocobo and 8 damage from the Mindform Harmonizer. That's 14
Yeah.
damage coming in.
Yeah.
Stoyer
Wow.
is distraught. He has to get himself back together and see if he can find a way out. He's caught 2 of his most powerful spells in hand, but he is under assault from Larson.
Yeah, Stoyer thinking, is there any world here where I can turn this around and kill you next turn?
Try to steal one.
Right.
Take 6 and sack this.
Yep.
Shelter by Ghost is very good, especially in this matchup.
Larson has a blocker with a Hydra.
Right.
It's not so good against like Is It or highly interactive decks because they can just kill your creature before you take their thing.
Also has a blocker here, but if somehow Nathan Stoyer can get
This goes for free. This goes to the 1.
Earthbender Ascension
yes,
will be
thank you.
online next turn, right? So now you have Mindform Harmonizer and Ice Tail Explorer. Is there a world where Nathan can
Imagine this is the
get
time I call
enough
Judge.
landfall triggers here to actually swing back
Rush.
here?
That would be
Starting from a 1-1.
Perhaps an interactive spell could also get it done, right?
I mean, he does have to choose.
Featherflight,
if he
yeah.
wants to play Ice Till
Not
Death.
if somebody has a nursery. Oh, no, I don't think they play nurseries. All right, I think they play like 2 each.
You can have both, but not with all the extra triggers.
Yeah. Yeah, because I know it's trampoline flying.
Yeah, I think Nathan may have needed one more turn here.
It does feel like
Full
that.
Explorer.
If anybody can find the line, though, it's Stoyer.
Absolutely.
So he's got Ice Till.
Just doesn't have enough mana here to get that doubling effects from the Harmonizer.
Now, what about Chris's turn?
Yeah,
Does he
as a
have
one of.
people lined up for sure?
Right, if Chris doesn't have a land,
Right.
he might not even...
Flying and trample is just really detrimental, man, on any creature.
Of course, it's very likely to be over, given the fact that there is a Mossborn Hydra.
Any creature that's got flying and trample is really powerful.
Yeah, the Mindform Harmonizer.
Wait, this
Such a
first
key
land
here.
Triggers respond to them.
Yeah.
Cracking. This has to.
Larson wants to see
Well, I guess it doesn't have to. do
Ice
that,
Till
but right now I
Explorer
have
off
2
the top of
these
his
triggers on the stack
library.
and
Yeah.
2 mills on
So
the
Nathan
stack.
just trying to get as many lands in play, move around a bunch of +1/+1 counters so he doesn't die on the next turn here, but does not have a lethal situation here. But
I'm wondering if he would for the next.
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
If Chris Larson can't find a way to force Nathan to chump block everything, if maybe Chris
Yeah.
doesn't find a land, Nathan might be able to pull it off next turn with
Yeah.
a maxed down Earthbender Ascension with Ice Tail Explorer and with
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And then the 2 counters.
Yeah.
Sure.
But if Chris Larson can find Ice Tail Explorer, a removal spell, so many good draws here.
Fetch land would be high on the list. I assume just a forest or
Yeah,
something
I
isn't
mean,
enough.
Right, a fetch land turns the Mossborn Hydra. That's 4 doubling effects, right?
Yeah.
You get 2 landfall triggers, so Mossborn Hydra triggers twice, and then you have the Mindform Harmonizer, which also triggers twice. So that
Yeah.
would turn it from a 2/2 to a 4, 8, 16, 32, 32.
Yeah.
Mossborn Hydra, and Nathan Sawyer's at 10 life.
Yeah.
If he finds a single land, that's 16 damage of trample.
Yeah.
No, excuse me. 8 damage of trample, right?
8.
Play the land turns into a 4/4, and then you target the Mindform Harmonizer. There's also a Bossing Say on the battlefield. That's perhaps 2 more points of damage that you can try to sneak through.
That's for Larson.
Yes.
This is about as close as they get, but it does feel like Larson is going to have a top deck to try to become a back-to-back Pro Tour champion here. As Stoyer does not have a win here. Let's see if Larson can find something to win the game this turn.
Fable Passage.
It's a regular land.
Just a land. Will that be enough here?
Can he
No.
gain a huge amount of life and buffer himself against a crackback?
It's going to be so much damage with the Harmonizer, right? I mean, it's just with already a 6-power Ice Tail Explorer, 5 landfall triggers next turn, Fable Passage in play, it has to be lethal by just way too much.
Okay.
Yeah.
No. So does Chris needs to find a lethal attack this turn?
But you Bossing Say. Activate Bossing Say.
The forest, that had to be one of the worst draws for him here.
Right.
No, activate Bossing Say.
Think of
A
fetch land.
removal
Activate
spell
Bossing Say.
would have made it so so he doesn't die next turn.
Activate Bossing Say, play the land, double the power of the Mossborn Hydra, and then that's lethal.
Right.
Well, it's not lethal, but it forces Nathan to block with both creatures, I think. And actually, I think yeah. Now play the land. And then I think Nathan is forced to block with the Ice Till.
Oh, and look, Nathan Stoyer says, I have
You can play it.
lethal. He says, we can play it out.
Yeah.
But Larson didn't find the card he needed. And Stoyer says, I've got you.
Jump with this guy.
Right.
I don't think so, but feel free to go through it.
Oh, he does. I mean, Mossborn Hydra is an 8-power trampler, right?
He's saying, can I force you to chump with this guy?
Yeah.
And Stoyer says,
I think you do.
But it dies, right?
That's why I made it.
It's currently a 6-8. You sacrifice the Fabled Passage and becomes a 7-9 with the Earthbender Ascension.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And then he chump blocks the Harmonizer?
Or the Saz's Chocobo.
Or the Chocobo, I mean.
And you take 6 damage and you go to 4. Right. With the Fabled Passage, Ice Tail Explorer will live.
Block there.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow.
Larson is doing the numbers here.
Wow.
Wow.
In my mind, this was a 6 toughness. That's why
I made
was
it to a 9 exactly.
Yeah, but
it
it makes perfect sense for that it is. Yeah.
Wow.
Stoyer thinks he's won this. Larson is just going through the motions, but it does look like Nathan Stoyer is going to complete here.
I mean, you see the smile on his face. He knows he has this.
Thank you. Congratulations, Nate. You just won the
Wow.
Nathan Stoyer
Wow.
is your Secrets of Strixhaven
Wow.
champion, and he's now a 2-time PT champ and a world champ.
Unbelievable.
Putting himself in legendary status here on the Pro Tour.
What an incredible run. Wouldn't have it any other way. 2 incredible competitors. Nathan Stoyer, though, completely locked in this top 8 and finds himself now a 2-time Pro Tour champion.
Yeah, I mean, that trio of Ice Till, Harmonizer, and Earthbender Ascension is just like one of the most powerful combination of cards in the format, you know? It's just absurd. Well, I guess plus fetch land, either in graveyard or in play.
He made his way back on the Pro Tour last time. Then on Sunday, if you don't make it to Sunday, they will run a PTQ that these Pro Tour players will play in. That's a Pro Tour qualifier. Right. He won that, and that's how he qualified for this event.
That's right. He played in the last Pro Tour, didn't have a good enough record for that qualification. And here we are. Well, not going to have to worry about qualifications for the remainder of this season.
You can see a huge team.
Luis Salvato
heavy play there. Cosmos giving him hugs.
What a dominant performance from this team at this event.
That was an entertaining finals, though.
The 2 finalists on.
I mean, the first game was a little bit weird. That's what was going on, and then game 4 was really short. But
the top is absolutely crushing this field, including locking up a PT win for that team regardless of outcome.
Larson is huge. Yeah, he is, man. He's massive. He's just a very large human being.
No matter who wins.
Those Danes, bro. Those Danes are big people.
That's right. Amazing stuff. Stoyer knew there's a lot of cards that can beat me here, but once Chris turned up that basic forest, he said, I've got you.
Man, and if you're Chris, you have to be wondering, you know, so many different cards, right? He has 7 or 8 removal spells after sideboard. He has 9 fetch lands in his deck. He's got.
Yeah, I mean, so the only other thing is like.
He could have drawn in that spot. Just the basic land was not enough.
Is like Sheltered by Ghosts on the Earthbender Ascension.
Exactly.
You know, instead of Sheltered by Ghosts on the Chocobo.
My Ice Tail Explorer is big enough, but if you draw fetch land, I know I'm dead.
Because the trample is how you lose. The trample is how you lose in these landfall games. But obviously, by getting the.
It wasn't just about surviving the turn. If he was going to win on the other side,
Actually, I guess if Larson top decks a fetch land there, he does win. He does win. But because he gets the Mossborn Hydra back. So.
Yeah, and it's super crucial.
So in that sense, it's like, well, the Hydra has trample, so that's my win con. But.
Oh, well, I have a 1/1. maybe I'll make that one bigger. Okay, maybe I'll do this one. He's like, no, I need to stack all of my counters onto the Ice Tail Explorer to make sure that I have a blocker that can survive the Mossborn Hydra.
All right,
Yeah.
well, that is going to do it for us in the booth. An incredible finals. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's send it over to Maria.
Thank you so much, Marshall and Paul, Maria and Monty here at the news desk with you. And Monty, what a finals that was. Your reaction?
I was hoping for sevens, but fives will do.
Fives, yeah.
That was fantastic. Deserving champion, deserving runner-up. Just great stuff from Team Cosmos. The fact that, you know, this is their second year as
A really strong showing from their team, yeah.
Maybe some growing pains. Second year, first Pro Tour, 2 people in the top 8 win it. Second Pro Tour, 2 people in the top 8 and crush the whole event, win it. Feels like we're in a new era right now.
Yeah, talk a little bit about that, Monty, because, you know, Anthony Lee has done a lot putting this team together, kind of organized.
All right, Nina, you take care, brother. I'm not gonna play games today.
I mean, part of
I'm already feeling kind of tired, so.
The very best players in the world, right? The fact
But thanks for
that
dropping by, brother.
there and
You have a good night.
Are survivors. They've made every day too. They're both on this team now. The fact that Nathan Sawyer in the conversation for modern great
You too.
is on this team now. It really does just speak to the fact that if you can get the right personalities and talent on the same team and everyone is able to put the work in, then you're going to see results. And this team is, I think, going to just keep putting up results for a while.
All right, it's time to hand
That was a
out
good
the
finals,
trophy.
guys.
Pass it on over to Tannen Grace.
Nathan, you're our Pro Tour champion. How does it feel?
It's incredible. Thanks so much, Tannen.
You're now a 2-time Pro Tour champion and a world champion. Has it really sunk in yet, the legacy that this just secured for you?
Not yet. I mean, part of this tournament experience has been working with Team Cosmos and having, you know, these amazing folks and individuals behind me that I've gotten to test with. And I think more so than anything, being in the finals versus a teammate who I worked on the deck with, et cetera, has been just a huge, huge celebration in its own right. So this is just another win on top of that.
All right, I want to bring you back a couple days. You 8-0 day 1 of this Pro Tour, top of the world. You're feeling great. Day 2, not so great. You started losing a few matches. It looked like the stress might have been getting to you a little bit. How do you keep your composure when something like that is going on?
It's challenging. I mean, part of playing in these tournaments is being resilient and fighting back from tough matches. But
Faku, what's up, brother?
composure is just
Missed his Pro Tour?
What I really want to do is show up.
Not really. I mean, Nathan won, so that's a little new because he wasn't on the Pro Tour for a little while, right? Kind of fell off a little bit. But he won against Chris Larson. Chris Larson made finals for the second PT in a row. But as far as decks, nothing new. Landfall, prowess, spellmentals, lessons, the same stuff that we've been seeing. There were a couple other lists that were interesting. There was Jeskai control lists and 4-color control lists that were playing loot. There was some Golgari mid-range decks. There was a Sultai control list that the Japanese players were playing. But otherwise, yeah, not too much, not anything really that new in the deck building.
To Javier Dominguez, 2-time world champion, who had a lot of help. And no, everyone on the team was really crafty with all of the different slots. And for my personal contribution, hopefully being a presence that can help tune the decks and make sure that we had good plans was something that ended up with our success being the way it turned out.
Well, Nathan, congratulations. This is yours. You're allowed to take it now. Everybody give it up for your Pro Tour champion of Secrets of Strixhaven, Nathan Stoyer.
Yeah, nothing new. Yeah. Saw a couple lists, but I don't know how it could be. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, man, the other brews, you know, the decks that were brewed up this time, they didn't do that well against the Landfall and Izza decks. You know, the Jeskai control didn't do that good. The Sultai control did okay. There were a couple of the guys who did pretty well. And Golgari mid really didn't do that good. But I got a little inspired with the Sultai control list that I was seeing to make my own. So I'm going to try it out. I have a build that's a little bit different from the ones that they played and see how that goes.
All with the same hope that they could be the one left standing to take the title and the trophy.
It's unfortunate that Strixhaven doesn't seem to have had too big of an impact on standards and the decks, aside from Izzet, because Izzet, there are so many different builds for Izzet now. Some of them were playing Stallion, some of them weren't. A lot of them were playing Flow State, Violent Outburst, Traumatic Critique, all these different builds. A 33% win rate against Prowess, oh my god, that's so bad. Jeez.
After set after set.
Wow.
Congratulations once again to Nathan Stoyer, our newest Pro Tour champion, and a two-time Pro Tour champion at that, plus a world champion. A position in very rarefied company.
Yeah.
I cannot wait to see some more great Magic very soon. And
Yeah, exactly.
Amsterdam this July. Good night.
A lot of powerful Izzet cards in this set, unfortunately. They just keep printing powerful Izzet cards, man. The Stallion especially. A lot of people playing the Stallion. Although, look, Izzet actually didn't do that great. I mean, the top 8, there were only 2 Izzet decks in there. Izzet Spelementals and Izzet Lessons. And then only Izzet Lessons in the top 4. 4 color elementals. Yeah, the Stallion is an elemental, exactly. And you know what else is an elemental? Is the Mossborn Hydra. I just realized that watching this PT. Mossborn Hydra is also an elemental. So it's a good sideboard card for the landfall decks. Yeah, so I was looking at some of the deck lists. I'll pull them up again. Before you joined the stream, I was looking at them. So let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at some of these. So yeah, landfall or board, landfall, is it, right? A lot of landfall, a lot of landfall is it. But there's a couple of interesting lists in here. So there's this 4-color control list. It's pretty much what you would expect with the loot, right? Resonating loot. 4 Jeskai Revs. I think that's ridiculous. I think even if you're playing Resonating Loot, you shouldn't run 4 7-mana spells in your deck. The Ward 1. Yeah. Evoke Vibrance. You do it turn 3. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Stallion's a good card. Then Jeskai Control. Bit of a weird build here, swallowed by Leviathan for some reason. 4 Jeskai Revs again. Thunder Magic. But then the Tablet of Discovery. The Tablet of Discovery I like. Because you can tap this. You can play this on turn 3, and then you can tap 2 reds and then play a Seer. That's pretty good. Or just, next turn, then you have 6 mana, right? You have 6 mana on turn 4 with this. Pretty good. I do like the Tablet of Discovery. I think there's room to actually play that. And here's one of the Japanese. This is Shuhei Nakamura, an absolute legend, right? One of the best to ever play. They're all playing the same list though. Spider-Man Deceit, Emeritus, Wistfulness, Black Cats, and then 3 Awaken the Honored Deads and 4 Cornucopias, only 24 lands. So I don't really like this build that much, but I'm taking some inspiration from it. I do think that like Witherbloom Charm and Quandrix Charm, being able to play both of these is pretty good. Yeah, 3 tablet, no, yeah. Yep, no critique. I think critique is awesome. I think critique is an awesome card. Yep. A lot of landfall, is it? Azorius, Momo. The Momo decks didn't really do that good. And I think it's because, I don't know. Did you see the video that I put out with that was a few months ago now? My Azorius Flyers list, like, nobody's really playing those cards. Nobody's really playing the Empyrean Empyrean Eagle, which I think is awesome in this deck. do with that list today. Someone played me a Golgari list with Cauldron and Rakshas's Demon. Oh, interesting. And it's familiar with the Sultai. Oh, that's interesting. Interesting. Ant Rhythm, Simic Omniscience. Here's a Golgari mid-range deck. Elves, Cub, Emeritus. Emeritus Abundance is a good card. Furdock Core, Delian. I don't think you want to play 4 Delians. I think it's just too much. 3, 2 or 3 maybe, even though Delian's a good card. Yeah, not the most interesting Pro Tour. Just so much prowess, so much Izzet in general, landfall, so much landfall. Green Emeritus is amazing. Yeah, I really like the Green Emeritus. Yeah. I'm not gonna play games today, but maybe I'll like just show the Sultai list that I was working on. That I was putting together. I have the Green Emeritus in it because the way I see it, like you don't even need Cavero. Not necessarily, because you can just play the Emeritus of Abundance when you have 5 mana, which is pretty easy with a Cornucopia. Get the Deceit from the graveyard and put it back in your hand. And if you don't want to do that, like what if you don't want to take the Deceit? What if you want to take a Withering Curse? What if you want to take a Counterspell? What if you want to take a Consult the Star Charts? You know what I mean? You can take anything. So I think the Emeritus is a really nice card to work with the Evoke Elementals. You can take a Deceit, right? But what if you don't want to take a Deceit? Like you're not locked into taking a Deceit. You can take anything. You know, take your Withering Curse. Take a Counterspell. Take a Consult the Star Charts. Don't know what to play? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's tough right now, Faku, man. And I gotta say, bro, I'm in a similar boat. I don't really know what to play. I don't really know what to play. I don't really know what to do. And it's tough to compete with Landfall and Prowess right now, you know? But I like this. I think it has some potential. I'm not playing 4 Cornucopias because anytime I've played 4 Cornucopias in a deck, it's always felt like it's been too much. It's like, I don't want to keep drawing Cornucopias. 1 Cornucopia a game is enough. But if I keep drawing it after that, like I would rather have interaction or rather have one of my more powerful spells. But you can see what's going on here. So Cornucopia works with Withering Curse because then it's just 3 mana to kill everything because you gain life. A lot of multicolored spells here to gain life off of Cornucopia. The Pulse, Awaken the Undead, the Charms, Lessons from Life, right? And really, I'm very impressed with Deceit. Deceit's just great. You know, and again, with the Emeritus of Abundance, you can potentially pull one of these out of the graveyard, you know, cast this early, but then pull it out with the regrowth and then cast it again later. Or not. You know, you got Wanshutong, draw some cards, play a big flyer. This guy's pretty good. All right, you get to Cascade when it comes down and cast 2 spells. Then you have a 6/6 flying trample guy. I have an Emeritus here. Yeah, I agree, man. If there was any way that Cornucopia could draw you cards, it's an easy 4 of, I agree. But the gain life is very relevant. You know, you got all these multicolored spells. Boom, 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 right? The elementals are multicolored. Rakshas's Bargain. It gains you a lot of life. And that's really relevant for a control deck. So you can see what's going on here. An assortment of removal spells. These kill early things. Then kill bigger stuff with these. All right, and also I think the ability to kill non-land permanents as opposed to just creatures is pretty relevant, right? Also the Awaken the Undead can get a Deceit out of the graveyard too. Because when this gets to Chapter 3, discard a card, go grab your Deceit again. And now you get to cast it for full instead of just evoking it. A couple board wipes, of course. And then I have one more board wipe in the sideboard, this. Really good board wipe. You just have to be careful because if you pay 3, it's going to kill your cornucopia. And it kills artifacts and creatures. But that's a good board wipe. 4 mana to kill everything. Just pay some life. If you pay X equals 2, then you gain 2 life off of it anyway. You don't lose any life. It's just 4 mana to kill everything. Then there's a few counter spells in here. Negate, Quandrix Charm, 3 steps. Then there's card draw. Right, consult, flow state. Flow state's awesome, man. Rakshas's Bargain, right? All of these draw you cards. Then there's a couple creatures that do the same thing. Then you got Analyze the Pollen, right? Emeritus. These kind of help find you some more value. Quandrix to an extent as well because of the, you know, the Cascade. And then you got Deceit. So it's actually feeling, and, you know, aside from the creatures, right? Aside from the creatures, the lands can win you the game as well. Bossing Say, right? Restless Cottage. I'm not playing Restless Reef because I think that there's too many matchups where Restless Reef is actually bad. You just have to mill yourself because milling your opponent helps them, you know? It helps landfall. It helps elementals. It even helps prowess to an extent. So I think playing Restless Reef is a bit of a liability. I think Cottage is just the way to go. Cottage and Bossing Say, and then you don't play as many tap lands by not playing the Reef. But the mana can definitely support it. Mana can definitely support it. So your creatures can get you there over the finish line. Your lands. Yeah. So I was playing Delian in a different version. It didn't feel that great, but the thing with Delian is that there is a bit of a win condition there between Delian and Cornucopia because the Delian, if you ultimate, right? If you ultimate Delian, then every time you gain life, your opponent loses life. So with a Cornucopia, you casting spells, you're gaining life, they're losing life. But I gotta tell you, man, I don't think Delian fits well in a control deck because whatever permanent you put down as a control player, the opponent is going to respond to that because they have, like, they're holding their responses because they haven't been able to do anything with them for the whole game. So Delian's just going to get removed. You're not going to be able to ultimate with him, most likely. You've sold all your Dimir Mid. Oh, really? Oh, the Verges. Yeah, you shouldn't have sold the lands. Definitely should have kept the lands. But Dimir Mid is bad right now, man. It's bad. It's like a low tier 2 deck. The emblem won't give you much value. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, Dimir Mid feels bad. Definitely feels bad. But this has got some potential. Definitely got some potential. Got the removal. Got the board wipes. Got the counter spells. Card draw spells. Wan Shitong is also basically card draw. A little bit more. Analyze the Pollen, I really like. Go find any one of these creatures. It's really easy to collect the evidence. You know, 1 Deceit is 6 mana to collect evidence. 1 Rakshas's Bargain is 6 mana to collect evidence. So it's pretty easy. Oh, you sold all the stuff that rotates next year. That makes sense, yeah. Lands for official event. Oh, okay. Yeah, Analyze Pollen's a good card. Yep. Yep. I've taken a bigger interest in Planar Standard, man. I was playing a little bit yesterday and the day before. I lost a lot because the meta is very different. It's actually hard to deck build in that. But I put together a Planar Standard list right here using Abigail. So the idea is Abigail plus Sentry or Rakshasa. And then Rakshasa loses Decayed. So now it's just a 5/5 flying first strike lifelink, which is really powerful, right? So Abigail works really well with both of these. They lose all abilities. So Rakshasa loses Decayed and gains flying first strike lifelink. Same thing. This loses Defender, flying first strike lifelink. So that's good. But then I kind of layered it because this was originally mono black. But the problem is that anytime I had an Abigail and didn't have one of these, it was bad. Or anytime that I had one of these and didn't have an Abigail, it was bad. So there weren't there wasn't enough payoff, there wasn't enough benefit or enough upside to having these without the Abigail. So what I did was I played against somebody who was playing a Golgari deck that played Galta, and then Sunset Saboteur, Mono Sentry, and Rakshasa, and Garruk's Uprising, or Garruk. It's pronounced Garruk. So power 4 or greater, right? You draw a card. Power 4 or greater, power 4 or greater, power 4 or greater. Galta, X less to cast, where X is the total power among creatures you control. Okay, 4 power, 5 power, 4 power. See what I'm saying? So I kind of merged that person's deck that I played against with mine because they weren't playing Abigail. So I kind of merged the two together. Even Acolyte, power 4 or greater, right? Power 4 or greater, draw a card, power 4 or greater, power 4 or greater to crew the World Wagon, right? You see what's going on here? There's a synergy. Power 4, even Surak is power 4. So you got all these creatures that have power 4 that synergize with this, but then also a bunch of them synergize with Abigail. Right? You can draw a bunch of cards off of Garruk. You can draw cards with Acolyte. Also, Acolyte is extremely powerful with Abigail because let's say I have Surak and Abigail and like one of the other creatures, like if these have first strike, right? Well, I have an Acolyte in play. So first strike or let's say a Saboteur as well. So let's say I have first strike with these. These attack and they're flying, so they're probably not going to be blocked. When they do first strike damage, this triggers because it does damage to an opponent. So I draw a card and lose 1 life. But then regular damage happens. So then these guys do damage. And then I draw a card again. So with first strike, I actually draw 2 cards off of Elegy Acolyte per combat if they do damage to my opponent. It's actually really powerful. And Garruk's Uprising can give my creatures trample. All right, creatures of power 4 or greater have trample. So it's actually pretty powerful to have an Acolyte and an Abigail and then a creature that doesn't have first strike because you get to draw 2 cards. And then, you know, there's just some added synergies here with the Garruk Uprising and the Galta. Galta's a nice top-end card, and the World Wagon for that matter. Pretty cool. So yeah, this was a planar standard deck that I'm working on. That's why I have it PS. Got to play Hero's Downfall, right? There's no Bitter Triumph, no Shoot the Sheriff, right? Feed the Swarm. These are both Foundations cards. Yeah. Well, this isn't a standard deck though, so there's no landfall or prowess in planar standard. Yeah. Because it's only Strixhaven, Lorwyn, Edge of Eternities, Tarkir, Dragonstorm, Ether Drift, and Foundations. Yeah. Yeah, the top decks in planar standard right now are actually Control, both Jeskai and 4-color Control because they're playing the Loot. And then the Vibrant Outburst, the Izzet one, the Izzet 3 damage one, as a replacement for Lightning Helix, because Lightning Helix is from Murders of Karlov Minor. That's a really strong one. Simic is really strong because they're playing Ouroboros. And anything with discard because of Monument to Endurance, right? Anything with discard is really powerful too. And Ketchermos. Ketchermos is extremely powerful in planar standard because of, it's just really hard to deal with, you know? It's a mythic, right? Ketchermos is just really hard to deal with. So it's just, oh shoot, I don't have any copies of Ketchera. Got no copies of Ketchera. I guess it's because I don't play Ketchermos, right? Really powerful in planar standard because it's hard to deal with. Because of the indestructible, obviously. Yeah, so control decks, Ketchermos decks, green decks that play Ouroboros, those are really powerful. Because actually the interaction is not quite as good in planar standard because we're missing like, you know, 3 steps ahead, Normalize, Lightning Helix, that's not in there. Bitter Triumph, Shoot the Sheriff, those aren't in there, right? It's cool. I kind of like it. So maybe this one will do better than the other decks that I was trying this past weekend. I'm going to end the stream there, brother. Thanks for stopping by. It was nice to chat with you for a little bit. I might have a video coming up. I might do a Jeskai Control video. Because Jeskai Control has actually been doing pretty well for me. Can't remember if I changed that list or not. This is the one. This Jeskai Control list has been doing pretty well. Yeah. Yeah. It was nice to hear from you, brother. You take care, all right? You have a good night. I'll see you in the Discord. And who knows, maybe I'll have a video out for you. Finally. See ya, brother.